bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
change the game? Who said we can't change the world? No pain, no gain. We can't change the world. Look how we changed the game. Who said we can't change the world? Who said we can't change the world? Who said we can't change the world? No pain, no gain. After all the hard work, you can have all of this. Money in the car's clothes, you can have all of this. When you let the stress go, you can have all of this. You're looking at the best, so that's why I got all of this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to War of the Gods, week number 7, presented to you by StreamMe. Whoa, Chef! I'm off to a bad start here on War of the Gods. Presented by StreamMe. I am actually casting live here from New York, so I'm gonna be a little bit remote. But our special guest tonight, none other than hometown hero's own Wonder Chef.
Hey, I'm so happy to be here. I'm actually super excited. I always watch the show, well, whenever I get a chance to. Yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna be a really cool week. Obviously, the patch just came out. This is the first since the patch, so that's a ton of stuff. And then, of course, Biennality is going on right now, so I think we're gonna see some different faces than usual. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. There's so many things going on. There's a lot of stuff happening at Biennality. There's crazy stuff going on, major upsets, stuff we can talk about. Real quick, we can kind of go over what happened today, which is they established top 16, and they're going to be playing that tomorrow with a lot of the heavy hitters really advancing on the winner's side. You know, kind of the bracket favorites: SonicFox, Biohazard, Theo, Tekken Master, Dragon, Foxy, White Boy, and then the surprise of the tournament, Yamini, with Green Arrow, back-to-back over Slayer and Madsen, two of the top players in the world, to back-to-back them on the winner's side. Unbelievable. That is a world shocker in the realm of NRS games. And before we even went live, people were talking about him in that chat. So there's a lot of hype for him going on tomorrow, as he's going to be facing off against CEO champion White Boy on the winner's side.
That's a weird matchup too. Green Arrow against Scarecrow, whatever that character's name is. Yeah, but I'm glad. Of course, we knew there was going to be upsets at Biennality. It's one of the first major events out there in Europe, and there are so many great names. And I'm sure there's going to be more upsets aside from whatever Yamini pulls off. We've got a bunch of great European players in the losers bracket still, and yes, I'm sure not all of them will get eliminated quickly. A lot of them are going to move on pretty far past that.
Not only Europe still has some representative, but also Asia with Jian in there on the loser side will be going up against Forever King, and he pulled off a couple upsets at Evo, and he has really been grinding the game. And Cheetah, post-patch, looking a little bit stronger than she was before, but we'll get into the patch later on as the matches progress. Guys, if you guys are new here to War of the Gods, I know a couple of people on Twitter hit me up about competing for the first time. Here's a quick video on what needs to happen on your end as far as getting through these brackets, and it'll make it just a little bit easier if you check this out video. Whoa, check it out.
As a player, Smash GG will provide a guided experience with tasks for all aspects of competing in an online tournament. Once you've registered for an online tournament, you'll receive a check-in reminder email with the tournament start time and a dashboard link to play your matches. You can also go to your tournament dashboard where you'll find all that information as well. Once your match is available, click your match and follow the instructions. This includes check-in and results reporting. In case you need to communicate with your opponent to set up your game or need assistance from a moderator, we've also integrated a chat system where you can do just that. Once the match is over and you've verified your results, your next match will appear when available. Repeat until you're knocked out or have won the tournament. For more information on our platform, check out our help center with articles and guides on everything mentioned in this video and more.
Hey, there you go, guys. Just a nice, friendly video to give you guys a nice update on what you guys need to do on the back end, because it can be a little tricky if you're using Smash GG for the first time, but our admins are very good at getting you through those matches and keeping us at a pretty good time, considering we have a lot of people here every single week.
Yeah, these tournaments are huge. I'm actually trying to look at how many people are actually entered this week. It's just as insane as always. Of course, there are
268.
Sheesh. Yeah, that is I mean, that is past major status to I don't know, what do you call it? War status? I think that'd be the good way to put it.
War status.
But yeah, it's always a great system. It's always moving so quick. I mean, really, ideally, you would think that many matches would take, I don't know, days.
Forever.
I mean, that's literally what it takes at forever. But you know, we're of course we're running our own little thing too. I'm being lent out right now, I think, by our Hometown Heroes production. No, I'm always, of course, happy to be here. But I think that my good friend Mr. Joshua Gray actually had a message about the Hometown Heroes program.
Hey StreamMe, I'm Joshua Gray with GameStop Hometown Heroes. And if you want to sign up, check out our website, esl.gg/GameStop Hometown Heroes. Our cups are live every Sunday. It's absolutely free to sign up. And our program will feed into the larger Injustice 2 Pro Series World Championship happening later in the fall. If you don't want to sign up, you can tune in every Wednesday night, twitch.tv/NetherRealm. Best of luck to everybody playing War of the Gods. We'll see you online.
Appreciate that, Joshua. Always a nice guy. Okay, he's always so involved in the scene. Always so upbeat. He's great. He's a great guy to run into in a major. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah, he's real fun. I don't know if you saw that video of him at the Evo after party, but that was definitely something else. And check that out. But
he has a good time. But yeah, Hometown Heroes, great program. Love watching it. You and Godspeed doing your thing, and the guys over there doing their thing on the production end. And also here on War of the Gods, here's a quick overview of our prizes that's on the line for this 10-week season leading into the finale. There's a big giveaway at the end during the finale. Look at that. First place, $4,000. Second place, $2,500. Going down to sixth place. So making top 8 gives you a great chance at some money. All you have to do is win one match in top 8, and you're pretty much locked in to get some money. It's that simple. And every single week, huge payouts for top 3, or sorry, top 4 rather. I forgot the third and fourth do split $50, as well as 75 points, 125 points for second, 150 points for first, and going down the list. Everyone that makes top 32 gets points, so no one is really out of it. As long as you're being consistent. And let's go and take a look at that leaderboard and see who is up there right now. And I can tell you who is right on top. The king of War of the Gods right now, Semiij. This man has four-peated here on War of the Gods and won 4 straight weeks. He has doubled everyone else's score. This man is just on fire.
Wow, yeah, he has doubled everybody else's score. I mean, he could literally just sit there for like 4 weeks and chill, and he would still be like potentially up there in that same exact spot. That is some ridiculous amount of domination. And then I guess the big thing for him will be, can he keep going with this domination with a changed Catwoman? Now,
yes,
we saw him play those really long sets against SonicFox on SonicFox's stream. I don't know if you had a chance to check that out, but he was looking really good, really, really good. So I don't think we'll see too much of a change.
We said this before the patch, and just last week. There's almost no way to nerf Semiij just as a player. It's crazy. And if you look at that list, you see a couple players down. A lot of these players are over at Vianality and aren't going to be competing. So if you saw on that list, Rewind has a really good chance this week to get some points and take second place. Also, Perfect Legend there at number 8 with this new and improved Brainiac that has looked fantastic on his streams. Everyone's been watching his Brainiac just because of the potential of a couple of just a very minute changes to Brainiac. Even before the patch, we were a little worried that an overbuff might ascend him into the heavens. He might be right at that perfect competitive range, but we'll have to see what happens as we see Perfect Legend compete in these tournaments moving forward. A little bit more damage, a little bit more consistency on the trait. You know, he gets to set up a few more things. He can hold it and get hit. It still goes away if it's been released and he gets hit. So very minute changes. We'll see what happens, and definitely get into it. And also, we actually have been away for a couple weeks, but let's get into the top 5 plays from the last top 8 here on War of the Gods. Number 5, Forever King adds to his arsenal, calling in an aerial assault on Semiij, giving him a taste of his own interactable medicine.
Oh no, King got the jump too, but he went too far away. He jumped backwards. And this is a good spot for King. He can just sit here and abuse this as long as he wants. Batarangs into the interactable. Hardly anything Semiij can do. And at this point, and a down 2 and an up Batarang.
Number 4. Perfect Legend gets airborne assaulting Star Charger with a barrage of dive kicks and range with Maniac Brainiac.
That is one of the coolest animations in the game. And here's your sweet spot right here. A meter burn back 3, not going to be able to help Star Charger right now.
And that is plus. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. He's keeping it all unwagerable.
Star Charger trying to find his way out. Dive kicks. Dive kick again. And another one incoming.
And here comes another one, and another one. He's kept doing it. Number 3. Forever King's anti-air defense system has a successful test sniping Semiij out of the air into a full combo conversion. Right now, what a corner push.
We're in the corner, but King actually got out using the interactable, but did not blow it up. And just look, okay, really, King, okay. He just knows
here we
this
go.
stuff is gonna hit. Oh no, this is so bad. Please, don't do this.
Whoa, it hits the glitter. King's so good at Number 2. Tweedy almost mounts another Only a Real Master comeback in the same fashion he did before, but Semiij stops him dead in his tracks. Tweedy did this before with this much health remaining.
And on this stage, it was on this stage against HoneyBee that he did this before.
Oh no.
And the mix is happening. Oh my God. And he is keeping it unclashable. Tweedy has no bar. Good take by. Oh, wait a minute. No way can this happen again. No way can this happen again.
Oh, Semiij surely gets it though. Number 1. Semiij shows his prowess landing one of the craziest conversions seen on War of the Gods against StreamMe's Perfect Legend.
I know that's the reason you fell asleep, so just blame Mr. Aquaman. It's okay.
I take all I'll take full responsibility of that. Perfect Legend mounting a nice little comeback here, and Perfect Legend went for the armor break with back 1 there. Oh, what
Wow.
kind of conversion was that?
What? Okay, you know what? NRS, we need a second look at Catwoman. I don't.
That top 5, some ridiculous plays there. That conversion by Semiij still gives me a little bit of goosebumps there. Ooh. And again, you can't really nerf Semiij because everything is there. He's a complete player. Also, guys, right before we get in this first match, use hashtag War of the Gods on Twitter and talk to us here tonight. Whatever you guys want to say, get with us as we get into our first match, which is Arm's Deadly Rebel versus Anbu Get Wrecked. Deadly Rebel, very good dark side player that we've seen a few times here on War of the Gods.
Yeah, and we've seen Get Wrecked a little bit on Hometown Heroes, but I don't think he used too much dark side. I think he might also play Atrocitus. But I guess we'll see how that ends up going, and it's a weird matchup.
Get Wrecked actually using that was instant. Stopping into huge damage. That's what dark side's all about. And Deadly Rebel, what a conversion on the down 1, pinning out that wake up. It is a high. That has been Texas day 1, utilizing perfectly, and I would not have blocked that, let me tell you.
I actually totally looked at the names backwards. I am very dumb. Ignore me. But yeah, this is such a weird matchup just because the shield is such a great tool against Darkseid's lasers. Darkseid lasers are extremely low recovery, but they put you in so much block space. But if you get through it automatically with the shield or duck it and try to punish with a blood puddle, there are a lot of really good ways around the zoning. So I think that Darkseid has to play a little bit more aggressive, which is, I think, what we're seeing.
And there is the nerf to Atrocitus that we see in effect. It was that before, if you really press the down 1 there or anything right there, you got hit straight into the active frames of that vomit. He's able to get the down 1 and then use it accordingly. You can special cancel it. Darkseid doesn't really get damage off any dark down 1 cancels, no launcher. And Anbu Get Wrecked, trying everything right now to stop the bleeding, but this man only has 100 health left. He'd have to mount the Only a Real Master comeback right now if he wants to win this.
Well, I think Atrocitus still definitely has that ability, but not if you get clipped by low laser. Actually, very, very smart. Great choice to use the meter burn low laser. It goes underneath the shield. A lot of different moves that are like low or they move in a very weird way can actually kind of clip your toes. Dextar's not. He only knows how to cover the main body. He's not. I guess he should put a shield on himself maybe and like walk in front if he wants to cover those toes. But it's definitely a weakness of the shield and. Great way to take advantage of it.
Yeah, if there is one, it is that low projectiles will go through it. I mean, because it's just a small kink in the armor because that shield is still incredibly strong in this game. As we know, the changes to Atrocitus, Dextar's not going to be out for as long. Especially the more that you use it, the less you're going to have.
Right, especially with the usage of that shield.
Yeah, and one push block, and he's almost gone. Ooh, and almost what he could have converted off of that. And Get Wrecked switching immediately to Superman. We're gonna see multiple lasers. Going for an anti-air 4-2 may have messed up his direction on a down 2.
Yeah, this is a very pressure-based matchup for Superman. It's gonna be very tough for Darkseid to get out, especially when he gets knocked into the corner like this. I mean, his down one is okay, but its range is just not really what you're looking for in a tool to get out of that kind of pressure.
Oh, and Deadly Rebel turning up the heat. Usually Darkseid's like to zone out Superman, and that was almost a sweet conversion with that down one Superman punch. Now we're Get Wrecked with the trade cancel in the throw. Is going to close up round number 1. As I mentioned, Darkseid's really like to zone out Superman just because of that air laser for air laser. Darkseid's going to win. And that's what's all about frustrating Superman, is keeping him off that air laser.
Yeah, good air dash to get over the truck. That was really big. That would have given Darkseid so much more space, but now Superman's in that spot he likes. Oh, this should be some damage. Oh, he actually went for the reset.
Enjoy your last moments, Worm.
The feeling's mutual.
That was such a late MJP as well from Get Wrecked. He just, from Get Wrecked. He stood there for a good second and then jumped. That was one of the more lengthy ones I've seen.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice bait, and that's why he's got such a life lead now.
Darkseid with his mean 1400 health is never truly out of it, especially the way that he hits if he can open him up with a stomp, meter burn, or a back one.
Oh yeah, the damage coming out of that character is always ridiculous.
Oh, and he had an opportunity there, but
I think he wasn't ready to use the correct air normal. I think maybe if he'd used jump 1, which is a jump normal that you almost never see from Darkseid, it might have air-to-air punished him, but I mean, it's still looking pretty even.
And I just saw Get Wrecked forward dash through an EX Arrow Mega Beam. Oh my Lanta, I would not have seen that working out. Oh, it caught a backdash. Very good trade cancel. Into the throw, keeping on wagerable, getting that huge damage off the trade buff. Now in the corner, that's where Superman likes to play. And Get Wrecked tying us up here with an air laser. The switch to Superman looking much better.
Well, Superman has always been canonically and gameplay tough matchup for Darkseid. Like I said, his normals are relatively stubby, so Darkseid always wants to kind of control that momentum and really try to mix you up and make sure you never get to kind of get within that footsie's range. He plays better, fully outside or right inside where he gets to do all the instant stomps and all the cool mix-ups. But Superman, he controls that space really well just with 4-2-3 alone. Like, just that tool alone makes it tough for Darkseid.
Yeah, once he's in your face, Darkseid likes to have that space to play with to set things up. Christopher Luke there on Twitter asking, do you think there'll be another Injustice Pro Series? After...
That is a great question. That is an extremely good question. I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that.
I don't know the answer at all, but let me tell you, I hope. Great for the scene.
Oh yeah, I mean, I hope there are just tournaments forever.
Ooh.
Never end them. I want to be 90 and they're still being NRS tournaments.
For sure. Oh, and is the Shake gonna still be out? Oh, and that jump 3 just hit everywhere. Oh my gosh. Great reaction with the down 2 from Deadly Rebel. Gets another one though, and the stomp.
What a conversion.
Scaling,
down 2 into instant stomp, and that's it. That was a cool combo. I liked it.
That may have done more than a normal Darkseid BNB off of that. I'm not too sure there. I mean, he could probably get a jump 1 or a jump 3 into the stomp, but it sure did look cool.
Yeah, jump 3 may have worked, but also since it was so early in the juggle, it may not have. And stomp itself, I mean, it's a great knockdown. It does so much damage by itself, and it just throws them full screen, which is exactly where Darkseid wants them. So I can see why.
That was a lot of whiff from Deadly Rebel and getting punished for it now. Doesn't fall for the anti-throw bait. Just takes a turn and breaks the armor with that wake-up knee. It's such a good wake-up, especially on the meter burn. Breaks armor, plus on block.
Yeah, there's no real weakness to that wake-up. You gotta jump back to bait it. There's really no other way.
Very good Air escape out of the meter burn breath. Ooh, but that Superman punch just did everywhere. Ooh,
Oh, the double teleport! He could have got a bigger conversion, but he's still going to get something weird. Ooh, I like that. There we go. I think that may have been actually what he was trying to do off of the down 2 earlier, but maybe he didn't have the meter or he missed the meter.
This is neck and neck. Both these guys about the same amount of health. And a meter burn roll attempt. That's back to back for direct. And now full screen hit. Yep, straight call out. And the air laser getting the air dash. That was so good from Deadly Rebel. Wow.
Yeah, that's one way to anti-air. Just meet him there. That was really close, but it was really smart to not really go for any full conversions. It would have lit Get Wrecked Clash. Instead, just the classic zoning ender, which is just you hit him with a fireball and then you just walk back. Even if the fireball potentially launches, which I think maybe we could have seen a conversion off of the meter burn arrow mega lasers. Still, he chose not to because he knew that even Chip after that would close it out. It did. So are we going to see another switch or sticking with Superman?
He is going to stick out with Superman. He said there in the chat he doesn't really know this matchup, but it's okay because once Superman gets in 4-2-3 range, there are no matchups. It's forward 2-3 or bust, right?
Yeah, that is the Superman classic. So many people have had so many years to practice forward 2-3 man, and just that mix up alone within the 4-2-3 pressure. But Darkseid's always a character that you have to have some experience against. There's so many weird little tricky mix-ups and situations that you need to know how to get out of, and if you're gonna get hit by every stomp, then you are just automatically dead.
Alright, back to full screen.
Yeah, just trying to keep him there, but a meter burn roll is a really good choice. Of course, the better your normal dash is, the better your meter burn roll is in general. So Superman got a great one. You just never really see it because he already has so much mobility. Oh, nice. Tries to bait the respect right there. 2-2. So many people don't press buttons after 2-2. They're either waiting for the 2-2-3 or the 2-2 scoop. They know that there is that mix-up coming, and so instead of thinking, oh, maybe he'll just stop, they're always ready for one or the other. Oh, and there we go. We're seeing that same conversion. That is definitely what he tried to do that first time. It's a great launcher. I mean, honestly, the optimal combo really for Darkseid is meter burn stomp, back 3, jump 3, meter burn stomp. Or I guess you can get one more jump in there, but it does so much damage, and it's a good way to convert off and down too.
Yeah, there's 2 conversions that I see. Some guys go for jump 1 first, some guys go for jump 3 first, and what a meter burn cancel off the 2-2 Deadly Rebel. That was incredibly clean and incredibly fast. And he has used stand 2 a lot. I like what I'm seeing. I mean, it's one of Darkseid's mids. He reacted to a meter burn dash attempt, and there at the end, canceling a meter burn would have been plus anyway. Could have mixed with jump 3 or instant stomp, or even back 1 there off the meter burn. There's a lot of stuff that he can do there. That was very clean from Deadly Rebel, especially at the end, making the adjustment and able to keep Superman off in there at the end.
Yeah, and like you were saying, really good usage of standing 2. That's one of the real only normals that Darkseid can challenge Superman with. It's pretty fast. It's like 9 or 10 frames. It's mid. It's relatively far. Doesn't advance him forward, but you can still sort of, check Superman a little bit more than you would be able to with any of his other normals. Because past that, I mean, he's got like a little stubby, like pew pew down 1, or he's got some like really far range slow normals. So you kind of have to try the boot. I love the boots.
Yes, he's the only character I've seen that has a down 1 that's almost like a backhand. He just backhands the ground real quick. He just says, you know what, I'm sick of you, and yeah, mixing in those quick lows with the instant air stomps. I mean, if you do the most instant air stomp, I swear it's unreactable. That man doesn't even come off the ground, and it hurts.
I saw.
As you mentioned.
Oh, I saw Kandar posting some videos of how instant you can actually do that, and yeah, it's like he's just standing there, and all of a sudden he just goes boom, and he just like barely like twitches, and suddenly there's just like a blast beneath his feet.
It becomes like a 4-frame low starter. It's like what? What? Of course not 4 frames because jumpstart activate in what 10 frames in this game?
I don't know exactly. I don't think it's quite that long before you can actually do something from the air. I think it's like I don't know the exact timing, but it's definitely very fast. Still, I don't think it's quite that long. It might be that long until you can do maybe like an air normal or something like that. But I think if you're doing an air special, it might be a little bit faster. And yeah, it becomes a really scary, high damaging low that I mean, on top of that, people aren't ready to punish it, even if they block it, unless they like really think it's coming. So like if you see him standing and all of a sudden there's this little blast and you block it and you're like, wait, what was that? And then it might already like be too late to punish it, even though it's pretty minus. So it's a scary option.
Yeah, and he was doing 2-2 a lot, safe on block, and then mixing it up really well off of it with the air laser, with a stagger, and pressure was fantastic. The use of trait was amazing. And yeah, Deadly Rebel, one of my personal favorites to watch dark side wise, especially here on War of the Gods. I've seen him take on the best here. I mean, even against guys like SonicFox, he's put up a fight, and look forward to him on the winner side of this bracket so far. And up next, we're gonna have El Tigre versus Deoxys with Scarecrow. And El Tigre, are we gonna see post match tournament? Oh, Supergirl, who we've seen a lot of since the patch, Chef, all over the country and the world, really.
Oh yeah, I mean, even at Finality, we saw a lot of Nivek. We've seen quite a bit of this character. I was just watching Citrus Clash, and Toxin was using a lot of Supergirl. Supergirl is just looking great. She's one of the most buffed characters in the entire patch. She now has such safer footsies, higher damage from most of her conversions. It's just, I think she may have been the most buffed in the patch, personally.
And El Tigre has been playing her since day one. And Deoxys he hasn't been playing Scarecrow for a while. Ooh, gets the punish. Doesn't have any bar to convert. Yeah. I expect a really good matchup here. We'll see how well El Tigre does the matchup. Ooh, going for a wake up. Getting baited out by those long range normals by Scarecrow. And oh no, that is almost a perfect to start us off.
And that was a very nice pickup. Not a lot of Scarecrows are great at reacting and picking up if only the second hit of the meter burn fear wave or whatever it's called connects. It's usually they kind of hit confirm it off the first one, so that was very nice. Did just enough damage to take the first bar too.
Oh, the lane is so long too. Deoxys is just bullying him in the corner right now. He's only gotten one hit, which is a down one into breath that he didn't meter burn into a full combo. And all these lows are opening up El Tigre. Oh my gosh. Oh, and the one chance El Tigre had some damage. Unsuccessful, and what a blow up.
Yeah, that should be it.
Oh my gosh.
All he needs to do is activate trait, and there's essentially nothing you can do. I mean, it has to be the most difficult thing in the entire game to make a comeback on Scarecrow. Yeah, the trait.
That, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's terrifying, as it should be. As it's Scarecrow. So that was just some real quarter dominance. I mean, Deoxys just didn't let him out a single time. That entire game was played in the right side corner until the very end when there was like 1% life left. Ooh, interesting switch.
You going for the mirror here? I like it. As you guys see, a big upset there on the winner's side. HoneyBee already in losers. And a couple guys advancing, as you can see there. Buffalo asking in the chat, is Sub-Zero allowed in this tournament? He is. This is Sub-Zero's first time being allowed in competitive play.
I really hope we get to see some Sub-Zeros today because we really don't have any experience seeing him at any like really high competitive events. This is literally, I think, the first time.
Yes, and actually the character that I've been liking since he came out. Sub-Zero's got some gimmicks, so you know I'm all over it.
He's a lot of fun. But all right, so El Tigre looking a lot better, looking considerably better in the mirror than in the Supergirl pick. Now, some people are just not comfortable playing in the mirror match, no matter what their character is, no matter how good they are. Some people just don't like having to challenge their own tools. There's something about it mentally, you know?
And even the best in the world don't like mirrors. Like, I know a couple guys that no matter who it's against either, they're like, nope.
Yeah, at the North American Online IPS East tournament, we had SonicFox choosing the mirror against Semiij and actually beating Semiij. Now, it looks like Semiij really like labbed that mirror, but yeah, it was tough at first. That even for a player that's so dominant like Semiij.
What a setup by Deoxys, getting the damage over time, mid combo, and then setting up the toxin after, and getting the damage over time there. That was incredibly good.
My toxin affects you.
And he's gonna have to get back a ton of life. I didn't actually see the meter. Oh yeah, this is nearly impossible at this point. They just both activate trait. He could sit there and literally get hit, and there would be nothing that LT
Oh
Gray
yeah,
could.
that's what's so deadly about that is that you can hit him, you can make the read of your life, just like LT Gray did, and it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. You're gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I guess you just try to go for some of your longest normals. Hope that your hurt box doesn't extend with them. Like maybe just go for a bunch of back threes, and if it lands, just do another back three.
Yeah,
I don't know.
4-3
That's gotta be the best bet. Oh yeah,
Yep.
4-3. Those are all great options. Any of the chain normals, but even then, I mean, then you're already playing with such a nerfed moveset. Good start by the
very
Deoxys.
plus
The
on
restand,
it.
of course, is so plus. Plus, it's a restand, so then it just puts him back into that mix-up situation that's so scary, especially if he's got any more meter.
Yep, he can keep it +6. He can stagger anything. He can tick throw. He can just remain plus. Even if you block 1, 2, 3, plus. You have to respect him down 1. Anytime you respect something, he can command grab you just like now, and it's just an absolute train wreck that can happen.
Yeah, definitely I would say the pressure character of Injustice 2. You never want to be within that down 1 range. The down 1 range, command grab range, that is just the scariest place in the world. I mean, if he's got multiple bars of meter to spend, then you are just going to be in a world of hurt no matter what, especially because most likely you're going to be taking a bunch of chip damage to straight all at the same time.
All right, so Tigray almost went down an entire bar of health, and all he did was jump 3 and stay plus on this man until he made the comeback. And he's been missing his conversions off the jump 3 into down 1 command grab, or even like a down 1 fear blast. He's been missing a lot of his conversions off the jump 3, which we see guys like White Boy convert every single time into like a down 1 command grab. Oh, for me to burn, that was a perfect trade. And Deoxys staying aggressive and going through the wake up. Forcing the wake up.
fears. Ready for a shocker?
Wow, I'm loving the Scarecrow v Scarecrow clash quotes. They're frightening.
Is he afraid of himself, I wonder? Is he? What happens? I mean, he should be immune to the tear gas. When it's these two together, they should just like be in their normal like lab coat outfits.
Oh, jumped her for the Deoxys. That is going to take it 3-0, but Eltino to switch the Scarecrow mirror looked much better.
Yeah, very surprising, but like I said, sometimes people just aren't comfortable in the mirror, and maybe El Tigre has been practicing Scarecrow. It definitely didn't look like any sort of bad play. It just came down to the fact that at the very end, there was about a 30% life deficit, and when you're down at that about 20% life, as a character that has to be within range against Scarecrow, you essentially have no options. I mean, your options are very, very, very limited, and he was in that situation both times. Had to try something risky, didn't work out for him. So it's a good Scarecrow play. Already seen some good stuff. And
Absolutely. Christopher Luke on Twitter, I do not have a cam. My bad, man. But you guys still get to see my beautiful face. And so, not a lot of people know this, but in that photo, I'm actually sitting next to Wonder Chef at Wednesday Night Fights. So that photo is very fitting because Chef is exactly where he was on that night. Right to my left, so your guys is right. And there we go. There's the full screen. And Chef, okay, so someone screen capped this, and it happened to catch Chef looking at me in a way that I didn't feel like getting looked at that night, but I'm not upset about it.
I still have no idea what was actually going on in that situation. I feel like somebody made a dumb joke. I don't know who. Could have been anybody, really.
I guarantee you it was me. I'm actually willing to put money on it that I said something incredibly stupid, and you just were like, okay, I'm good.
It's entirely possible. You either look like ugh or very proud of yourself. It's one of those two in that situation. Hard to tell. You've got the real poker face going on. The shades are good for that.
Yeah, no one knows. Like, I'm really hard to read because I wear aviators, and my eyes could be looking anywhere, at any time, doing anything.
You could be taking a nap.
Pretty scary.
That would be really impressive.
All right, guys. What we said the next match, which is going to be our point leader Semiij versus Baby Gorilla, and he better play Grodd or I might blow somebody up. But guys, hit us up on Twitter. Check us out on YouTube, Instagram, twitter.com/StreamMe. Give us a follow, give us a retweet, give us a like. We would definitely enjoy it. We're trying to make War of the Gods as big as possible, give you guys even more content here in the NRS community. YouTube.com/StreamMe to catch all of our previous broadcasts, all the matches, everything we do here on StreamMe, especially esports related, ends up there in the archives. Check it out and give us a follow on Instagram, instagram.com/stream_me. And if you guys are looking to stream, look no further. Easy to get partnered. Create an account, stream, and get 50 followers, and you will get partnered on StreamMe with a 70-30 split in your favor. That's 70% of that sub money goes right into your pockets, and there's a chance at extra cash on the site every single month with a monthly contest where top streamers get paid out quite a bit. And okay, we're gonna get to it. Baby Gorilla does play Grodd. Here we go. Grodd, who thanks to Omega K, I've been starting to get scared of Grodd here in this patch.
Now, Grodd has always been really terrifying, but only if your execution is that of a machine. You have to have robot hands. He has some of the strongest meterless conversions, especially the fact that each one goes into a mix-up, but you cannot drop anything. You drop one thing and everything is over. So we'll see exactly how Baby Gorilla does as far as that goes. And especially trying to do it in a tough situation like this against a player like Semiij.
Okay, a little bit of damage. Could have got a back 3 there. Could have got some other things. Already seeing a little bit. As you mentioned, the damage from Grodd, the optimized damage is incredibly hard. This character is very high execution, and there are people that I've expected to kind of pick up Grodd just based on their execution, and I haven't really seen it. Like, I picture some of the OGs that have a ridiculous execution, like seeing this character and going, okay, if I get the execution down, I could do some amazing things. But so far, not a lot of people played Grodd.
Yeah, like you said earlier, Omega K is really the standout as far as really hitting every opportunity and taking that damage. But not too many others. Still, even without that sort of crazy execution, Grodd is he's got a lot of really unique tools, especially after the patch. There are a lot of tools that really make his opponents respect him, and they do a lot more damage. One of them is just like we saw right there, the Stampede, especially the meter burn version, does a lot more damage. It's got armor, it's a good check, it's safe to defend meter. But Semiij hasn't fallen for it, and that's...
Oh, there we go, getting him there with only 5 health left. It's okay. Pop off a little bit, get some damage, and go in the next round with a little bit of confidence, saying that you just hit Semiij, you stampeded him. Guess what? That match never happened. Pop off a little bit on your chest, and go into game number 2 with a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, you gotta get the chest pound before you play the next match. You know, it powers you up. I'm assuming that all Grodd players, they just get more pumped up over time, like, you know, like beasts. You have to kind of have that Grodd attitude to play Grodd, you know,
yes, you
especially at this point in the game. And especially if your name is Baby Gorilla. I mean, you have to. You have to be ready. You have to be pumped when you get the chest.
Oh, Justin on Twitter saying he had the privilege of getting whooped by PL's Brainiac. That's something that we really want to see tonight, is this new and improved Brainiac in action. Baby Gorilla down 0-1 now against our point leader and our champion here on StreamMe. He won the last season of Kombat Cup for Mortal Kombat X, and he picked up right where he left off. He has actually been the points leader for every season that we have held competitively.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. He is just so far ahead right now. Oh, ooh, nice, down 2. That was so far back.
And
that should be a lot of damage. It's actually nerfed damage, but still significant. 351 meterless, not bad at all.
Yeah, 351 meterless. That's a great day at the office.
It's almost Batman meterless.
Interactable and getting that damage again. Here we go. Go for a step. Is he gonna go for a dash and neutral jump? He goes for the jump over instead. That may have thrown him off. I've seen Semiij opt to do the dash in neutral jump 90% of the time.
Yeah, the neutral jump 1 is such a great option. It avoids so many wake-ups, especially when you have forward advancing wake-ups like Grodd does. It just kind of makes him whiff. Sometimes it catches him in the back. You get full punish.
I'll send Batman your corpse.
I've killed mice braver than you.
Why is she killing mice? That's not very nice. I know she's trying to fight a gorilla, but the mice didn't do anything to her, even if she is a cat. Ooh, that should be a good amount of damage. One more mix-up. Baby Gorilla's got to do something crazy, and leaping in. It was a good attempt, but yeah. Semiij is definitely ready. Catwoman controls so much space, and any of the kind of crazy approaches that Grodd is going to make can all be controlled if Semiij is just ready for it. Either, you know, an up whip, an air-to-air whip, a back three like we just saw. Pretty much there's options. So I think Baby Gorilla, if he's going to stick with Grodd, which it doesn't look like he's going to, but if he did, he would have had to play a considerably more patient approach, which is tough. You have to really play patient, really try to make Catwoman whiff their normals. That doesn't really happen very often, and then take advantage. But we are seeing the second dark side of the night, it looks like.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's really hard for, especially Grodd's players that I've seen. They really like to be aggressive, even in their mindset. So it's hard to slow down, and that actually punished the trip, and Gorilla almost got a huge conversion off of it.
That was, he jumped over the whip and then stomped in place to punish it.
That means that her hitbox is extended quite a bit in that on whiff.
Yeah, it definitely does. She actually moves forward.
Yes, Semiij's just picking up right where he left off. But yeah, that was definitely duly noted that that thing has a big forward hitbox. I think Semiij could have stuck a background bounce in there. I'm not too sure if he wanted to save it. I'm not too sure there.
Oh! Yeah, Catwoman background bounce combos are always very awkward. Even in Injustice 1, where she had a little bit better tools to combo off of it, a lot of times you didn't see Catwoman players even go for it because of just how weird her combos are, and the fact that her back and forward three go forward so far.
Yeah, the forward three is most likely going to hit behind the background bounce, and the back three just so hard to time.
Yeah.
Ooh. And once that jump three is active by Darkseid, it's so hard to anti-air. Even with a down to like Catwoman and Gorilla there, mixing up well off the teleport, but it just wasn't ready for the combo. And Semiij is very close to closing this out. 462, my gosh.
Yeah, that damage is still significant, and just the standing one into whip, all he needed. So Semiij still looking as strong as ever. That is technically the first match that we've seen from Semiij on War of the Gods post-patch. But I didn't feel like that seemed any different. What do you, I mean,
yeah,
what did you think? Did it look the same to you?
It's you know what? Even if I were to watch him play Melina right now, I'd be like, I'm watching the same character getting played by the same dude, just doing the same stuff. That it's just what he does. He just goes to work, does his 8 hours, goes home, and has a great time. It's insane.
Well, his consistency is ridiculous. It's always been ridiculous, and I mean, it shows that through every single change. I mean, we saw the same exact thing happen when they changed Melina. I mean, of course, he was a Melina player before that patch, and then afterwards, he stayed the same, stayed extremely powerful, and then now we're seeing the exact same thing with Catwoman. So that man, he chooses his character. He like truly learns the character. He's not one of those people who's gonna be like, man, maybe I'll switch. You know, like maybe there's a better character. It's his style, and it's great.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy is that he found a character that fit his playstyle immediately, hasn't had to come off her. Just like with Melina, we saw him come off Melina just a couple times, go into Cassie back in the MKX days, but wow, has he found a character that fits his playstyle and happens to be a very good character, and doing very well, especially on War of the Gods, and he's been doing well in the Injustice Pro Series as well. Up next, we are going to have SylverRye versus DSV Basics. And then after that, Godbreaker versus Best MK Raiden, who will not be doing 700 damage this week. I guarantee it.
Hey, that damage is still ridiculous. He still gets some crazy amounts, but you just got to change your combo pads now, and maybe it takes a little bit more meters. So I want to see if he can still get 700.
If Best MK Raiden, if you're listening, if you hit 700 damage, you might receive a nice little gift in the mail in the form of some Catalyst mints or something from me.
Ooh, I'll do it. I want some mints.
Now Chef, after this broadcast, is going to go into the training mode and try to break 700 damage with Black Adam.
I'll do that
know
mid-broadcast for those mints.
Mid-broadcast? That's right. It'll be on his YouTube channel in about 10 minutes.
There you go. No, those mints are great. I actually survived like an entire Hometown Heroes podcast by eating like an entire tin of those mints that you gave us while you were over there. Yeah, it was it was one of those off days, but then I looked in my bag and I was like, I have the mints, and they're actually really good. I actually like legitimately very much want one. And I had seriously through that because I go from that to Wednesday night fights. It's a very long day, and I needed those mints. Those mints saved my life. I lived off of them.
I can officially say that I've done ESL Wednesday night fights back to back, and it is pretty intense. All right, basics here, going with Brainiac. This is what I like to see against Big D wearing a Flash costume.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I think wasn't Basics a Superman player? I could definitely be wrong about that, but that's what my brain's telling me. And now
bringing a little bit of a bell, and what a punish on the tentacle strike. He's gonna get some good damage here. Good stuff from SylverRye. He's gonna get a good corner push, doing a 50-50, and Basics pressing a button in between the down 1-2. Oh, big drop. Let's see if Basics has the damage, and he does.
All right, nice choosing to set up the trait. I like that. You can either try to set up the trait, get yourself some pressure, or you can move in immediately and try to get a mix-up. It's that's one of the cool things about Brainiac is that there are so many different ways to play him. Ooh, that's a great choice actually for hashing Brainiac out of any of his aerial mobility. It's the newly now safe running man stance.
Oh, mixing up that whiff down 1 into the dive kick. That's really sexy. Basics has also mixed up his down 1, whether he's going to extend it or not. He can extend it with that down forward animation. It makes the frames look absolutely terrible, but it sure does have a lot of range.
Yeah, no, it's one of the best, like, kind of low-profiling lows actually that you can have. Oh, nice restand! I actually haven't seen that restand setup since Injustice 1. I didn't even know if it was still there.
Here.
You land just the first hit of 3-2. It completely restands. It doesn't give you that hard knockdown.
Basics throwing a little bit of gimmicks with the normals into the trait. Ooh, good push block. Didn't want SylverRye to get that EX Sonic final block and forcing wager. And SylverRye has some meter here.
Bragging again, eh?
He can do some damage and put him within kill territory, and he is.
Oh yeah, that is just chip. Now what's his option? Oh, just block. That's always the safest option, I guess. Doesn't have that torpedo. He could have maybe running man stance 1, but I like that. I like the safety, respecting the fact that Brainiac has a very far-reaching wake up, and just guaranteeing himself that chip is very, very nice patience.
Yeah, and very close. Basics definitely came to play on that wake up attempt. Might have been able to meter burn it. It looked like he built the meter. I couldn't tell if it was on block or if it was on the actual startup, but I think even on block you might have been able to get out that meter burn and keep it a little, shave off some frames. It's not 100% safe, I believe. It's right in between. It's kind of like a hard to punishable because that's pushback. I can't remember what it is on block if I'm being clear.
The meter burn charge is actually only -3, so it actually does make it completely safe.
Okay.
And it also gives a lot of pushback, so that would have prevented him from being in that sort of guaranteed tip range. But yeah, that's one of the things about Injustice. It's very unique in the fact that a lot of times you can look at your bar and say, oh, I don't have the meter to use this tool. But if you were to just throw out the special, then you would be able to get that meter, and it's something you got to be ready for.
Very good blocks from SylverRye, and this is going to get him back into it, getting up the trait. Corner push. Big damage. Oh my gosh, talking about big damage? 500. But it cost an extra bar. I'm not too sure if that bar was worth it. But
yeah, that was a very interesting ender. I feel like that may not have been what he was intending to do, or maybe there was some sort of setup that didn't get shown off. But regardless, it was still a hard knockdown. It still gave him another opening, and that was a huge amount of life in just one exchange.
Well, very good read by SylverRye. Get him go up and make it a read that he was going to use the... I don't look at the move list, but he just grabs the sky with his tentacle and starts moving.
I will muster the speed force.
Better do it quick.
Oh, I get it. That's the speed force quick. I get it. I see what you guys did.
Dumb. Oh, I love it. That's actually one of my favorite Clash quotes now, and I've never heard that one.
So little accomplished.
And that is not an invincible wake up. That slide from SylverRye not getting into those frames. Yeah, wow, that's really rare. Ooh, that max range down 1. There is a gap in between down 1 tentacle strike, but there was no distance in order to press the button there from SylverRye.
Yeah, especially as Flash. Of course, having kind of stubby normals. Maybe the reversal, one of the reversal punches would work, but yeah, the range was just out of there. This should be a lot of damage. Ooh!
But might have been going for restand there, didn't get it. What a delayed wake up getting him out of those plus frames. And oh no! I think he might have missed attacking there. Oh my gosh, what's going on?
Wow, 2 drops in a row, and this should be a lot of guaranteed pressure. Doesn't block the overhead. Very nice. Yeah, definitely Basics was going for an instant dive kick. He checked him with like 4 or 5 lows in a row, and then he went for the instant dive kick, but he messed it up, and he only got that instant jumping 2. If you ever see a Brainiac get the instant jumping 2, which is that little like jumping cage, or you see a Black Adam get an instant jumping 3, you always know, yeah, that was supposed to be a dive kick. For sure.
Exactly.
And,
there are a couple times where Brainiacs will do the instant jump 2 just to make you press a button and then cancel into dive kick midair.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure if Basics was going for that. I think he may have saw himself miss and just gone, well, you know, F it. Falling line pending doom, but he could have got a cancel the dive kick out of that, but he may have also jumped over XyFox and reversed his own input.
Yeah, that's true. It was probably just a situation he wasn't ready for because he actually thought that he was going to be getting the dive kick. He was probably, you know, ready to meter burn. He was like, wait, I whiffed, and it was already too late. But still, it's looking pretty close. Just Basics needs to get out of that corner. I would actually like to see him use push block. A lot of times you don't see people who play offensive characters use push block that much, but sometimes you need to.
Oh, and XyFox in a pretty good spot with those drones. He gets it reversed it. I'm not even sure what happened right there. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Nah, me neither. That was very weird. But I do know that Basics said no more drones for you. He said, I don't want to deal with that. You did it only 1 time, but that's way too many already.
XyFox looked like he's definitely done some homework in the matchup with that anti-air up tornado into neutral. Knowing that Brainiacs love to do that little sky grab and just catch him on the approach. It'll beat out dive kick. It'll beat out all those little jump attempts.
Yeah, if you have a tool that really catches that angle and it's active for a very long time, it's always going to be good in the Brainiac matchup. Whoa, nice trade. Very weird trade. But yeah, if you can stop him from really controlling the entire air mobility game, then that just becomes so much more scary. Because when you have a patient, kind of slow approach Brainiac, it is so much less effective than if he can jump around, do the, yeah, whatever the tentacle air mobility move is called. I'm going to put that up too. And yeah, you got to control him out of that sky.
Basics now with the lead, but ooh, XyFox trying to slide into those DMs, and he does not get blocked. Oh, an armor for armor.
Your power astounds.
Like that? Watch this.
Yeah, armor for armor, but of course, Flash always winning that trade. Meter burn back 3 being 2 hits is such a good thing for him. I mean, in a few different ways, but mainly just the fact that meter burn back 3 versus meter burn back 3 happens a lot. Especially in against a character like Flash, you're always really scared. You're always trying to get out of there, and 2 hits really help sometimes. Oh, that's
some weird side stuff there from XyFox to close us out. Good stuff to Basics. He was pretty close in all 3 matches. XyFox was able to clutch it out all 3 times.
Yeah, that last setup was ridiculous. I mean, that was like he did a combo into a side switch, and then he corpse hopped. Or then he like fakes corpse hopped, and then he actually corpse hopped, and then he down 2'd from the first side, and then crossed up with the ground pound. That was just, yeah, it was way too many mix-ups. I don't even know how you would block that. Oh, that actually might have been to the point where there were so many mix-ups that some of it was accidentally blocked. Like, you have to guess right eventually on accident when there's that many side switches. But yeah, really nice mix-ups by XyFox.
Or even on XyFox's end, he could have just been making that up as he went along. He said, all right, if I press some stuff, Flash is going to do some stuff. And because of the Speed Force, he won.
That is totally true. That could definitely happen with Flash. That man has mix-ups on mix-ups. Sometimes you do mix-ups with him you don't even mean to. Sometimes you get those weird cross-ups. But, you know, you can kind of just, like, forward 3 in the corner sometimes. And who knows what side you'll end up on. It's a surprise to everybody.
Yeah, sometimes even the Flash players, and even go back to Injustice 1 days where you ask someone, "Hey, did that Martian teleport cross up?" And the answer is always, "I don't know."
I just pressed the button.
It might have.
And do we talk about this? We're seeing on the ticker that Savvy defeats HoneyBee 3-1.
Yes,
that's Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I don't know if you did mention that earlier, so apologize if you did. But I don't know who that is. Do you have any?
No, it's all good. Yeah,
familiarity?
I'm not too sure either. But sending HoneyBee to losers that early, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. And
I mean, especially he's had some. He's had such good showings recently. Obviously at Evo, and then the North American Online East tournament, and then of course we see his brother. I'm assuming HoneyBee's not there, but we're seeing his brother at Vianality doing well. Both of them have been doing so well recently, and so yeah, to be knocked into losers so early in a huge bracket like this, that's surprising.
Here we go, best MK Raiden, known for his huge damage with this character against Godbreaker, who this is my first time seeing him with a sexy looking flash skin. That actually is one that I like, and I absolutely hate the flash. I'll admit it on stream. Barry Allen with his Speed Force can do whatever he wants, and I don't like it. Ooh,
all right, that's fair. And
background bounce. Oh no!
Yeah, it looks like he's doing whatever he wants right now.
Very good hold on that back three though for the conversion. I like that.
Ooh, just SMK just walking back. It's always so funny watching Black Adam players that are patient because they just walk back and they just chill. Oh, that's not a combo anymore. That is not a real conversion. Maybe, I mean, okay. So actually, this is, I think, the first Black Adam that we're seeing on War of the Gods. Obviously, Black Adam, one of the most changed characters. His conversions are different. The optimal paths are different. And you have to really get used to how you combo with him now. Again, it looked like Best MK Raiden was going for that usual conversion, forward 1-2 trait, forward 1-2 into Black Magic, but you can't do that anymore.
Oh, and you know what? If I was a betting man at Vegas and I had to put a chip down, I'd have put a chip down on that not crossing up, and I would have lost some money right there. That jump 2 was so ambiguous it hurt.
Never put money on... Never bet against Flash's mix-ups because the house always wins. What? Was that just a raw background bounce? He didn't even cancel that from anything. He just straight up background bounce, and then he lands another. This is a bunch of weird resets. I don't even know what the situation is here. Wow.
Yeah, the background bounce on the stage is so large because it's two of them side by side. Best MK Raiden's fighting for his life, trying to get some health back here.
Ooh, wow, both betting too. Oh, I guess they that's all they had, and they wanted to keep it even.
Oh, and gold portal, which is a high, gets down to Godbreaker, taking an early lead over Best MK Raiden.
The Flash wins.
And we've of course seen so many flashes post Evo. Of course, there are a bunch of people that played Flash. I don't want to, say anything against them. There were a ton of people that love Flash. He's a very popular character. He's very cool. He's got some great pressure. So there were people, but we've seen so many more after Evo. So many more. We have a tweet from Crazy Fingers. Good old Crazy Fingers.
Fighters approaching Gorilla City.
he counterpicked his own character. Oh, that is so... That is just heartbreaking. I don't know if I feel worse for the Swamp Thing player or for the person who has to counterpick his own favorite character.
What a savage Crazy Fingers has turned out to be. This man talked about Swamp Thing for 14.5 months, and then when the game drops, he goes, I'm gonna use Darkseid. You animal.
What's an animal? Oh, and we actually got the switch to reverse flash. That's the real important thing.
Now, reverse flash, not paying off here. I think I have to stick it out with Barry Allen.
Yeah, definitely not the counter pick, not the premier counter pick. All right, so you don't like Barry Allen, you like reverse flash.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, so this is the difference. So now you can.
Oh. My favorite DC movie ever happens to be Flashpoint Paradox, and I love me some reverse flash. Let me tell you.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. But I'm of course a big fan of the skinny, weak Superman with the invincible eye lasers. In SoCal we used to call that the Theo Superman because you'd never see him hit anybody. He'd just run away and shoot with lasers. So it was pretty appropriate.
Comboed off the background bounce. He just waited. Got a 1-1 on the ground. Best MK Raiden getting back in this match. 1-1. But yes, Flashpoint Paradox. I'm not sure to give too many spoilers. Aquaman happens to be the main villain. And all I'll say is that he is one of the few villains in the DC universe to successfully end the world.
Reverse Flash. Black Adam.
Yep,
Oh, yeah,
he happens to be one badass villain.
Reverse Flash.
There were a lot of really good villains in it, actually. So yeah, definitely check that out. But wow, sticking with Reverse Flash, I don't know if that's smart. We should have seen another switch. We could have gone to, wow, why am I blanking out on the other Flash's name? I'm so terrible. We just saw SylverRye playing it. I don't know. I'm clearly a fraud, and I'll think of that name later. But yeah, sticking with Reverse Flash.
But the Retro Flash. Ooh, double running man stance mid combo. That's pretty swaggy here from Godbreaker. Getting huge damage. That was actually more than SylverRye. Ooh, SylverRye, look out. Oh, I love that. I love that. Bro.
Ooh. I liked that actually a lot at the very end. He knew that timing exactly to beat the kind of lack of invincibility on Wake Up Lightning. Oh, he's going for damage. Oh, he picked him back up.
And only got 142 of that black magic. Scales like the best of them. Very good.
All right, we've seen this drop a few times before. Oh, is he finally on it? Wow, Running Man cancels so many in one combo. That was awesome. Oh, I love Running Man cancel combos. They're actually still huge damage, but you almost never see anybody use Running Man cancels in general. That's D2 plus. It's really good for aim advantage, and there are certain juggles that you can only do with that. But that was a very cool combo. I think Godbreaker tried that 3 or 4 times already, so he finally landed.
Into the Speed Force with you.
I'll show you the wizard's power.
That would have hurt. That would have been that was a meter bring cancel, and he would have gone into a background bounce, and that's where he gets his 700 damage from back in the day.
Yeah, I still didn't get a chance. We've seen him try it, but of course there was the flip out, so I want to see if he can still get kind of damage. So getting solid meterless. Oh, and a nice pickup. We've seen a lot of baits.
Poor Black Adam, Chef, barely getting the kill there, off of all those resources of a trait. You know, it feels terrible for this character that's had his wings clipped. You know.
Yeah, no, real clipped real hard. No, not actually. So Black Adam, of course, still does ridiculous damage. The character still gets, like almost 400 meterless, and with meter he gets upwards of like 470. So the character is still, of course, extremely strong. They say that they nerfed his damage, and they did. They did. Of course, his damage was insane before, but that doesn't make him a low damage character. There are some other characters which we have seen who really have had their damage taken down. We actually haven't seen any of them today, aka Mr. Well, actually, I accidentally just said Mr. Aquaman, which is not an appropriate thing to say when the actual Mr. Aquaman is here. But yeah, the Black Adam damage still out there, still in the stratosphere, but not as high as Flash. Definitely not as high as Flash. The damage was also nerfed just a teensy bit, but barely at all.
Yeah, we haven't seen one Aquaman. I don't expect to. That man drowned in his sorrows, and I feel so terrible for anyone who even attempts to use him. I'm just kidding. Aquaman is still probably going to do okay, but I don't really see him dominating like we saw before. And, ooh, pressing a button on that jump, too. That's a no-no. And Chef, looking at who's coming up next, I almost guarantee we're going to see Sub-Zero finally.
Ooh. Oh, maybe. Wow. Okay, these next matches are really exciting. I don't know if you want to stay talking about them until that happens, but yeah, I'm actually extremely excited for both of the next ones.
Godbreaker closing this out and does get it unblocked. Good those unblock run hit. But yeah, the match is coming up. We're gonna Buffalo versus Titanium Tiger. Should be a good one, and then we're gonna see Perfect Legends Brainiac against Drew Zod after that.
Yeah, and that means that we might see actually 2 Brainiacs in a row because Titanium Tiger is Brainiac player themselves.
Feel Conduct's wrath.
And as we're talking about these next matches, Godbreaker is bringing this match, trying to send us to our first Game 5 of the night.
Well, it is looking close. With that kind of damage, it could be just one opening. And that could be all he needs. Oh, no, actually didn't have trade available because of the clash. Oh, and didn't punish, but still gets the overhead, and will take it to Game 5. for the first time tonight. A lot of different openings right there. Couldn't quite get the punish on the meter burn flip out, which Godbreaker's actually used really well himself. I think we've seen more flip outs from Godbreaker than we've seen in like every other match combined the rest of the night, just from him alone.
Absolutely, and Best MK Raiden's caught 2 or 3 of them so far, and he keeps going for it. I respect it.
Reverse flash.
Well, the nice thing about it is unless you really get picked up in a very specific way, even if you do meter burn flip out of a combo, it does actually add scaling, even if you get picked back up. So even if you do get baited, you can still spend that meter, you can still reduce the damage on you overall. In I guess the character like Black Adam, that could mean everything.
All right, here we go. First blood going to Godbreaker, and now he's got the corner and the trait. This is the perfect start for a Flash player, getting that trait, getting half damage, getting the corner push, and now he gets the mix and potentially steal the momentum. He is working on a perfect right now here in the corner.
Ooh, and one more hit could be it, and it is a perfect first life bar. But, I mean, a perfect first life bar is literally 3 openings, and it could have potentially been 2 had there been a little bit more meter on the board. But now, wow, okay, working on actually a perfect game. When's the last time we saw a perfect game on War of the Gods? I literally can't even remember that ever happening. Oh, and we might not.
But, yep, stopping it is Best MK Raiden. And what I've liked about Godbreaker is I have seen his execution increase match by match. I've seen it go up, and it has been flawless here in game number 5.
Yeah, and of course, it's still early in the tournament, so there are some players who need to warm up just a teensy bit, but it's really important to warm up before the tournament, too. You have to be ready. If you lose that first match because you weren't warmed up, then you have a pad.
Wow, running man stance, dodging dive kick, now 4 times in a row. A lot of mobility. We get it.
They're playing leapfrog.
Godbreaker doing some Black Adam damage of his own. And there we go. You talked about it. The air escapes from Godbreaker have been on point. He's been doing it very, very often.
Yeah, and that's a strange option, too, to usually see from Flash, because Flash uses so much meter for his combos, but, I mean, I guess he builds a lot within his pressure itself, so he's just got the meter to spend. I mean, look at it. He's already back at essentially full bar.
Into the Speed Force with you. I'll show you the wizard's power.
That means he can potentially get back a good amount of life.
And he does. And look at this lead. He only needs 1 straight hit, and he gets it. Doing the perfect amount of damage on those 2 hits. Closing out Godbreaker, advancing, coming back from a deficit here against Best MK Raiden, who has been doing very well here on War of the Gods.
Yeah, Godbreaker looking really good. I loved a lot of those combos. Really stylish.
Oh yeah, he had some different things in the corner, getting a little bit more damage than we saw from SylverRye, who is a longtime vet of the character. And what I was also going to say is that Best MK Raiden's been doing well on War of the Gods, but also on Hometown Heroes. I believe he is 3rd, or he's actually somewhere top in the Chicago region. He's been doing really well week in and week out. I believe making it even to winners finals this week, and I think he fell in 3rd place, made it to top 4. I know he placed pretty high this week. I was looking at some of the regions for there. And yeah, coming up next, we do have some big matches. We've got, as we mentioned, Buffalo versus Titanium Tigers. Most likely our first time we're going to see Sub-Zero. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see some Sub-Zero on here. I love his design in this game. He's got some gimmicks. He's got some cool stuff without looking utterly broken like he did in Mortal Kombat X, where he doesn't have the lockdown, doesn't have the overhead. The only overhead that this man possesses is a 4-3 that you can see from across the ocean, if we're being completely honest. And yeah, after that, we're going to see Perfect Legend. And then after that, we have Dab versus Menard, and then Tweedy versus Challenging. But before we get into those, we're going to be right back with a quick word from our sponsors and partners here at War of the Gods. All right, guys, welcome back. Up next, we've got Buffalo. One of my favorites to watch. With the character Sub-Zero, I have seen him do some amazing things, and even with Captain Cold at a couple offline tournaments, I've seen him pull off some very intense comebacks with these ice characters. I mean, the man loves him some ice.
I guess so. He's it's his whole theme, but yeah, that is Buffalo. Buffalo, I mean, on top of that, not just Captain Cold, not just Sub-Zero, but Superman, who also technically has an ice breath. So yeah, definitely all about the ice. And his opponent is going to be Titanium Tigers. Titanium Tigers, I don't know that I've ever seen Tigers on War of the Gods, but we have seen Tigers in Hometown Heroes. Maybe, do you know if Tigers has been on War of the Gods before? Because maybe I just missed it.
He has a couple times. I'm getting old, Chef. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I believe he has made it on the stream once or twice. I remember him so many times from Mortal Kombat, though. Had a fantastic Jason, and did really well. Gets a couple top players, and yeah, he's been a good competitor. We'll see what Buffalo has here with this new version of Sub-Zero, and if he falls, he's also got a Captain Cold. He's also got Superman. Man of many characters now in this game, whereas in MKX, this man was strictly Ice Clone.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw Buffalo use anything else. So yeah, he's switching around has been weird, but I do know that when the game first came out, he was a huge Captain Cold fan, but wasn't really sure how well he could do with him, so just went to Superman. And yeah, I actually have seen a good amount of his Sub-Zero in particular. Very strong. I guess it's been a little bit, so I definitely think there's some things that Buffalo could be doing now that he wasn't doing earlier on. But actually, honestly one of the best Sub-Zeros in MKX. Didn't really get to go out to too much stuff, I think, overall. But has been placing really well with Superman in a lot of different IPS events and online tournaments, etc.
And already losing air dare. Brainiac is one of the hardest characters in the game to air dare because of that dive kick. That thing has priority out the wazoo.
And this is one of the matchups that I know a lot of the Sub-Zero players were really worried about because Tentacles do not have hurt boxes on them. You can actually just swing right through, like Kung Jin used to be able to do, or I guess Deborah. And so the Ice Clone won't work too well as a defensive tool. There is ways to disrespect it.
Ooh, and go for the stand 3 after that. I like that check off the plus frames with one of Sub-Zero's best mids. And ooh, getting some damage and the side switch with that ender. Buffalo trying to push the corner, but what a delayed wake up into a punish from Titanium Tigers. He's putting all the traits on the screen, which is going to shut down all the clones.
And a lot about this matchup is going to be meter, because both of these characters need a lot of meter to A, make themselves safe off of things, and then B, to get the full conversions that they need.
Oh, and he's going for the damage here. What a closeout from Buffalo. What a conversion off that air, catching Titanium Tigers. Try to reach for the skies, get out of the corner with that clone there. And it's not as good as it was in MKX, but it's still really good to lock people in that position and to really try to just keep them there. And you don't really throw a mix, but there's a couple things you can do with the command grab for your mix, a few other things. And I like that conversion there from Buffalo, getting the big damage from Sub-Zero.
Wow, he actually got a lot of damage from that Shatter combo just because the second hit of the Shatter does so much damage by itself.
And what a start for Buffalo here. Titanium Tigers getting locked out in the corner, looking just like the sub of old there for Buffalo. Getting the corner push, and he's going maskless here.
Yeah, that's been his costume for a while. I think he's one of the only people who really chooses to go maskless, and also one of the only people who chooses to keep him Sub-Zero. I mean, we had, of course, like Madsen, who was fighting so hard to get that noob color. He finally got that. We see people playing like the reptile color and all the different colors. But Buffalo, you know, he's a loyalist. He's got that loyalty. Like you said, didn't really use anybody else in MKX, so he just wants to be sub.
I'm so close to spending money just to get the Purple Rain skin. I mean, come on. NRS, I need you to calm down, okay? My wallet can only take so much, okay? But I'm gonna do it. Ooh, and getting the jump in. That's the one major weakness of back 1-2 there, is that it whiffs forever. It happens to be minus a billion on a block no matter what you do unless you have meter. But yeah, if you jump, you can get the cleanest jump in a full combo on that back 1-2 you have all day. Oh, and
yeah, and it also doesn't have the greatest anti-air hitbox, and so if people do jump, yeah, that is just a tough situation. But that was almost really nice. Still, Buffalo, he's got the life bar, but he's got to get out of the corner. Ooh, and a whiff slide's a good way to do it.
Ooh, and going for those extended normals. That looks beautiful from Titanium Tigers. Wasn't able to get the one hit that he needs, and that is safe. I believe -4 on the regular Shatter.
Yeah, it's a good option just to end your strings, and a lot of times you can interrupt beforehand, but you just gotta respect it. And all right, Tigers, we're seeing a lot more usage of trait from him, and it's probably just because of the changes in the patch. Almost trying to zone. Also, Sub-Zero's projectile is not the strongest in the game, so it's not too terrifying if you get caught by one unless it's speed broken.
Yeah, it does do huge damage. Has pretty low startup. Ooh, might have been able to get a background bounce there off the 1-2. But that background bounce is one of the hardest ones to convert off in this entire game. It's such a wonky bounce.
It is. It holds them in there for like a really long time, but a lot of characters get some actual pretty unique setups off of it. Like I think Brainiac can actually charge trait while they're being held in the tentacles and then back 3. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, little extra damage, and there we go. That's what I was looking for this entire match, was that clone shutting down the instant dive kick game, and there you go. There you see it in effect. Buffalo playing really well and going with the mass Sub-Zero this time around.
Just to switch things up, but yeah, that's the big difference here, is that clone isn't really used the same way it was in MKX. So like I said, a lot of people were really afraid of this matchup because they're like, oh, you're just going to swing through clone. But now clone is almost better used as sort of like a check, like a movement check or an anti-air, or, you know, like, hey, stop dive kicking me, which is exactly what we saw right there. And it's not really used so much as a defensive option. So you don't really have to worry about it getting swung through as much. You just got to use it differently.
And here we go into game number 3. It's Scarecrow coming out.
Yeah, this is not a character that I've ever seen from Tigers. Now, I know that Tigers does play Black Adam, does play Brainiac, plays a few characters, but Scarecrow, pretty new to me. Now, a lot of people are saying that Scarecrow might potentially be, like, really, really high tier after the patch, because it's one of the, I guess, scariest characters that didn't get normalized.
Yes, and still has everything. And in this matchup in particular, has the normals to compete with Ice Clone, even almost full screen, but Buffalo is just going to town right now. He's going to jump over, get the back 3, get the corner push, set up the clone again. And gets a clean jump, and that was a punish, but the back 3 there didn't actually combo.
Yeah, that was weird that it didn't combo, and it was weird that Buffalo didn't go for this, like, full string. Like, he knew it wasn't going to combo. I don't know why either of those things happened, but regardless, Buffalo he's got the corner, he's got the, well, no longer, I guess. Oh, especially no longer. That is infinite damage.
Yes, it is. And here we go. 3 meters each. Even on health, there's a 4-3 going almost full screen. Getting that clone out of there. Nothing Buffalo can do about it. Full screen. Could possibly, that was actually a whiff punish on the command grab. Might be able to slide in afterwards. Not to necessarily punish, but just close the gap. Those are plus, but I mean, a Scarecrow player does what a Scarecrow player does, which is press down 1.
That's true, and Buffalo with the Forbidden Tech down 1 into Ice Clone, but it totally works this game. Ice Clone, I think, is a little bit safer than normal Ice Clone was in MKX, so there are a lot of normals that you can actually safely cancel off of, or even maybe your opponent just won't have a tool to punish you.
Oh no, it goes right into the clone, and that's gonna do it. Buffalo taking it. 3-0 over Titanium Tigers, and it's Sub-Zero. Off to a great start in his premiere. That skin is absolutely amazing, by the way. I didn't get to touch on it mid-match, but that was a great Sub-Zero skin. Oh my gosh.
That was, and I have to say, I always give a ton of kudos to every competitor who chooses a different, either like a different gear loadout or skin every single game. I love the people who like to show off like all their loadouts, you know? And Buffalo is definitely one of those people, but also, I mean, that was the first Sub-Zero that I think I have ever seen, or almost anybody's ever seen in competitive play. Of course, Sub's still banned in IPS, but that was a really good first competitive Sub-Zero showing. Buffalo showing that he's finally got his main back. He's ready to play. I know that even though he did main Superman, he was really waiting for Sub-Zero the whole time. He's
the moment he was announced, I know Buffalo probably ran outside in his northern home he was just hands to the sky, praising the sun, or he was praising the winter that is to come, because winter is coming, as we all know. And
definitely is
looking at the bottom,
Sub-Zero players.
Yes, looking at the bottom, a couple guys moving on. Semiij Illusions moving on. Flappy actually taking a game off Semiij there. Really good for him. Savvy, the man that put HoneyBee in losers. Syndicate getting a win over him. Fibonacci with a win over Burrito Voorhees. I've actually never heard that name. I mean, I've heard of Fibonacci, but not the player. 3-1 over Burrito Voorhees. Blind Ducky in here, playing really well. And Star Charger with a 3-0 over SylverRye.
Ooh.
Very, very, very good win there as he's advancing on the winner's side. And he actually made winner's top 8 last time around. Doing very well. Is Star Charger in War of the Gods.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing that Catwoman is still, without a doubt, a force to be reckoned with. I mean, I would have to assume Star Charger is still using Catwoman. He's another one of those players that just uses their favorite character no matter what. I don't think I've really seen him use too many other people. So, yeah, we were just seeing that Catwoman's still really strong. Semiij is still going to be Semiij. Star Charger is still going to do really well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make another top 8. Just looking really, really good, especially a 3-0 on SylverRye. It's pretty impressive.
Brainiac, the Flash.
Ooh, okay, all right.
This is our very own Perfect Legend going up against Drew Zod. I like the mask on Flash there. That's pretty sick looking. And this is a matchup that's gonna be dictated is if Drew Zod can make his way in and keep the offense, because if he gives Perfect Legend space, he'll be everywhere. He'll be all over the screen. Traits coming in. He's gonna be mixing them up. Off dive kick, no dive kick. Down one dive kick. Cross up, not cross up. And he'll and like I said, once Perfect Legend gets a hard knockdown, he'll be able to control the pace of this.
Yeah, and it's weird because this is a matchup we actually saw earlier today, but Perfect Legend, of course, he's been improving just more and more with this Brainiac. So weird to see him switch from a character like Batman to Brainiac, but fitting his style, gets the setup, the double cross-up, but a great block by Drew Zod. I love that.
Ooh, very good anti-air with the 1-2 as well, getting the trade on the wake-up. Traits are coming in, Perfect Legend's coming in. Keeping it safe with that trait, locked and loaded. Ooh, doesn't get the conversion on that, would have killed. And that's a full combo punish, but I'm not too sure how much about Brainiac Drew Zod knows. Yeah, that tentacle strike is just asking to get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, and we've actually seen some really good blocks from Drew Zod so far, but still just not getting a chance to start his own thing. Wow, the double overhead. Very nice.
World with my life. A truly wasted effort.
Perfect Legend going for the damage there finally. Missed the first time around. It's a tricky input. Getting the back 4-3 off of a back 3 and getting it there, forcing the wager. About to do some big old Brainiac damage for 1 bar. Brainiac hits for over 400. Off an EX dive kick. It's some grown man damage.
He definitely does, especially at post-patch. They did buff his damage a little bit.
And there we go, 500 for 2 bars.
Yeah, that move alone, that special move does like 300 damage by itself. The anti-air tentacles where he like crouches down. If you meter burn it, that move just is ridiculous.
It is an amazing special that, you know, when I first took Brainiac in the lab, I was like, oh, okay, this is a useless enigma until I hit with it in a combo, and I went, oh, that hurt like a son bitch.
It's like steel wool. He turns his tentacles into like steel wool, and it's just like scrubbing their life bar clean.
It's pretty scary. Comes out and your health disappears. It's fantastic.
And the other big thing that I really want to see, and I don't think I've seen a Brainiac actually get this conversion, is if you're holding trait and you anti-air somebody with that, you can actually get a follow-up, a full combo follow-up, which does ends up doing really ridiculous damage because of course it starts with a ridiculous damage. But usually we didn't see that too much. But now with the patch change, the fact that you can hold that trait for longer and you can be blocking and still be able to hold that trait, it'll allow, I think somebody will do it. Somebody will do it soon. Hopefully tonight. But I don't know. We don't really see too many of these people use it actually as an anti-air. That's a great start for PL.
Yeah, getting the 400 off the bat. with a dive kick. Oh, and there are a lot of Brainiacs are doing stand 3 into the trade cancel, which I'm not too sure anything is guaranteed in the trade cancel, but they've been getting away with that one a lot. Perfect Legend off to a perfect start already. Oh, catching the backdash with the tentacle strike as well, finding his way in. Getting a trade, those Druzad, giving a little bit of a life. This man has been falling apart here in game number 2.
So little accomplished.
Yeah, he is giving Perfect Legend so much respect, which just allows PL to set up everything that he wants to. Oh, and no punish on the meter burn portion of the dive kick.
There we go.
I think
That's what I was
Druzad
talking about, where he does the instant jump 2 into the dive kick, trying to kind of bait out an anti-air.
Ooh!
I'll protect this world with my life.
A truly wasted effort.
That was a
doing
cool
some insane
conversion.
damage.
He actually knocked him back into it from the side switch by using the trait from the other side. Very, very cool. Wow,
Oh,
just
and
all this momentum.
Accidentally getting a 1-1 instead of a 1-2 there is PL 1-1 with this character. In terms of just a little low step. Oh, going on with the forward 1. Or the 4-2 down 1. 4-2 down 1 with Brainiac is a low that comes out of nowhere like an RKO. That's a 3/4 screen and can really catch you off guard if you're not looking for that 4-2 full screen. That's the giveaway, is when he does that little fist bump, full screen, even 3/4 screen. All Brainiacs are generally going to follow it up with that down 1 to force something. They'll cancel on the trait. They'll maybe even finish the whole thing, which I believe is safe on the 4-2 down 1-3. I can't remember the frames on it exactly. Might be punishable with a quick normal. But yeah, always look out for that against Brainiacs. They go for that little fist bump 4-2 in the down 1 from the distance, and then you'll see a lot of them end combos with forward 1, or sorry, 4-2 regular 1 in the trait setup, which gives almost the perfect meaty knockdown to go into that drop trait, and then they'll go for some mix.
Yeah, it's the best hard knockdown that Brainiac has. So usually you see, especially PL ends with it in the corner a lot because it gives you a cool like side switch mix up or a trait mix up. There's a whole bunch of different things you can do.
And I love Perfect Legend using that trait to cover his tracks with these negative frames on Tentacle Strike. On I'm not sure everything he's done, he's kept it nice and safe with that trait as long as he has it loaded. And here he's going to hold on to it, going to try to generate some pressure. Ooh, and Druzad is just falling apart here, especially beginning of these matches. And yes, you can meterlessly convert off of regular dive kick. It's I haven't done the exact science behind it, but it's certain ways that dive kick hits. And
yeah,
it may be on an anti-air. I'm not 100%, but yes, you can get a down 1 there.
So it depends on the lower you do it and the further away that you do it, you get slightly more advantage. So if you're at kind of like close to max range and you do it as instant as possible, you can pretty easily get a down 1 in a Joe conversion. And sometimes if you anti-air them, it's a little bit different, but yeah, there are situations, and I think it's just something that like an experienced player like PL just has to know by heart by now.
Oh, Druzad is falling apart off the chip, and that is the mix-up. Are they going to meter burn it? Are they not going to meter burn it? Guys, if you're blocking them especially that high, just press it down 1. There's a gap in between dive kick and meter burn dive kick, and the dive kick is unsafe. It is your turn, so that's something that you really have to take in the lab and just make Brainiac go dive kick crazy on you, and find out what your options on what to do there. Because letting him get away with a meterless dive kick like that, it's gonna be a tough day at the office.
Yeah, you essentially are putting yourself into a 50-50 position, the reverse 50-50 position, because you're respecting him too much. That character, Brainiac, is just not a character that you can over-respect. Even if you do feel like you should be respecting him, sometimes you just need to check him, because every little thing that he does sets up the potential for him to do one more thing. So if you're sitting there waiting, being patient, you can definitely kind of end up killing yourself.
Absolutely. And up next, we are actually going to be going into Hara's Dab versus Rise Menard. Menard, an incredible Black Adam. I think he has a couple more characters up his sleeve. And Dab, notorious for playing all the top tiers of the games, except for really MKX, where he really loved him some Jax. And it's in his name. Jax lives did matter back in that game, because wow, did they absolutely killed that man.
Oh, yeah, I think we need to just assume that if Dad picks a character, that character is at some point going to be kind of neutered, because of course Dab early in this game, he was picking almost actually entirely Aquaman. Now he of course very very early on, one of the first best matches that we saw in the game was him against, oh, who was it? I don't know why I'm blanking out on that all of a sudden, but where he used Superman and Aquaman. Oh, same against Forever King. There we go, at Combo Breaker. And so he's got all the other top tiers kind of in his pocket, but he loves his Aquaman. He calls him Dabquaman. He says he mains Dabquaman. He said that multiple times on like Twitter and in chats and stuff. So I don't know if he's going to still be using him though. Post patch, I haven't heard anything from him.
He was neutered a little bit, and he's had a Superman even going back to Injustice 1, where he pulled off one of the craziest matches we've ever seen in Injustice 1, which was him versus Jupiter. And last sliver of health, getting a Superman versus Martian. So he's got that top level Superman play in him, as well as a Black Adam that we've seen. And Black Adam, just the damage a little bit neutered. And yeah, going in, not too sure if we're gonna see the King of Atlantis, but we may see some of these other guys that he's used to playing, which is Superman, Black Adam. I don't think that he's had to really pick up into the character.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. But of course, he's been doing great. So even if he does choose Aquaman, I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up just doing fine with him again. He's got a lot of experience, and obviously, because of MKX, he's got experience playing characters that are pretty heavily nerfed. So maybe he's just like, you know what? I've been through this before. I can go through it again. I'm going to stick with my guns. But it's not going to be easy for him. His opponent, Menard, is also a really good player, playing a character that was pseudo-normalized. Definitely no Aquaman, without a doubt. But,
yeah. I think they 3D printed out Aquaman in the Internet Studio, and they walked up and they just like kicked the trident out from under him, and then they just tripped him onto the ground. They started beating him up with a bat or something, because wow, and I mentioned this I think on our last broadcast. I expected one or two of the three main things to get hit. The plus frames on back 1, 2, 3, the damage on not only his combos but Trident Rush, and they hit all three. And I was like, whoa.
Yeah, those have always been his three main strengths. Well, not always, but in Injustice 2 have been his three main strengths. So again, I agree with you. I thought maybe they're going to change one of those three things, maybe two of those three things. But the fact that it was all three was really surprising. I mean, he still has his strength of his neutral. He still does relatively solid damage in just like stray hits. But the fact that he's especially in this game, since he already can't from the deep, or I guess tentacle strike, as freely as he could in Injustice 1, he's been more of this like tank character. He doesn't just like zone you out and run away the whole time. He checks you from the deeps. He walks up to you, and then once he finally is patient enough to like get in your face, then it's just death. But it's a lot less scary now. You can make some mistakes against Aquaman. He can't really punish you for half your life off of one just like stray little catch. His zoning technically doesn't do as much damage because he can't get the follow-ups from it. I mean, still does extra damage, but overall, it's scary.
The damage on X from the deep is still pretty good, even alone for a standalone projectile. And it's decent as a combo ender. If you've started something meterless, like you get an air-to-air, it can still benefit you to end with an EX from the deep if you're going for that, just a little bit of extra damage there. But yeah, definitely nowhere near where this man used to be, and it's so hard for him to get away into a back three, which is really big. I half expect Aquaman players that we see. I want to see more back 2 up 3. I want to see it.
Back 2 up 3. Wow, yeah, that is extreme.
That is my favorite. Even going back to Injustice 1, I was the one Aquaman because I was terrible with Aquaman, and I was an Ares player. But when I did play Aquaman, I went for back 2 up 3, and that's when people go, "Oh, so you don't actually play Aquaman?" Oh, yeah, I do back 2 up 3.
Back to it's a very cool string. All right, he does a little backflip, and he like launches you even closer.
And it's a meterless launcher. He gets pretty decent meterless damage off it.
It's true. He does get good damage off of it. I think just the idea before
and it breaks armor. 2 kicks on the way up. OP.
It's pretty quick hits. But of course, back 2 by itself launches also, which is why we saw so much of that. But, ooh, okay, so Dab playing Dark Side. Very interesting. So I guess we maybe won't see Aquaman.
We get the Lord of Apocalypse.
Yeah, I find this to be a very interesting character for Dab. Dab tends to play characters that have very good normals, very strong rushdown. He really likes to bully people. That's always been his style. Superman, Aquaman, Martian Manhunter, Jax, all of them, they've got that similar type of thing going on for them. And I think that Darkseid is a very, very different character than what he's used to. Whoa, what a way to beat the dive kick!
Good start here from Dad. The winner of this is going to move on to play Illusions in top 32. And I got a quick update off stream. Deoxys with a 3-2 win over Rewind, who was looking for the points this week.
Ooh, wow, that's
what
pretty
a
big.
From Menard there, barely getting the kill.
All right, some patient zoning. There's going to be a huge difference in this matchup just because there won't be as much of a conversion off of Black Magic if you use Black Magic to punish the straight eye lasers.
Ooh, but I'm crouching over down on something there. A lot of people get clipped by the overhead at the end. They hold crouch for too long, trying to get the interrupt on the forward one. Ooh, could have got a little more damage there. Mirror for me to burn it. Wow, things going Dab's way to nowhere. And that was just a crazy little trade, and the EX Omega Beam closing out for Dab. This is a battle already between these two.
Darkseid wins.
Yeah, the little exploding homie saved him. He actually got caught by the wake up, but the explosion just kind of reset that situation, and then that was kind of a quick rise from both of them. So I'm not sure that either one was fully ready, but yeah, shoutouts to the little homie, definitely saving the situation because that would have been huge damage had he not been there. And I love this to see the usage of the exploding trait because you almost never see it. You almost always see just people going for the side switch, overhead teleport mix up, but the exploding one, it's really scary. It adds a layer to the mix up of throw because if you throw them while it's out, it launches them. You get a full back three for no meter, which is ridiculous.
Yes, it is. Ooh, I like the Dark Side too as well. Ooh, getting aggressive and walking great. Into a forward one and getting decent damage off. It doesn't get the ender though. So he's just all the chip in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, you say he blocked it well, but that's the thing about those Black Adam block strings is even if you block them well, he's still in a good situation. And nice usage of the exploding, like, trait again. I don't actually know what it's called. I guess it's a, what are they called? Oh, I can't remember what the Darkseid minions are called. I'm gonna need somebody to help me remember that.
Oh, man. Okay, I have my concentration on something else. They are parademons.
Parademons, thank you. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. And I am just not good at remembering names today. 0 for 2.
0 for 2. Feel terrible.
I'm out of the tournament.
Menard there, staying alive. Dab. Finally getting that first bar off Menard. Menard getting still pushed to the corner. This is looking really good. They have a lot of resources too with 2 bars and what? Beta on that dive kick.
And that's not the first time that we've seen him do that. He is definitely experienced doing that jump back 3 into the EX Stomp as a dive kick punish. That is so smart. And that is seriously as much damage as you could possibly get off of punishing a dive kick.
Oh, he gets the max damage off the jump 1, then the jump 3, and then a Stomp 400 for his efforts. And yes, that is someone who has a lot of experience against Black Adam. Jump back normals are incredibly good against those dive kick attempts. And same thing with even go back to Injustice 1, it was just a playstyle against not only Black Adam, but characters like Flash who had those quick specials in full screen that had a lot of whiff. It was the same thing against Flash's headbutt as well as dive kick. Jump back ones that are active, that can lead into full combo, can really be effective, but that conversion was insane to actually have the presence of mind to commit to the stomp. And you know what? There's not really any commitment there. It's, I guess you can OS any jump 3 into a stomp that you want. Just buffer the input every time you do it. But you know what? The world may never know what Dab actually did there. But you know what? Dab is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I have played this man, and I've never been more afraid of being within like normal range against anybody else. Dab frightens me up close, and I'm glad I'm glad I talk about the game. Let me tell you.
Yeah, sometimes I get that feeling too. I'm like, boy, I'm glad I don't actually have to beat these players. That's a no-go.
Stop there. Yeah, Dab is like walking footsie, especially in Mortal Kombat, where you know when he had the pre-packaged jacks, where just standing near him, I was just frightened for some reason. Just his presence on the screen is amazing, and even with Superman, Aquaman, these spacing characters, it's frightening, and he's playing a really good Darkseid right now against a very comparable opponent.
Yeah, no, you know, this is one of the things that I actually really love seeing. So there are people who have these playstyles that are very specific to them. So like you said, it's so scary to get within that normal range against a character like, or a player like Dab. He is just great at those, at footsies, at being within that little range, but normally you see him choose a character that takes advantage of those strengths. Now he's using a character that doesn't have that strength, but the fact that he's so good at it makes it feel like Darkseid doesn't have that as a weakness. And I think using your strengths as a counter to a character's weakness is one of the coolest things that you can see in a fighting game.
Yep, and Menard mounting a little bit of comeback here. Has a good lead, and oh my gosh, the instant. He's gonna get a full conversion here. Doesn't go with a 2-2. Might be keeping it on my dribble, and oh, here comes some shenanigans right now from Dab. Oh my gosh, he gets another one, and this week's closing out. He's going for instant stop. Just 2-2 or 2 low meaty. That was a disgusting quick comeback by Dab.
Darkseid wins.
Wow. Yeah, he that was a bunch of dirt in the corner. He actually whiffed the trait projectile too. I think maybe that was even just like a mix-up within itself. Like you're getting ready for it, it goes over your head, and then suddenly he's hitting you from below. But wow. Okay, so I've never seen Dab's Darkseid before, but that was so clean and so solid. Again, not a character that I would have expected him to pick, but boy, that is looking good.
Yep, and we got some matches lined up. Up next, we're going to have Noble Tweedy versus Challenging. After that, Semiij versus Buffalo. And after that, Young Monster versus Blind Ducky. A lot of these matches are for top 32 on the winner's side. And this is just for top 32. Then you have to fight to get in the top 16, fight that after that to get the top 8. What man. Whew. Savage brackets.
Yeah, these are some matches that could have been top 8. I mean, you have something like Semiij versus Buffalo, and that could easily be top 8. Young Monster versus Ducky, that could be a top 8 match. I mean, literally all of them that you just said. I don't know why I just repeated them, because literally that applies to all of them. And yeah, into top 32. That means, yeah, the competition today, obviously there are a lot of people that aren't here today because of the anality. You know, we have Fox and King and etc. But the competition is still ridiculous. And that's one of the best things about a tournament like this, is that there's always going to be the entire player pool. So, you know, we get to see things like big upsets, like for instance, HoneyBee going into loses round 1. We still get to see stuff like that. We still get to see these players like Tweedy that are, you know, you don't get to see them too many other places. I don't know why Tweedy hasn't been able to go out to as much stuff, but hopefully, I don't know. I love watching Tweedy. I'm a real big Tweedy fan.
He has been on there's something about him in this game where it doesn't seem to be clicking as much as MK, but the comebacks that he's been able to put together against a couple of top players have blown my mind. That first one he had on this program, I can't even fathom. This man just with like 16 health took 700 damage and it's got me beat.
I think that's called landing a Superman combo, but no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, he's very clutch. But Superman does have that sort of opportunity that he can just land one thing and then just run away with it. His damage is ridiculous. And we are going to be seeing the most canonical match in the game, Superman Batman.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely canon in many storylines. And you know that even going back in the day, before Batman vs Superman, Batman's had this contingency plan the whole time, right?
Right. He's he's always ready. He's always like known as like one of the people who always has kryptonite and such. But
oh yeah,
I think his contingency plan was to what?
Hear me out. In a perfect world, Batman's back 3 would one-hit Superman.
That's what he has the super pills. 5U93R. Super pills.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Superman's just broken. Let's be serious here.
It's true. Actually, in a perfect world, I think Superman's down 1 would one-shot Batman. You could like send him flying with a jab. Oh wow, threw him out of the trait. That's big. That means trait is gone. Plus another opening.
You asked for it.
But Challenging's got a good amount of meter. Just spends 1. He's already so close to full life that I feel like that's a pretty safe choice. Doesn't want to overspend his meter, get nothing out of it.
Beautiful. We ever roll in and challenging it. Get a little bit going here. Going for the cross up, but a good walk back by Tweedy, covering his tracks. He doesn't want to get crossed up by that jump too.
Don't waste my time.
Now, these are actually 2 of the, I would say, top tiers that were kind of touched the least. I mean, Superman did get a relatively decent nerf to his wake-up game. Batman, he got a nerf to his pressure and some of his damage, but it's just mainly off of that one single tool. Compared to, like, Black Adam and Aquaman and Atrocitus, I would say the change is definitely considerably less to these 2.
Stay down.
Back to the zoning game. This chip is very daunting. If the chip with trait lasers, it always kind of mentally triggers me to go in, and that's a mistake. I always tell myself, don't jump, because the EX laser will snipe me anywhere, and don't block high against that regular laser. It can be very daunting. Then if you dash up, you can get forward 2'd, and it just adds up.
Oh yeah, I mean, just 1 forward 2 alone is always so much damage. Wow, nice block. That really looked like that was gonna cross up, but Tweedy knew exactly what was going on. Oh, but now he's gonna have to find an opening in zoning. Nice, uses the money to avoid.
Okay, something that I've rarely seen, which is making a laser whiff and getting out of the range for the EX to actually explode. But Tweedy, this gonna be chipped out and getting away from Superman punch. Has half a bar. He has to dodge so many lasers right now. No bar for either of them, but the chip's heading up middle. That's gonna do it. Tweedy, if you'd gotten 1 or 2 more lasers on whiff, would have built a bar, then it would have been that much harder. Challenging had to make a read there while he didn't have bar.
Yeah, it was very nice patience for both players. I think either one could have got clipped by something a lot earlier on and accidentally lost, but I mean, in that situation, it's really going to be tough for both players. It all comes down to who makes the first mistake, who overcommits, and that was challenging. But he took it down to the right, down to the wire.
Absolutely. Over Rainbow Pride on Twitter, shouting out Dab. Rainbow Pride, a very good Catwoman from back in Injustice 1 days, coming in here Injustice 2. Got a couple good wins here already on More of the Gods. I believe he's in the bracket as well tonight. I think one of our guys sniped him early on when we were going over the pregame stuff, saying that he had signed up. So looking forward to see if he makes it here onto the program. We go into game number 2, challenging versus Tweedy. Superman's jump 1 is low key incredible. It's very seldom talked about, but I have seen that thing do so much work. Instant jump back ones against very good jump-ins, and you see a lot of Superman players do it instant, and they just beat out everything.
Yeah, it is easily one of the best jump normals in the entire game. Wow, what a call out on that backdash. Not able to get the kill, but yeah, that jump 1, it is great for jumping in. It is great for air-to-airing. It is great for when you're jumping back and trying to, catch either a jump in or forward advancing normal. It's just, it does everything. And on top of that, of course, if you air-to-air with it, which it does all the time, Superman gets so much damage. It gets the forward 2 into the meter burn breath. That normal is just something else.
Yeah, Tweedy.
Ooh, interesting.
Has such a big health lead. When he has a health lead, his movement is beautiful. When he gets comfortable, he just starts dashing in, back walking, all the jumping movement. And right there, that instant jump 1. It's an air-to-air god. It's something that's I feel is rarely talked about, but I love to point out how many times I see a Superman player instant jump 1 and it pays off.
Yeah, and you really need to in this matchup. Superman's down 2, not really the best down 2, and of course Batman loves being in the air. So jump 1 is the answer. And boy, Tweedy really just, I guess, learning a lot from that last game because it was nowhere near as close.
Superman wins.
Maybe it was the stage change. Yeah, it was. I don't know. It was very, very much in Tweedy's favor. I think he did decide, though, that he wanted to zone a lot more. Zoning was big.
Yeah,
Batman.
Neko Mata, one win away from his first top 32 here on the War of the Gods. Man, good luck, and thank you for playing out on here. That's what it's all about. Getting in there, the top 32 especially, where you get you some points. And there's so many online tournaments where you can get so much experience and you can really level up without having to do a lot of traveling. That's what's crazy about our day and age now. Back in the day, you couldn't get that kind of experience. You know, if you came from the online realm, you really had a lot of different tactics, different styles, just because the netcode wasn't there, and there's a lot of latency, and going offline, monitors would absolutely kill you. You'd be doing your inputs 40 seconds ahead. We've all been there, Chef. Come on.
Oh yeah, many times. I mean, we come from a different age. You are really giving away how old we are now. But yeah, now look at these players. This is some experience that honestly we would have had. I mean, we could have paid hundreds and hundreds of dollars and not got the competition that we have in a tournament like this today. Like, that is, it is just something else.
Oh my God. Speaking of something else, that round from challenging, sending a message to Tweedy that he is not out of it yet. He's got to get Tweedy away from that interactable. Respawning interactables have been absolutely disgusting. We've seen Semiij do some crazy things. As we saw in the top 5, even getting used against him for Forever King, throwing out 4,000 drones.
Yeah, they are. I mean, a lot of them did get nerfed in the patch, but not by a significant amount. So, for instance, this one actually did get nerfed from maybe a 3-second cooldown to a 4-second cooldown, which, while it's relatively significant on block, if it is on hit, it doesn't make too much of a difference because that's their whole knockdown.
This is Tweedy's chance to turn around.
I'm ending this nightmare.
That's not what I had planned.
Tweedy in the corner, and Superman in general in the corner. That's where his comeback potential really is there. I've seen crazy stuff from Theo, a bunch of other Supermans. This corner, the 4-2-3 mind game, and even here, the throw mind game, trying to bait it out with the empty jump. Scary stuff, and going with the empty jump there into the throw, not working out. But that is Superman players so comfortable right there in the corner. 4-2-3. They use the fear in their favor, and what a neutral jump again by Tweedy. And going for
Superman
the jump
wins.
1, which if challenging would have gone for a jump 2, would have got beat out because it's a great normal.
It really
Tweedy
is
is running away with that match, even though challenging had a huge lead in game number 3.
Yeah, he got into that corner, and the big thing there is obviously he was taking advantage of the repeatable interactable on that left side, and then he knew that forced challenging to try to go in to try to switch sides with him. But if you're going to get in and switch sides with Superman in the corner, that means now you're in the corner against Superman. And that is, it's essentially the danger zone. You were just talking about how scary that is. We saw Tweedy doing his dirty mix-ups, his neutral jump into the cross-up dive bomb, which is that's just some other stuff. But yeah, that's the fact that challenging even had to try to do that made it not a great situation.
Yeah, exactly. And Tweedy, one of the few Supermans that goes for the dive bomb setups now, and he loves going for them. And it works. I respect it. Catches them off guard, and it opens up other things if they start to work early on, where people will be looking for the dive bomb, opens up neutral jumps, opens up throws, opens up 4-2 pressure again. If someone's looking for that cross up, they're gonna be blocking the wrong way and just eating a 4-2 or eating a throw and eating a neutral jump. So there's a lot of ways that he can mix up once things start to go in your favor early on, opening people up certain ways. And that's in general in fighting games. If something works early on and something works late, it's all about conditioning.
Right. And Superman in particular, once he starts conditioning you, it's also very frustrating because you get hit by a lot of stuff that you really don't want to get hit by, and then it just gets to your head, and you realize you're in the corner with a life deficit against Superman, and then it just goes downhill from there. But I mean, it happens. It happens, and Tweedy takes advantage of that. But ooh, this is a good match. I'm excited for this one.
Semiij, Buffalo,
Fighters approaching.
newly
Arkham
added
Asylum.
Sub-Zero. First time we're gonna see him up against the apex of War of the Gods right now. This is the ultimate test, and just in his first appearance.
Yeah, that is trial by fire, and Ice is not good against fire, but we'll see if he can weather the heat. This is a very, very weird matchup. Obviously, Catwoman does have a lot of really good disjointed hitboxes, really good ways to check the clone.
Oh, right
and,
there.
Ooh.
We saw the jump to go through the clone, and yeah, these normals are going to be a nightmare against the clone, and Buffalo may have to kind of abandon the clone tactic and just try to play it out normal. Yeah, the whips are going to be so effective.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, but of course, Sub never wants to do that. That's essentially getting rid of a huge portion of his game plan, and especially if you're trying to go toe-to-toe with Catwoman normals, that is not good news.
And what a conversion from Semiij! I've actually never seen that conversion, and oh, here we go.
I do not wish to kill you.
Then quit yanking my tail.
That was a pretty good class quarterback. I haven't seen a lot of Sub-Zeros, and so I mean, we get to kind of hear him as we go along. And a lot of people haven't heard him because they haven't seen him really in tournament. And I'm not too sure how many you're going to see in ranked. I haven't seen a lot of Sub-Zeros, you know, at a competitive level yet. And finally catching him jumping.
Oh, didn't get the full conversion again. We've seen a few dropped combos from Buffalo, not expecting things to hit. But could be getting more. He's definitely going to get more off of this. That's a good confirm. And that should give him a clone setup, but what's he going to be able to do with it? Nothing.
And Semiij just jumps right out of the corner for free. He turns in his get out of jail free card. You know, one of probably 40 he has in this matchup. Oh, catches the air escape as well. Everything going in Semiij's favor. I expect Buffalo to immediately go to Captain Cold, as much as I hate to say it. Captain Cold considered to do very well against Catwoman.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting matchup, so we'll see if it ends up happening. But ooh, wow, we're actually seeing some nice pressure. It might be a little bit too late. Yeah, as he gets chipped out by a down one even, which is
that was a pretty cool little thing there, a little mind game off of having a bar with the shatter and kind of making them respect the plus frames, going for the sweep, which has great frames in and of itself. That's pretty cheeky from what Buffalo did there. I like it. And sticking with Sub-Zero, this man.
Ooh.
Again, I would have lost money. I would have bet on Captain Cold.
Fighters approaching Slaughter Swamp.
I am getting cleaned out tonight, Chef.
You're just, it's not the day for you to go gambling. You should definitely not go gambling. Or maybe you're getting rid of all your bad luck right now. I don't know.
Thank gosh I'm not in Vegas anymore, let me tell you.
Yeah, so the really interesting thing to me about this is the fact that it feels like there's a lot of experience involved that comes from MKX. Now, obviously, Semiij, one of the best MKX players in the entire world, but he's already shown that he knows really well how to use interactables, specifically those corner interactables, to get out of that sort of clone mix-up.
And off to a perfect start. Doing 4 more damage. Got a little bit of chip there with Buffalo, but wow, what a statement from Semiij, keeping this man locked down. And yeah, you want to talk about my luck? At Evo, I put $1 into a slot machine and it ate it like I had salted it. Good lord. I said, okay, I'm good.
Well, hey, it could have been much worse.
Yes, it could have. That is probably one thing that Sub-Zero does have going for him, is that 4-2-3, just like in MKX, pretty hit convertible into the EX Frost, which is something that not a lot of Injustice players or characters have.
Yeah, there's quite a. It's pretty easy to hit confirm quite a few things for Sub. He does have pretty much all of his strings from Mortal Kombat X, so people like Buffalo should be already produced using them. Yeah,
the 1-1-1, very very active string that's easy. The 4-2-3, very easy to see hit as well on the 4-2, and yeah, Buffalo right there in that match found himself falling prey to his own playstyle back in MKX, which is getting cornered and getting absolutely mauled. So do I feel sympathy? Sympathy? Absolutely not. We all remember what this man did in the corner in MKX. We do not forget and we do not forgive.
Yeah, no, Sub-Zero players are unforgivable. It's it'll stick with them forever. No, but yeah, he actually tried it a few different times. He got Semiij to the corner more than once, but he's just never been able to lock Semiij down. There's been interactable usage or really good like neutral jump ones from Semiij, and we just haven't seen that kind of MKX style.
Yeah, and I really did expect him to go for the Captain Cold pick. I mean, it's the perfect character to have in your pocket against Catwoman. We even saw it, the one match, I only tuned in a couple matches at Banality, and I tuned in and it was, sure enough, SonicFox picking Captain Cold against the Catwoman.
That was a very brutal match. Wow, nice. I love that. Is one of my favorite Catwoman conversions in the entire game. That neutral jump 1 to side switch. I love that.
Oh, and now in the 1-1-1, a lot of people aren't used to the overhead that's in it yet. And it catches a lot of people crouching because Sub-Zero does have a lot of low options.
Yeah, I mean, he could do that, or he could just do 1-1-3, or which is the old 1-1-4. Of course, Buffalo's name on Twitter is Buffio114. So he does love that.
Ooh. Yeah, not there anymore. He would get a 1-1 trait in this game. Oh, yeah. Getting a 4-3 off a neutral jump too. That was a sexy conversion there by Buffalo. I had not seen that yet. Get some plus frames. Very good meter brim by Semiij. A lot of subs like to get a down 1 clone out there, which is guaranteed in that situation unless you armor.
Ooh, so close to running into that ice clone. That was very, very close. And, you know, one tool I'm surprised we're not seeing more is meter burn ice clone. Meter burn ice clone. Not only does it throw out 2 ice clones, but it actually stays longer.
Yeah, and what's really good is that you put those on the screen. You can play a couple mind games. I haven't seen a sub yet. You know, put out a clone. Meterless slide converts back into clone. It reverses sides for you. Put out a couple clones, even an air clone, and as long as your opponent isn't looking out for it, and if you haven't thrown slide at any time, those random slides can definitely work out. And I thought that random slide in the neutral was like unholy until you watch Tom Brady play Sub-Zero, where his hit rate with random slide is ridiculous.
That man has been sliding forever.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm amazed at how many times it hits, and Semiij only needs 2 more damage on hit or block here, and he's gonna close it out.
But he doesn't have the meters. Did not need the meter to close that out. Just dashed up instead. It's essentially the same thing now since there is no more armor on meter burn cat dash, but you can still use it as a great chip out tool. Still moves so fast that it's hard to kind of intercept with any sort of normals. And of course, he did see that Sub's trait was on cooldown, so there wouldn't be any ice clone to stop him. And pretty quick 3-0 from Semiij. That definitely looks like there could be some toughness within that matchup. And you know, I mean, Buffalo stuck with it. He wanted to stick with his guns. We talk about how much he loves Sub-Zero. I guess he loves him even when he's not doing the best with him.
Yeah, and he's a new character. You have to get the matchup knowledge down. You have to get the experience down. And looked a lot better in game number 3 as he kept warming up. Might be something in the future where he finds some stuff in that matchup that might give him a little bit of advantage here and there. But yeah, overall, those jump normals, the low whip, a lot of trouble for Sub-Zero. Getting him off that clone nice and easy. And then you have to deal with Catwoman in general, which is just a nightmare for a lot of characters, if not all characters, because she's going to be a nuisance just like she was before the patch. And update off stream, Perfect Legend with a win over Star Charger 3-1. They actually played last week, or the last week of War of the Gods in top 8, and it was 3-2. So Perfect Legend improving on his record there. And up next, we have Young Monster versus Blind Ducky. And that is, I believe, that's 4 top 32 on the winner's side. After that is Illusions versus Dab in what could be a blockbuster of a match. After that is OD Atai versus Revit Leafing. I haven't seen Atai on here in quite a while. In Injustice, another Catwoman, Revit with a new and improved Cheetah on what I thought, if they left Cheetah alone, might have still been pretty good. But they gave her a couple small buffs. So look for Cheetah to do some damage here after the patch. I've been waiting on it. And Illusions with Green Arrow not changing is scary because it's just frightening. And Young Monster with Wonder Woman. I've been waiting to see some Wonder Woman post patch as well, and here we go.
Yeah, this is one of the characters that I've been the most excited to actually see post-patch, because a lot of people have talked a lot about how they think Wonder Woman is going to be one of the new top tiers based on the changes that she got. But the changes, while they're very interesting, not a lot of people have really seen them in action and seen how they affect things. So I think if anybody can do it, it's probably going to be Young Monster.
Ooh, had that damage block activated for a second in the corner. This is a good spot for Wonder Woman.
But a good use of the interactable to get out.
Ooh, and that parry getting through multiple projectiles. I actually did not know that in this game.
Yeah, the parry can actually stop every single thing that Harley throws at Wonder Woman, like all at the same time. It's a very, very good anti-zoning tool in this matchup. One of the few where it's just extremely dangerous.
Ooh, and that cupcake is definitely going to shut down these air dash attempts, and very, very rarely got Hermes out, which is a rare one to see. You mostly see the shield damage or the defensive overall trait, and I really like that they increased the speed of it, that they're able to do it mid combo now, even off of down 2, and able to get some crazy corners, corner setups off it, and they don't have to rely on these hard knockdowns to get it. And that was a beautiful interactable by Blind Ducky through the gap in what I believe is back 1-1-2.
That was actually 2-2-3. So that's a really interesting string in the fact that it has one of the biggest gaps out of any string in the entire game. But that 3 in 2-2-3 is actually plus like over like, I don't know, it's plus a huge amount. It's within the double digits. It guarantees you so much for sure. So you really have to decide whether you want to try to interrupt that or not. Oh, Young Monster just slowly bleeding as he's just getting clipped by little bits here and there, and that should be enough to kill. Just wasn't able to really land any solid hits. He was getting a lot of straight hits himself, but Wonder Woman really needs those full conversions to catch the opponent like grounded or really trying to do something silly. That's kind of how the character generally plays, because the stray little hits, as you can see, just didn't quite do enough.
Yeah, and I think once he gets a clean opening, it could be a different story. Big damage, trait setup, and with a health lead, can get a little less aggressive on the walk-in, walk-in parry, get caught trying to dash in, where he can kind of play the mid-screen game, maybe three-quarter screen game, just throwing these shields with a health lead, and maybe try to force Ducky in himself. But it's gonna be hard to get going. Ducky playing really well and has done well on War of the Gods in the previous weeks. He just seems to be getting better and better. Ooh! Gets him sliding. That's his way in.
Very nice start.
Opening early.
The life lead is huge in this matchup. Pretty much any matchup with Wonder Woman, because she can actually play the lane game as well as anybody else. So you really want to try to get that lead, really want to try to stop her from starting her shield zone.
And what I'm looking for in this matchup, you saw there, Young Monster got a trade up, which is the damage buff to anything that involves the lasso. And he got 2 parries here. Now, if he opens up Ducky right now, it's gonna hurt. it's really gonna hurt. And that's kind of the beauty of this new Wonder Woman, is she requires more risk than Injustice 1, where she was just a safe 50-50 meterless launching, meterless damaging succubus. Whereas here in Injustice 2, she actually has to try, it seems.
Yeah, it's a considerably different character. Probably the most changed from 1, I would have to say.
100%.
Ooh, but saved by the hyena. It's like an ice clone, but it laughs at you. Oh, nice parry. Very nice. Actually, very, very good check. It's always scary to check with straight shield because it's so minus on block.
Very good
that
check.
Might have been enough for
perfectly. Yeah, that was perfectly calculated though there by Young Monster. Has all the bar just in case. Looking like Injustice 1 Wonder Woman, after doing some damage, always having a full stick of butter.
Oh yeah, nobody needed meter less than Injustice 1 Wonder Woman. She could do whatever she wanted with that meter.
Yep, you saw a lot of meter burn cancel. She won every single wager. You probably saw the most supers out of her.
Enough of your tricks.
Nothing like back 2 super, as we saw many times up at 8 on the break from Katie's Eat influence back 2 super, Foxy as well.
Yeah, I have to give the shout out to Filipino Man because he do that so much. Back
yes,
to trait,
yep,
but
well.
he confirmed that super. Oh, that was the Wonder Woman. Oh, no punish on the tantrum stance. Could have been a huge combo.
The hyena jumping up says, get out of here. Look at the DP and a back 2 cancel. And Young Monster's back in this match.
That was a very, very smart usage of meter. I mean, we were just talking about usage of meter, and that was exactly what Young Monster needed. He was a really hard read. I mean, it would have been good on block even if it didn't connect, but the fact that he was able to close it out with the Unclashable by using the meter burn bounce cancel, it's very, very smart, especially off of a normal where you normally wouldn't be able to get quite as much damage, just because the conversions mid-screen aren't very large. I love the idea. And Young Monster finally putting himself on the board. He's just really played a lot more patient. I think one of the biggest things too that was different in that last matchup was the fact that there weren't as many escape corner interactions. The first matchup that we've seen these two play, both times that Ducky got his back to the corner, he escaped with an interaction. It was either the meter burn console throw or the ability to jump out of that right side, but wasn't able to do it as many times that last game, and won't be able to do it as many times this game. This is one of the, I guess I would say one of the stages with the least corner interactables, just in general. You can't use the kudu from the fully right side as a gadget character. You have to move forward a little bit, and yeah, it doesn't give you that sort of power. But regardless, Ducky's actually kind of making it work in a more offensive playstyle. He's not letting the zoning game get started, the shield zoning game. He's not letting the parries happen. Just playing offense.
Enough of your tricks. Learn to take a joke, pal.
Blind Ducky doing the damage too, forcing an early wager from Young Monster, making him pay, and still has the meter lead.
Ooh,
Very good
punish.
Back three on the wake up. Young Monster getting really aggressive now. Paying off so far. This should take the health. Gets him in the corner. Now Blind Ducky cannot get opened up, or else he's gonna have to potentially wager early. The thing is, Wonder Woman doesn't really have the bar to convert anything. Oh, but speaking of conversion, wow! Young Monster, calm down.
Oh, but goes for the not fully invincible wake up. That should be a lot of damage. No clash available for Young Monsters, so one more opening could do it, especially with all that meter.
Give him a plus, and could have potentially got a trip guard there, maybe a back two, or that's where Wonder Woman really shined, is right there. She could trip guard with back one, back into Justice one, and just get a full combo. Have a nice day. Much different here too.
Yeah, she doesn't have those quite as far and fast forward advancing normals that launch. Pretty big difference.
Get the parry out in time. I like the aggression there from Young Monster to try to go for the dash in and then the parry. The time just wasn't there. It didn't pay off. Like I said, I respect it, but it wasn't there.
Yeah, it was a good attempt. The getting around the zoning, even with a great anti-zoning tool like the parry, is going to be tough, just because Harley has so many zoning tools that you're going to have to kind of change up your timing just a little bit based on every single zoning tool and the timing that everything else is coming. I mean, if it's like a hyena to a gunshot, or a hyena to a cupcake, or like a slow pop gun projectile to a hyena to a it's like
that ball gun projectile is just, man,
Begin.
it's almost indescribable, because it's very rarely seen, and when you see it, it's a giant ball of plus frames floating across the screen.
And pushback. It actually knocks the opponent, even on block, pretty far back. It's a great tool. Mid.
And also, I want to touch on the Young Monster and Revit Leafing, the two twins. They were aggressive powerhouses in MKX, both of them. They were so aggressive, they played so fast, and it's crazy seeing the transition here to Injustice 2, where Young Monster is playing incredibly defensive, a little bit slower, and Young Monster picking up Cheetah, which has that fast-paced aggression, and it's cool seeing a little bit of difference between now and playstyle. I've seen a lot of patience from Young Monster that I didn't really see a whole lot in MKX, so it's really good to see them grow.
Yeah, of course, Revit still playing that pretty wild airborne, all over the place play style. So Revit's sticking with his guns a little bit, but I think they really are just people who pick up characters they like. They're always a really big fan of Jackie and Tanya and Wonder Woman and Cheetah, obviously. So they've got their characters. Wonder Woman can go ham a little bit, but I think Young Monster was also always a little bit more defensive in general, just with the ability to zone with Jackie. It was always a tool in his moveset.
Oh, for sure. And even in some of the matches that we've seen Young Monster in back in MKX, you cannot take away that this man is really good. Beat top players consistently, had some ridiculous tech with his character, and really, once he picks a character, takes it in the lab and learns as much as possible. And I mean, I've seen Wonder Woman play that I've never seen before. A couple conversions that I've never seen before, especially the shield bash in the corner. And yeah, I gotta give him props for due. Doing his thing, and he hasn't dropped a Wonder Woman yet from what I've seen.
Yeah,
so
which is very impressive. One of the few who hasn't.
Yeah, there's a few of them out there, though. Him, Acromaniac, a few others, able to recover from that shield, too. And this is going to be close to death. And very good bait out on the throw, or tic-tac on the throw, but Young Monster's going to take it. Send us to a Game 5. We're going to another one. That's what it's all about here on War of the Gods. Close games.
Yeah,
Here,
close
especially
games
on the winner's
in a
side.
long set show just how close the players are to each other. You know, I mean, when you're in 3 out of 5, if there's even just a little bit of a difference between the players, it could easily go 3-1, 3-0. But when you get down to these last games, and on top of that, every single one in the set so far has been down to about 25% life for each player. So it's these two are definitely very evenly matched, and it's also a matchup that we don't really ever get to see, and I really like seeing that. We see a lot of really unique characters here.
Yeah,
I mean, we've seen what, like 5 Brainiacs?
Yeah. Insert Wonder Woman against any character, and there's a good chance that we haven't seen it.
That is true. Still one of the most rare characters, even post-patch with the buffs.
Yep, and we get to see it in action now, and one of the major buffs is that the EX air shield can be comboed off just like the ground one. That and the change to trait. We'll see how much of a boost it might give her. I don't see it being a huge change, but you know, anything helps this.
Yeah, it actually might help a lot in a situation like this, where you have a lot of projectiles coming at you, and you want to take every little opportunity that you can to get out that trait. And that's actually what we saw from Young Monster already. He was able to find a little spot, use the trait, got the shield buff, and of course the shield buff means that every time you throw the shield, it absorbs one of your opponent's projectiles. Oh! That was like the furthest range 4-3 punish I've ever seen!
And he held it perfectly, and yeah, half screen, 4-3, and she just launches herself, and hers she can control how far she goes, and because he held it, was able to react and just hold forward.
Yep, just like Ivy, just like now Robin.
Oh, 11 damage short. Had the meter, could have spent it for the kill. He's eating a lot of damage now for it. Looking back, maybe something that he's telling himself maybe he should have meter burned that. Oh, perfect double parry. Go with the shield. Has a good meter lead. If he's forced to wager, he's going to get a little bit of health back. Or if he opens up in the corner, he gets some serious damage.
A good block on the overhead, though. I don't think the overhead has opened up Young Monster even once. Oh, catches him just barely. Or still has to make the full screen chase, although it's getting a lot better. No, that's actually not beneficial to Young Monster. Spent a lot of meter for not a whole lot of damage. I mean, it's going to be solid damage, but I think keeping Ducky in the corner would have been considerably better. There's still some interactables to use, but now Young Monster has to make that chase again. Oh, and this should be a solid amount of damage. Doesn't use the meter for the extra damage over time, and that's surprising. Maybe trying to save it for super? Oh, or Cupcakes. Cupcakes can really lock you into place for a lot of chip. Oh, but gets right under. One more hit could do it, even if it's a shield.
Oh, and actually blocked it instead of parrying it. And then, oh no, the hyena actually jumped out of the air. Oh my gosh.
And that could have been clashed. That was such a crazy conversion. I don't think Young Monster was ready.
Yeah, he was not ready.
There could have been a clash. It was still available. The gunshots are not unclashable. That was just, it just didn't think it was going to finish him. And Ducky had the presence of mind to be able to
grabbed her by the ankle and said, "Get over here!" Wow.
And that was about as close as we expected it to be, I think. Down to literally the last hit, down to a last beautiful conversion. So great to both of them. And was that a match to get into top 32 or into top 16?
That's to get
I think that might have been
into top 32. So they still have another match to get to if they want to make a top 8 here. Oh man. Oh, so sorry. They have another 2 matches. Yeah, they have another 2 matches to go if they want to get into top 16. I mean, or sorry, in the top 8. They got to win 1 for top 16, win 1 for top 8. So yeah, it's yeah, that's how it goes here. It's just good luck to everyone that competes in War of the Gods. I can't say it enough because it's hard to make top 8. It's so hard, and the few that do it consistently, really, they're good based on all these brackets. To be consistent is very hard against this competition, where just to get into top 32 is it can be a struggle. And there are guys that are struggling. They say, sometimes you just run into someone incredibly good early on. And
it's hard not to run into somebody incredibly good early on, to be 100% honest. I mean, I actually entered, I haven't even entered since this began, but I entered the Kombat Cups, and I think I fought like Scar twice within my first 2 games, and I fought like, I don't know, there was some other incredible player. It's just like, this is competition. This is just nothing short of ridiculous competition.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, guys. We're actually going to take a break before we get into a couple more matches. Couple of nice little announcement trailer hidden on in here. But guys, we also got Tekken starting up tomorrow here on Stream.me. Tekken 7 the Rage Within series. Really excited. A lot of top players. Couple of veteran Tekken casters in there, and it's going to be stiff competition. Northern America's finest going at it. And I cannot wait. Here on StreamMe, Rage Within. Also got a few words from us over here at StreamMe. And then after that, something coming to StreamMe soon. Player Unknown's Battlegrounds. PUBG is going to be coming to StreamMe. It is in the works. And we've got probably, and I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of hype trailers that we've made at StreamMe. This is by far number 1. When it comes down to the song, the editing, this hype trailer gets me excited for PUBG, especially here on StreamMe, where, guys, we're going to be doing a lot of community events as well, where we just want to play with people. So be on the lookout and enjoy these ads from us here at StreamMe.
Maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind, thinking I can see through this and see what's behind. Got no way to prove it, so maybe I'm lying. Take a look in the mirror, what do you see? Do you see it clearer, or are you deceived in what you believe? 'Cause I'm only human after all, and you're only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me. Some people got the real problems. Some people out of love. Some people think I can solve them. Lord heavens above, I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human. I do what I can. I'm just a man. I do what I can. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me. Are you ready? Are you nameless, we're not faceless, we were born for greatness.
All right, guys, welcome back. Hope you guys enjoyed that preview of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds here on StreamMe and Tekken 7 that does start tomorrow. It's going to be crazy hype. We got a lot of stuff happening in the world of esports here on Stream.me, and I'm incredibly excited. We got some cool stuff coming up.
Yeah, and you say you actually like took us out of here by saying, "Hope you enjoy the ads." And I have to say that normally is a very weird line, but I do actually enjoy the crap out of like every single StreamMe ad. Whoever chooses the music and the editing for all the ads here is needs like a thumbs up, because the PUBG one was really good, but I really like the Tekken one for some reason. Something about maybe it's the fact I've been playing a lot of Tekken recently, and so it just gets me hype in general. But something about that actual ad, like, it gets me excited. I'm gonna be watching tomorrow. You know I will be.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I will be sure to pass on your thumbs up to our guy, and he's definitely gonna appreciate it. He puts a lot of work into him, and tries to bring a lot of hype with our previews, our hype videos, and all of our ads in general. We really try to have some fun, and we're definitely gonna be shooting some new commercials, try to include new memes. I actually just had an idea of one just now, thinking about it. Might involve a Trident Rush. I don't know.
All right, so after that, though, we got to talk about this match, because this is already a ridiculous match, and I believe this is the first match to get in the top 16 that we're showing.
No, this is for
still top 32.
This is for top 32. This is Clash of the Titans. Never.
I just make these assumptions, and I'm just wrong over and over. I keep thinking there's no way that it could be Dab and Illusions. I mean, normally I think there's no way it could be Dab and Illusions and not be top 8. But yeah, the top 32. All right, so not even to get into top.
Whoa, there was a lot of patience right there by both players. That's very rarely to see people just stand still for more than 2 seconds. A lot of
Batman
respect,
definitely does. Yeah, exactly that. He commands respect. You have those bats out, and if you're challenging those bats, you are just gonna get clipped.
What a down 2 from Illusion, who is not playing Green Arrow, to my surprise.
Well, Illusions does play quite a few different characters. We've seen him switch more than almost anybody else in this game. He's got a ton of characters in his pocket. Batman, Deadshot, Green Arrow. Ooh.
That conversion was fire, and pun was intended after that parody.
It was the bomb. Oh, gets the hit, but no conversion. Just one hit, so couldn't convert it. Nice. I love Dab's usage of the bomb paradigm. He uses it like nobody else does, and it's actually one of the scarier mix-up tools that the character has.
Ooh, Illusion's trying to bring it back.
Nice. Dab taking the first life bar while he had to play so defensively. I mean, Illusions was just all over him, so it looked like he honestly did a lot more damage than he actually did. But Dab's defense is good. A nice check, but this is getting into a dangerous situation. Nice, great choice by Dab. That was a very, very safe option to get out of the corner. If he'd been cornered by Batman, that would have been really tough, but teleporting and using the meter for a relatively safe option from this guy.
Now, yeah, the exact situation just mentioned, didn't want to get cornered with bats. Batman has trade out 3 bars of meter. You're going to be blocking for a long time, and chances are you were not going to block right and catch some going for an instant air teleport there. Forces the clash.
You cannot win.
Don't be so sure.
Are they going to go for 2 for 2 here? Illusion's only betting 1.
Yeah, I guess he wants that one for the conversion. Oh, and the Parademon is wasted.
Doesn't use the bar for the restand, gets a raw grapple anyway. That was nasty. And oh no, he actually got the bar back, but didn't realize it. And this could be a comeback from Dab. Oh, he gets through. Oh my gosh.
I don't.
Okay.
Did Dab have the meter to meter burn the knee, or did he get it from getting hit at the very end? I can't even tell, because if he meter burned it, he would have won.
Okay.
He would have broke the armor, did enough damage.
I mean, even if you were to slow that down to frame by frame,
Batman.
what just happened there? And there were a few things that happened there that were just crazy. For one, the armor didn't break, but potentially he took the hit.
Fighters approaching the Joker's playground.
You know what? I can't even answer it. I can't even answer it. That was just nasty.
There were shenanigans. Shenanigans were happening. There was a lot of invincibility, wake up invincibility versus armor versus trades versus a bunch of weirdness. But I mean, that was just down to the wire. And again, I'm just showing how good his defense is.
And I'll tell you what was crazy was Illusions not recognizing that he built the bar meter on the grapple to meter burn it, to get the restand, to throw some mix, get some chip. But Dab is answering strong here, not getting affected one bit by that.
And we were talking about that earlier, how you have to be ready to really look at your meter partway through your combo, even if you don't think that you have enough to get the full conversion. Because you might get it. Might get it partway through. Meter build is really large in this game. Okay, just raw down 2. Raw down 2 into walk back. I like that.
You gotta read these teleports, you know what I mean? Oh, get in the cross-up jump too.
Maybe cross-up, actually. That was kind of a weird one for Dab to get hit by,
right.
so I think it may have been the fake cross-up.
Which do exist. I lost a lot of money to Darth Arm in a money match because I did not know what side he actually hit me on until after I lost the money. He said, oh, I wasn't crossing you up, but I was crossing you up. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, that is the Batman classic. And then, of course, he lands behind you anyway, so it's not cross-up to cross-up. It's not.
Don't be so sure.
The jump normal's so good that it has its own shirt. And very few things from Injustice 1 got to make it on its own shirt. And that was one of them. That looked like a preemptive down 2 from Dab.
This nightmare.
You cannot deny Darkseid.
Well, yeah, I mean, Batman players like to jump, and it's not easy to down 2 on reactions, so good read by Dab, but Illusions is just taking the momentum back from this game. I mean, he started off with about a, 75% life deficit, and now he's already got the lead. Good down 2.
Ooh,
Oh, he challenged it. That's that. That is absolutely good.
450, that was nasty. Those jump normal 4-3 conversions are still there with Batman.
Yeah, Batman, while they did nerf his damage, the damage is still there just so much. I mean, he still has some of the highest meterless damage in the entire game, maybe next to like Grodd. And then even with meter, I mean, we just saw that it was 450 off of 1 bar for a very basic conversion. Not even a huge damage starter, so he's still got the damage. And ooh, we're seeing us switch to another interesting character. Red Hood. So we actually don't see... Oh, actually, no, you know, we started to see a lot more Red Hoods in competitive play. We did just see Kraithen at Biennality, and of course, we've seen SonicFox everywhere. Red Hood...
As I mentioned, I didn't get to watch a lot of Biennality, but I'll tell you what, that is Kraithen's character. He played back in Injustice 1.
That's true.
Played Deadshot. It just seems like his kind of character, you know. Guns here. I don't know. It just seems like Kraithen's kind of character when I think of Kraithen. It's just crazy.
I agree. I totally see him playing it. He did extremely well. He knocked Shen into losers. Didn't quite manage to get him the second time. Did well against Dragon though, but ooh, yeah, Dab's trying to get out of this corner.
Again. From Illusions. Batman's damage still there.
It is without a doubt still there. Nice meter and roll. It's not easy for Batman to get in on Red Hood zoning. Red Hood zoning is very unique in this game, the fact that it just controls certain areas, and it actually covers itself really well. So getting in, starting that momentum is a really big deal.
Illusion's now in full control of 2-0. Mending health lead, hitting him in the corner, going for the damage, and this is gonna hurt so bad when I get a back 2-3 off of that. Would have gotten mid 400s probably.
Yeah, still got a ton of damage, but Dab getting a little bit of it back. Still having to use those resources so early on in the life bar is scary. Nice backdash. Little known fact, if you backdash the overhead in that string, you're actually extremely minus. Batman is still at a huge advantage. It's probably punishable for some characters, but maybe just those with really bad backdashes.
Yeah, we actually saw Dab use Red Hood quite a few times. He was one of the few Red Hoods that threw a lot of bombs on the screen. He loved to throw a lot of bombs and force movement, but he just hasn't been given the chance to so far. In this matchup, he's starting to get a little bit of zoning going here. A few bombs here and there. Catching illusions, going for grapple a lot. Oh, and jumped into the active frames of the gunshot.
He tried to get up there, and he just said no.
Dab's making a decent comeback here, and what a side switch. Go back in the corner, forces the wager.
Then you're not paying attention.
That's a really good clash line too. It's really great. That's a great one. I'm hearing a lot of new ones today that I haven't heard.
Back to back, meterless dive bombs in there from Dab. That's just savagery right there.
It is, but it's such a good check. Even after the nerf, I mean, they only nerfed it by essentially 1 frame of startup. Ooh, it's jump back 1 into a Gare gunshot. That was a really cool conversion.
Beautiful, and now Dab with a health lead for the first time, really. Let's see if he can hold on to it, but on his way in was a traded Batman, which is so hard to deal with, and the down 2 gets absolutely destroyed by Batman's jump 2. Health lead going back over to Illusions. Trying to close this out, the back 2-3 does.
Yeah, he tried that down 2. It was, it's actually a really good down 2. There are a lot of options for Red Hood to anti-air Batman, but that's an angle where essentially nobody in the game can anti-air Batman, just because your down 2 will go backwards. It'll go essentially past him, or he lands behind you. So unless you have a really backwards hitting down 2, like maybe Black Adam or Batman himself, ironically, you just never try to anti-air Batman in that situation. You maybe try to get a dash, or you just block.
Yeah, exactly. That jump 2, active frames on it, incredibly hard to deal with. We got one more match before we get top 16 rolling here, and that is going to be OD's a tie versus Revit Leafing. East Coast versus West Coast. Florida versus, I believe, California. No, the Young brothers are from the desert, if I'm remembering correctly.
It's a mystery. To be 100% honest, they've said a whole lot of places. I think the general consensus is they're somewhere in the south west, like Arizona or SoCal or Vegas or something. They keep saying things. They keep maybe potentially showing up to things. So I actually have no idea.
You know what? Who actually knows? Shout outs to Humane on Twitter, signing up for week 8. Guys, you can sign up for all of the weeks of War of the Gods all at once. A lot of people asked me right before we went live, can I still sign up? And I told them no. You had 2 weeks since the last War of the Gods to sign up, and you had every week before that to sign up for all the weeks. Quit being lazy.
You should be signed up for all of them right now. That is, this is the opportunity. Take this few. It doesn't even take long. It's just a few seconds. Smash GG is a great system. Of course, it's gauntlet.gg/war, smash.gg/war. You guys could all sign up for it now. There's literally no reason not to. I mean, for those out there who think. Actually, I've talked to a lot of people that have said, "Oh, I want to sign up for these things, but I suck. I'm not going to do well." It doesn't matter. You don't lose anything. And I say this a lot, but there is nothing that makes you better than tournament experience. Every tournament match is the equivalent of playing 50 matches of casuals. You will remember that match for the rest of your life. That's just how it works. So just go and sign up. You're going to get the experience. You need to learn how to deal with tournament nerves anyway. And plus, it's just a lot of fun. A lot of times you're going to do a lot better than you think you will. On top of that, I mean, there's a lot of people.
And as you mentioned, there's nothing to lose. They're free to enter, guys. Free to enter. You can do it from home. If you forget, if you decide last second something comes up, it doesn't matter. Our system will take care of it for you. All you have to do, show up, play, and you know what? Have some fun with it. Get the experience. Get better. I've seen so many guys level up from tournaments just like this, and even across the country with the different online tournaments. It really does put players in a great position to get better or to get a footstep into the community. And you get to meet people. You get to talk to your opponent in the chat. Afterwards, you can go back and forth. So it's a really great way to go. And also, shout out to these tournament shaders that happened during the last patch. Supports esports and community events. Nothing better than supporting what we love to do. You know, guys, I say this, and I'm gonna preach it. Getting the FGC was almost life-changing. Going to all these events, you know, it's almost like giant family reunions, getting to see all you guys week in and week out. It's absolutely fantastic, and you know, no better way than to show your love and support it. You know, and you get a couple sweet skins for it as well. And then that's why I loved rocking that blue steel Sub-Zero back in the MKX days, because again, helping out the community, helping pay for these pots. Just, you know, a couple bucks here and there from everyone. That there's a lot of people playing it. NRS games are, I think, almost the best-selling fighters out there right now. I mean, you know, beating out Capcom games, a bunch of other games that they sell really well, and you know, even people that don't know about the competitive community. I like how NRS is trying to involve everyone into to try to push them in the right direction. Have esports on the main menu, you know, have ways of being able to help out, and it's really cool.
It is. The support's always amazing, and you know, it's from every direction. Of course, you know, all the NRS stuff, and then all the community run stuff. Couldn't go without any of it. Everything is so great in this community, and so of course, keep supporting it. It supports every little thing. I do remember hearing tales of the Sub-Zero. I can't remember the name. You just said it, but the blue skin for Sub-Zero.
Blue steel.
Blue steel skin. There we go. Yeah, I've heard that was such a huge factor in just all the support that happened in for MKX. So yeah, just go and buy those. They look great. Have you seen them on like a lot of the armor characters? They look so good.
Oh, the black and gold is looks so good, guys. And also, as you mentioned, that blue steel skin, I also heard that it did very well as far as providing pop bonuses and contributing. That a lot of people did buy it, and I'm curious to see how well these ones do as well, because the more we support, the more they support, the more tournaments we support, the bigger we grow, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what it's all about. Yeah,
and all grows together. Always all grows together. And then we get amazing tournaments, just like we're seeing right now, where we've got all these ridiculous matches that are coming up that are not even in top 8 yet, and I can't even believe that they're not in top 8 because just of what they are. So yeah, Revit versus a tie was probably going to be the next one, right? So that's another one that's not even in top 16, and that one's going to be Cheetah. And Cheetah got some of the really interesting changes from the last patch. Maybe I'll talk about it a little bit more when we do end up seeing Revit, but we'll see how he ends up using it. Of course, he's already been a great player. He's been using one of the characters that we don't get to see too much, especially once newbies started using a lot more Deadshot.
Oh yes,
still a fun character to watch. A very, very crazy, hectic character.
All right, so this match is actually for top 16. This is actually a top 32 match for top 16. And after this match, we're going to go right into top 16. So guys, we have 9 more matches remaining for the night. Once we get in the top 16, our first matchup is going to be Perfect Legend versus Blind Ducky. That's going to be a big one. After that, it is going to be OMGX Beat On versus Vendetta. And then a double team kill, Illusions versus Tweedy after that, as we get a tie in Revit going on in here. And a tie breaks out his blue beetle. And look at that tournament shader.
That was what I was just talking about. The tournament shader on the characters with the armor in particular are just the best. Blue Beetle's one of them, a Green Lantern, but look at this. Oh, that looks so clean. And I think we got the God skin going on for Cheetah. So good colors. Oh, and look at this patience. This is a style I think that we're seeing more and more as time is going on. So Cheetah originally was one of the kind of like wild, crazy characters, but especially with like how Shen ended up playing, and I mean, obviously Refit, we're seeing a lot more of like a patience, and then boom, one single time going in. Because if you're too predictable going in with a character like Cheetah, you're gonna get bodied. Oh, good combo. Oh, no roll by a tie. You need to roll the uppercut ender. If you're not rolling the uppercut ender from Cheetah, it gives her free setups that she shouldn't have. Just jumping over a tie. Is this a runaway Cheetah? Is that what we're seeing right now?
And I've seen a lot of checks. Wow, he just got absolutely bodied with that side switch mid jump. But
yeah, that jump
with
attack.
Pray to the goddess of the hunt.
In the neutral, they
you know you can't
off.
be happy with that.
Keeping that trade up, keeping the extended limbs. They get the 1 down 2, but Revit has just been pouncing all over a tie right now. Had the damage buff. Very rarely do we see damage buffs from cheetahs actually pay off and get the massive damage right there, taking almost half of a tie's life and coming in with some mix. This is looking very good for Revit, and this is a matchup that I've personally never even seen before.
I'm surprised that we're seeing a tie stick almost completely in trait. I don't think we've seen almost a single projectile, but I think the projectiles could do really well. At the very least, they control a little bit of space and try to control a little bit of the meter. But I don't know. A tie must know something that we do not. Oh, good tick throw. That should be so much damage. Actually, a great flip out. Really needed that.
Oh, and the forward 3. Such a great. This might be, you know, arguably. I will accept any arguments in this game, but arguably probably the best 4-3 in the game.
Ooh, definitely one of the best. The fact that it's 2 hits, of course, just like Flash's back 3, means that you can't just meter burn back 3 at yourself. And then on top of that, I mean, it's plus, it launches for a lot. So I agree, definitely one of the best 4-3s. I'm trying to think of who else could be potentially up there in that spot. But I mean, maybe for different reasons, like, you know, maybe Poison Ivy's because it goes so far, or like, yeah. But definitely, without a doubt, at least tied for that top position, just based on its usage.
Yeah, a lot of people say, you know, there is no bad time to do it.
That is, it's essentially true. It's such a great check in general. And Revit's continuing to play this, like, weird runaway style. And I just feel like that wouldn't work nearly as well if we were seeing some projectiles from a tie. I mean, there has to be some reason. Maybe he's afraid of throwing the projectiles, thinking that Revit will maybe... Oh, wow, this is double interesting, actually. Okay, so not only are we not seeing him go out of trait for the neutral, but we're not seeing him go out of trait for combos. Now, Blue Beetle, he can, of course, in his combos, like, starters, like all of his EX special moves, he can switch in and out of trait, and he actually does considerably more damage outside of trait, but a tie did the trait combo.
Yes, he did, which only works in trait, where he can float mid-screen into the instant float jump 1. Only works while in trait, and what for the extension there. But yeah, afterwards, I'll say the 4-2-3 there. Not getting it, and wow, that was a sick conversion on that down 2. But this is a matchup that Ataiza has a lot of experience in, so it's got to be something matchup specific that he likes with that trait, because he does train with Alcatraz in this matchup quite a bit.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, another one of the OD guys who almost, well, I wouldn't say almost exclusively, but does main Cheetah without a doubt.
Ooh, go for some damages, Atai, and set up some tricky stuff.
That was very tricky. We've seen George Edwards show a lot of those setups on Twitter. They're very, very hard to block. A lot of them are like cross-ups and fake cross-ups. All just the weird stuff.
Ooh, and got the conversion. Didn't end it with the charge. I don't think that he wanted to do a side switch there, wanted to keep the corner. But, I mean, choose mobility. But
yeah,
definitely not out of it. And he has been all over these pounces. And that down 2, the extended down 2 with the straight, that was paying off. What a cancel! Okay, now we see a little bit of why he's doing this. That was absolutely OD.
Beetle wins.
Oh man, that was definitely OD. But yeah, we're just seeing the mix-up game. The mix-up game is looking really great from Atai. He honestly, even if that didn't hit, that overhead at the very end, he was going for like the really, really next level mix-up, where you're usually either ready for, you know, back 2, which is the Blue Beetle overhead into the low, or you're ready for back 2 into the cross-up overhead. But the fact that he threw out that 2-bar option that was going to be overhead into overhead, that's like the next level mix-up.
It is.
And it probably would have hit anyway.
Because he actually does have some mix. With back 2, he also has the low stab, which happens to be a starter. I mean, a launcher. So yeah, the mix can get kind of real here. I love the check 4-2. 4-2 with that trade on is a huge mid.
Nice whiff punish. Back 4-3 is one of the best whiff punishers in the entire game. So fast, so far.
Ooh, the command grab actually drops there, mid combo.
Yeah, did a little bit too early. Oh, that should be a big punish. No, going for a relatively... Oh, nice, a side switch combo. Oh, across the 3-3? No way!
That was ridiculous. Oh my gosh.
That was some next level mix-ups. I have never seen that in my entire life. Atai is going for some crazy style stuff right now. He is just... This is not the Blue Beetle we used to see.
We just entered meta number 17, and we're still at meta number 4, you know, as a scene. Okay, stop it.
Maybe it's because it's not Blue Beetle. He's wearing the tournament skin, so he's Gold Beetle. Gold Beetle, Blue Beetle, you see, he's a zoner. He's got good footsies, he's got good mobility, but Gold Beetle, he's got mix-ups, he's got cross-up 3-3s, he's got corner flight shenanigans. He doesn't ever go out of trade. That's Gold Beetle.
And if you guys don't know, from shows like Young Justice that actually show off the Beatles, you can also say that they could be Black Beetle, which is in the show absolutely disgusting. Very, very powerful.
Yeah, that is true. I was
not
even thinking about the actual can.
Holding on.
Cheetah wins.
Atai's going for some crazy resets, but some wake-ups from Revit are getting him out of situations where he could lose a lot of damage. Atai's getting a lot of stray hits, but Cheetah, once she hits like a hammer.
Blue Beetle,
and so he just to kind of catch up with the damage.
It's true, and the big issue with playing this type of style that we're seeing Atai play is that Blue Beetle's already known for not doing a ton of damage. He does do some pretty solid damage off of his like big conversions, but overall his damage not considered the highest. So when you're going into a reset, and then never actually trying to cash out, you're just really gonna have to land a lot of hits, which Atai has somewhat done, but especially against potential cheetah damage, that's like a lot more times you have to hit her than she has to hit you.
And Blue Beetle, who has a fantastic sweep that sets up ambiguous jump-ins, does a lot of work. So safe on block as well.
Yeah, one of the furthest range sweeps in the entire game. It's like second to maybe like Scarecrow. Oh, the instant air flight to bait the low. That is very nice. Hard knockdown. That should be a bait. Oh no, wow, still catches the back dash instead of the actual just punish.
Very good. He actually has not gotten opened up by 4-3 really at all so far. Has a tie. He knows to just kind of wait on wake up and make them waste it. And Revin's gone for 3 times straight now. Oh, goes with the restand. Oh, but you can't block forever. That was so tricky.
Revit just jumping out of the corner. Oh no, tried to down one to catch that jump in, but it didn't work. And Atai's been so good. You know, actually, one thing that's very interesting about this matchup, which is something that we normally don't see in a normal Cheetah versus Blue Beetle matchup, is the fact that Atai's been in trait the entire time means that he's not using his shield bash wake up, which is obviously one of the best wake ups in the entire game. But to completely remove that from your arsenal by staying in trait all the time, it's a very interesting choice.
Yeah, it almost becomes a completely different character when you don't go back to normal. As we say that, throwing the first projectile of the entire
Oh, whoa!
match.
This character has projectiles? I didn't even know.
Oh, and lost the air to air there and gets Revit back into this match.
Slipping away.
This is now match point for Revit, but Ty's still got the lead. He's got the corner position. I say as he loses the corner position. It happens. Whoa, he just threw it out. He just checked him with it. The back 4-3, the replacement for the shield charge, that right there, the strike, the cross strike, it's very different because it's actually a lot. Oh, he missed the cross up. I wanted to see that setup again. But yeah, it's a lot safer if you hit it at near the end of it, so that's where he's generally throwing it out. Oh, no punish on the whiff command grab.
Oh, can't block forever against this woman. Ooh, and floating over the meter bird 4-3. That was absolutely disgusting by a tie. That is a character specialist if I've ever seen one. That was
Blue Beetle wins.
Do you know how he closed that out? So he hit him with the 1-3 into float, and then Revit was like, "Oh, I'm gonna clash," and
Yep,
then
and he
he
waited.
just didn't combo and just hit him with a raw jump 3 and baited
Wasted the
him.
damage.
Yeah, that was more than enough damage. That was a great anti-clash bait.
Blue Beetle.
That's one way to do it. Just bait them from walking forward, bait them to expect that they're going to be able to clash. Instead, just get the pickup. So 2-2 with a tie's strange traits-only playstyle. This is
Absolutely, guys.
a
Let's-
very cool match.
Let's see some hype in that chat. This is the last match before we start up top 16, and one of these guys is going to be in there.
Ooh, that's a tough check. That is not safe. 4-2. And this is a very strange costume for Cheetah. It's, I don't really know how to describe it. I don't even know if I really want to describe it.
It's similar to the Valina costume where she just had a few bandages on.
Yeah, flush
It's
bit.
just awkward, but it's not as defined. She's like half mummy, half cheetah, with some leg gauntlets on.
Just for her shins, it's the only place that needs protection. I guess with all those jump-ins she's doing, that's the
Oh my
most
god, she just
vulnerable
low
spot.
profiled that jumping out of float with a sweep. That was absolutely disgusting. But Ty's had a lot of good conversions off of stray anti-airs in the down 1 into 4-3. I've liked what I've been seeing. Every time he's done a projectile, he's actually gotten like mauled for it. So this projectile list playstyle definitely. Oh, there we go. Again, you might want to
Right as you say that, like immediately as you say that, we see a huge combo punishing that projectile, and then Ty's like, "Yeah, that's why I'm doing that." Just immediately puts on trade as he can.
Oh my gosh, these conversions are off the chain, and oh, got the Jean-Claude roundhouse behind the head and got out of the corner. That was great situational awareness there by Ty.
Yeah, and I think that was the first time he's actually used that follow-up to the overhead. That was the perfect timing. Catches with the double overhead.
Your blood'll stain my claws.
But Ty wants to keep things even here. Doesn't want Revit to get the health lead. But now he has no wager moving forward. But still has the meter lead, so if he can force a wager out of Revit, he's in a great position. But man, he's going to lose out of health. He came off his bar, and he's going to eat even more damage for it.
And he used so much meter in that, he's losing all of his resources, actually gaining them back pretty quickly while he's taking damage, but he's losing health, and that's huge. This might kill.
And it does. Revit Leafing is going to move on to top 16 here on War of the Gods.
Just the top 16. Gosh, just not even top 8 yet, but that was very nice at the end. Took a whole chunk of damage. Revit didn't even get forced to clash, but I really like that a Ty play style. I think maybe we could have seen him maybe go for some conversions that would go in back out of trait and then back into trait, even if he wanted to stay into trait, just because the damage is a little bit higher. But still, that was I cannot say I've ever seen a beetle do well that stuck in trait the entire time, especially against the cheetah, which is not something you'd expect.
Yeah, and he is actually going to be moving down to loser's bracket. That was on the winner's side. So Ty is still not out of this. He still has a chance to make it through on the loser's side. And there's a couple matches going on off stream right now. We've got Buffalo 3-0ing Fibbiacci, who actually eliminated Rewind in the loser's bracket. Rewind going out early, which kind of stops him from gaining that big lead on Theo that we were looking for with all those guys missing out. But I think by making it in the top 32 is going to get a few points, which is going to move him above Theo, who he was tied with for second place. But Buffalo advancing on the loser side. Titanium Tigers is playing Deoxys. Young Monsters playing Too Easy. Star Charger playing Handy Savage. And Dab versus HoneyBee. That's all going on in the loser's bracket as they try to set the loser side of top 16. But we're going to move on to the winner side of top 16 to set our winner side top 8 for Tuesday. And our first match is going to be Perfect Legend versus Blind Ducky.
Ooh, this should be complete rushdown versus complete zoning. That's going to be... I'm really excited to see how PL decides to try to deal with this matchup, just because Harley has that sort of aerial space control that very few characters can match. And of course, PL, as a player, and of course, as his character, wants to be in the air as much as possible. That man is... he should be a pilot, because he likes being in the air so much. And we'll see if he can manage to get around like the upward gunshots, the jumping hyenas, the cupcakes. Cupcakes is a tough one.
Absolutely.
But I don't know. We'll see how he can do that. You know, I'm really sad. So does that mean that we're gonna have Dab versus HoneyBee off stream, which is because they're in the losers? That's I mean, that could be a really good match. But hey, you got to earn your spot, right? You got to earn your spot on the stream. You gotta be...
absolutely. And you know what?
Yeah.
We just can't stream them all here. We just can't.
No,
can't.
definitely not.
It's literally impossible to. And we definitely encourage everyone to stream their matches here on StreamMe, or you can upload them to YouTube after the tournament. I'm going to tell you what the winner's side of top 8, what top 16 looks like. Our first match, as I mentioned, Perfect Legend versus Blind Ducky. After that, OMGX beat on with that. I hope he's still playing Dr. Fate against Vendetta. After that, we've got Illusions versus Tweedy. And then the last match in top 16 winners is going to be Semiij versus who you just saw, Revit Leafing.
Ooh.
And then after that, we will see what happens on the loser side. And we can look on Smash GG. There you guys see the points and what's on the line. Yeah, Rewind getting a couple points, which does put him in second place for the week. A couple guys, Illusions, Perfect Legend, Tweedy. Even HoneyBee's still in there. They're all fighting for points as well. They want to be in this top 8 when the 10 grand is on the line.
Yeah, and even players like Revit, looking all the way down there in 16th. But, I mean, making it into top 8, especially if we can manage to somehow dethrone Semiij and make it into that top 8 winners, that would be huge for him in bringing that gap closer to make that top 8. You know, the real interesting thing about the entire point rankings right now is how many ties there are. There are a lot of ties. Like, every point counts. I mean, one point is worth 1,000,000 points if it's the 1 point that you have above somebody else. All right, but here we go. The match to make it into winners top 8. Yes, this is the match to make it into winners top 8, where Perfect Legend is going to take on Blind Ducky and try to make it through the projectile forest. Oh, and he's doing a really good job of it so far.
Ooh, Perfect Legend.
What? Look at
tricky. Wow, what a low profile on a stand one attempt though at Ducky trying to get things going, but Perfect Legend's not falling for anything yet. Ooh, that is gonna kill. And I don't know if it would have killed if he'd have gone for the back 2-3, but a back 2-3 there would have put Ducky into the corner.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to go for the safe pick. And the big thing here is that since Brainiac is... Wow, that was a weird catch out of the pick. But since... I think because Brainiac is Brainiac, he can switch sides. I mean, he's going to switch sides on everything. Yes. So I don't think the corner matters quite as much to him in this matchup.
I know Brainiac with meter in the corner hits. You guys, he hits so hard. He can hit for 500 to 600, pretty easy. Ooh, went for the back out there to get it. Ooh, caught the air tip with another dive kick.
You cannot kill me.
Oh, nice. Uses his best zoning option, the stage. But hey, it's his stage, so he should be comfortable zoning with it.
This is his throne room. He should be able to do some extra stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he should be able to knock somebody into the background bounce, and it just never lets go of them, and then he just wins. It'll be like Dr. Fate, where it pulls them into the like the actual wall, like in story mode. Oh, Ducky's got some Oki, and with Brainiac's wake ups, this could be a really good opportunity.
Okay. PL, I need you to calm down. You just did delayed wake up into wake up instant dive kick. I don't know what you are on, but I need you to calm down a little bit because that was a little crazy. It worked, okay, but that was a little crazy.
That is the most perfect Legend thing that I have ever seen in my entire life. The man who would delay wake up and then wake up instant dive kick. That is so cute.
Also, update HoneyBee 3-1 over Gab off stream. And PL will move into the number 6 standings in the points with a win here.
Yeah, that would be really, really good for him. Help solidify that spot. Definitely want to get to that final.
Oh,
look at all these jumps.
Just using them perfectly, just kind of floating and checking all that space with a big old jump too. And as I say that, Ducky getting some chunky damage and getting the meaty setup with the hyena in the corner. Luckily, PL got a trade there. Ooh, Ducky's all over the movement right now. Ooh, what a down two! The man just did it, and look at the payout.
Yeah, that is enough, without a doubt. Wow, what a strong, quick round by Ducky.
Yeah, full control now is Ducky.
Ooh, nice. Okay, so the real mix-up here is in the air. It's this kind of a zoning mix-up where Ducky can use the upshots if he's expecting a PL to move forward. But if he's expecting him to kind of dive kick in, then he's going to have to use the cupcakes. But of course, the other way around, if he guesses wrong, he might get hit by a dive kick. So it's a really tough space control matchup, and PL looks comfortable with it with a great conversion.
I know your thoughts.
That was beautiful. PL getting up back in this matchup. And Ducky came out to such a commanding lead. Now he's working his way back in. Oh, great anti-air gunshot. Gets the full conversion. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that was beautiful by Ducky to cover that space with that string.
It was, eh? It works. It's a projectile. A lot like Aaron Black, just throws projectiles off of some of her normals.
Oh, and Perfect Legend, you have to really know that that is going to work in order to commit the 4-3 just like that. And wow, look at the comeback from Perfect Legend. That was insane.
Oh, that was so dirty. So that setup was he threw out the slow trait and then dive kicked behind Harley before it hit her. So, I mean, even though technically you could hold just directly down, you're usually not going to be holding directly down against Brainiac because you're so afraid of his, his dive kicks and all the overhead options that he has. So that crossed up, and then he immediately dive kicked to the other side and did what looked like another cross-up dive kick. That was, again, just like we saw earlier for Flash, just layers upon layers of cross-ups. Too many cross-ups, and all he needed was one single hit.
Fighters approaching the Joker's playground.
Absolutely insane player now from Perfect Legend. If we're with this win, we'll make top 8 on the winner's side and get even higher on the points. And there's only 3 weeks left after this. Week 8, week 9, and week 10. And then our finale's set. And he'd be sitting in a pretty good position to hold on to that spot.
Well, it's always fun to see Brainiac, and especially his Brainiac. Bird Brainiac. It's a bird Brainiac. Wow, I haven't heard that term for a really long time, but it's definitely what it is.
Oh, and Ducky off to a good start just like he did in the last match, though. Oh, here goes the damage.
Going for the damage. And look at it, he's brought it back.
Oh my gosh, here goes the damage. 525, but it costs a lot of resources. That was 4 bars to do all that damage.
So little accomplished.
Yeah, that was quite a bit. He's actually still got a bar, which is impressive, and it's gone again. Just like that. Oh, double trait setup. Oh, double dive kick, double trait setup. I like that a lot. Actually, a roll could have maybe got Ducky out of that situation, but he didn't roll. Still gets the last life bar, but PL's on match point. Oh, could have got the dive kick conversion. That would have been so cool. Still gets another conversion. Ducky's got a lot of meter to spend. Maybe he wants to use his get back life.
No, that was baited out. That was so ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Oh, guys, I can't even keep up with all of the ridiculous stuff that just happened on the screen. That was, I mean, read after reaction after read after reaction, like back to back to back to back to back, and Perfect Legend just 3-0s Ducky to make it in the winner's side of top 8. Our first one in.
And well deserved. That was actually 2 really large comebacks. Just win those last 2 games. Ducky had the lead in both of them, and then PL got going and just, I mean, I guess he just didn't really touch the ground, and that's what happens, and it was great. But I just don't think, I mean, I think we could have seen maybe a few tools that we didn't see from Ducky. Maybe we could have seen him maybe push blocking, maybe just trying to meter burn roll out of the situations, throwing some more cupcakes. I mean, even though that they are, you can technically get over them, you usually don't get punished for them. So Ducky got a little bit overwhelmed, but I mean, that's always been PL style ever since MK9. Even if he's got tools that technically are reactable or don't fully, like, you know, they're not true mix-ups, he just overwhelms you, gets in your head, and does exactly what we just saw.
All right, match number 2, OMGX Beat-On versus Vendetta.
Ooh, I'm excited. I actually, admittedly and kind of embarrassingly, I managed to miss like almost all of Beat-On's matches until the IPS North American East online tournament, and that was the first time I really got to experience like the full epicness of Beat-On. And I have to say, I immediately switched mains to Fate. I've been a Fate main literally ever since I saw him. He has some of the coolest conversions and setups. I honestly thought that Fate was a little bit of a, I mean, not to say boring, but not of an entertaining character, right? You know, you see a lot of zoning Fates, you see a lot of, you know, just general normal Fates, but Beat-On makes that character into a totally different character. I'm excited to see that match.
And I'm really curious if after the patch, that's who he stuck it out with. I know that he has played him even throughout matches. I've seen him lose and look pretty rough in a few matchups that he stuck it out. But I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure if anyone in the chat knows, or if you know, Chef, if he's sticking out with the match of the patch. We're about to find out.
I don't know. The changes were actually pretty nice though to Fate. They weren't huge, definitely not huge by any margin, but it's a little bit more damage from a lot of the trait conversions, and then a little bit safer, just barely safer on the glyph, the down back 2. But that changes a lot of matchups. Actually, one of the last times that I saw the first time actually ever I saw Beat-On was against Hayate, and Robin is one of those characters that can 100% of the time, or almost 100% of the time, punish the down back 2 glyph with the sword uppercut. So that's not a thing that's going to be able to happen anymore. Just a few characters that were able to punish it, they can't. It's a lot of safer of an option, and he really needs that against a lot of the characters that he doesn't have a safe normal string ender against. So we'll see how he does against Vendetta. And Vendetta, who I think is still playing Green Arrow. Am I right on that?
I haven't seen him play in quite a while, but the last few times I've seen him play, it was Green Arrow. I think I might have seen him pick a different character at CEO. I'm not 100%. It's been a little while. Oh, there we go. There's Green Arrow. That's what I knew from back in Injustice 1. This man didn't get out to tournaments a lot back in Injustice 1. He played online a lot, and I loved him transitioning to MKX, going offline a lot. And then here in Injustice 2, he's one of the examples of someone who has, he goes right back to Batman, catching us by surprise. Yeah, he's one of those guys that has transitioned from online to offline, and guys, all of you can do it. We don't bite offline. Well,
Asylum.
some of us don't bite offline.
No, it's always good to just get all the different types of experience that you can get, and it's also really fun. It's a very different experience, both online and offline in tournaments, and yeah, I say always do them both. Why not? Why not? All right, so we are seeing the Batman pick, which is a pretty interesting choice. I think this is the tournament skin. Pretty gold. I could be wrong, but
yes, it is. Black and gold, baby. And this is a matchup that early on Fates did not like. Once Batman it is in, it is just an uphill battle. But
that's actually another slight tiny buff that Fate did get. His back 2 is a little bit faster, and you can use it as a kind of far anti-air against Batman.
Oh, and he goes to the force. He gets hit. This is going to potentially do some damage. Oh, what a good Okay, that was nasty. Stop it.
All right, so failing to disappoint. Great conversions. Oh, back 3 might have hit there instead of the forward 3, a little bit slower. But yeah, Beat-On already shown up.
Oh, and letting it rip. I think that Vendetta was going for the read that he was going to stop it early.
I think so too. He looked like he was jumping right away.
What a whiff punish from Vendetta, though.
And this should be a good mix-up. Oh, no toilet throw for you. That was an interesting choice. It looked like Beat-On meter burned it, but it didn't have any armor, so maybe it just like was too late in the active frames to have armor. Oh, nice, using the red glyphs for more pressure.
Take off the helmet, Kent.
Kent Nelson cannot save you.
A little bit of life back from Vendetta, but now he's not going to have enough meter to really continue the pressure too much in the corner. Oh, and 2-4-2 glyphs in a row. And Beat-On's going to take that first game.
Dr. Fate wins.
I can see why Vendetta would want to play Batman over Green Arrow in this matchup. Batman does have a little bit better mobility, and he won't be forced into that kind of zoning versus zoning game. So, you know, he might be able to control the pace a little bit better. But I don't know exactly how experienced he is with Batman. Like I said, most of the time, I haven't actually seen him for a while, but most of the time that I've seen Vendetta, he has been playing Green Arrow. So it'll be interesting to see if he ends up going back. And it does look like he might. Also going with the tournament skin. Look at that, supporting the scene.
It's glorious. Looking like a bronzed armor set, but goes right back to Batman. He keeps teasing us with his Green Arrow. Jesse Johnson, shoutouts, your 49th in your first War of the Gods. Definitely, man. It's all about leveling up, doing better, and that's not bad for his first ever online tournament. I mean, coming in here and out of 200 and a lot of people getting 49th.
Yeah. 49th out of 200 and a lot is definitely a good standing. I think it's yeah. I mean that's huge. Again, it's larger than most numbers that we get at majors. So 49th is nothing less. Beat on again, controlling the early pace, getting quite a bit of damage, taking advantage of those interactables really well. And that's the other thing that Beat on uses better than I think any other Fate out there at the moment. It's just the fact that he uses the glyphs as a zoning tool to cover the rest of his zoning. So now we're going to see the third glyph, and there we go. Look, now it saved him from being comboed.
That was so beautiful. He's very methodical. He always sets up the next thing.
Good usage of armor.
And that's just going to chip out if he tries to get close, and he does. Vendetta just kind of giving up and just walking into the orb. He just looked into the flowers there.
I think he may have tried to jump over it, but he was a little bit too close, and when he got up, it just kind of stood up and walking forward a little bit. Oh, three back threes in a row. Do a fourth. Oh. I mean, it's a way to pressure.
The helm's blinding you, Kent.
Vendetta getting pretty close to evening it up. Nice. Niederburn forward 3 to beat Niederburn forward 3. And that's going to be essentially the life lead for Vendetta, but he's going to need to now chase Beat on across the rest of the screen. It's going to be tough. Oh, or is he?
This man just swung twice on trait bats. Beat on what is going on right now. This is, oh my gosh, this is getting
Look at this,
disgusting.
draining his life this whole time. Oh, he almost killed him with the onk, but not quite.
That was insane lockdown in the corner by Beat on there, using every tool that this man possessed, and wow.
Oh, he needs one more. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, that was
covering himself, just like you mentioned. It's crazy.
Yeah, and can I just say too, he started that off with a 450 damage combo into that corner, and then opened him up. There were 450 damage combo in the corner, then set up a red orb, then open up again, set up the life drain. It was just everything in a row. I mean, like you said, every single tool that character has. I can never get enough of watching Beat on. I mean, Vendetta, he had some really unique pressure, a lot that we've never seen from Batman. Like, I mean, all the back threes in a row. It seems a little funny, but it's actually really smart because back three leaves you at a spacing that a lot of characters can't really swing after. So again, he didn't get punished for it. He did some unique things, but he just wasn't quite able to close it out. Not expecting, I think, the kind of aggression that Beat on brought.
I 100% agree with everything you just said, and he is such a big crowd pleaser. Everyone in the chat usually goes crazy when Beat on hits the screen, just because, again, it's different. He does some crazy things, and it's just, it's nice to watch someone use the tools like that and just do everything. And yes, congratulations, PL, making top 8 in War of the Gods, and he will see you on Tuesday, winner's side.
Hashtag winner's side. No, hashtag winner
I actually didn't even notice that at the end. Hashtag winner's side. Wow.
It's not even winner's side. It's winner's side or winner's eye. So good stuff. But yeah, going into the third game, Vendetta going back to his main, but already with a pretty early life deficit. He's tried to get in a few times. The meter roll was good, but
looks very uncomfortable against this character's full screen and the way that Beat on sets up everything, and nothing going right for Vendetta on the way in.
Yeah, that
not getting max
might
damage.
Be one of the worst drops possible because it ended up switching sides and throwing Vendetta into the corner. If he got that combo, he would have been able to get some corner pressure. He would have been a lot of damage ahead, but now instead, Beat on just has everything going for him position-wise.
Vendetta getting a little bit swaggy, avoiding through the zoning with a down arrow in the air, but just the damage is adding up and even covering himself and not usually green arrow wins any zoning trade with that ice arrow, but not right there and even beating him. Okay. Beat on.
He used the tech. He made the dive, or I don't even know what it's called. He made the teleport stomp plus. That was just unnecessary. Going in, he could have literally just zoned for the rest of the game, but he wants to show off. Without a doubt.
Yeah, okay, that was ridiculous. That was a clean 3-0 from Beat On. This man is in winner's top 8. That was absolutely disgusting. I'm not even lying.
Yeah, I can definitely see why Vendetta was a lot more comfortable with Batman in that matchup. He took it very, very close. Both times he used Batman. Wanted to try his main at the end, but I mean, like I said, just a few drops, a few missed opportunities. He lost the life lead, and everything just snowballed away from him. So still really good play by Vendetta. It's just he wasn't quite able. There were a lot of times where he really thought that he was gonna, or it looked like he was gonna get the opening, but yeah, Beat On covers himself in ways that we usually don't see. I mean, what was it, like 3 separate combos that were interrupted by the fact that he had just put the third onk on them? Like, you never see that in general, but that in particular, we saw 3 times, so that's pretty impressive.
Yes. And he is going to move on to play Perfect Legend on Tuesday, 8 p.m., same place, and that is going to be a very interesting matchup. Those are 2 crowd pleasers right there, going at it right out of the gate.
Do we really need any other matches? Can that just be the only match in top 8?
That's it.
We're done here. It's over. See you just for that match 1st to 10 on Tuesday. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Straight to finals. Turn into 1st to 10. Everyone else, thanks for showing up. Here's a couple points for you. Have a nice time.
No, actually, that would be severely underselling the rest of the players that we have still fighting to make it into top 8. I mean, the rest of the talent is just ridiculous. We've been giving some updates in the chat, seeing all those. Tweedy eliminating Young Monster, Handy Savage eliminating Star Charger. So Star Charger won't make it back in there for the 2nd week in a row, but that may have been a mirror actually. So I wonder if we'll see any Handy Savage later on.
That was I believe a Texas kill there. I believe Handy Savage is from Texas as well. And moving on the winner side, we're gonna have Illusions versus Tweedy, a noble team kill, our 50,000th one here on War of the Gods and Combat Cup, going at it for winners top 8.
Yeah, no real surprise there. I mean, that's just what happens, you know. It's unfortunately too many good people on one team, and they're going to end up having to take each other out. But Tweedy and Illusions, that should be a good match. The real question, of course, as usual, who will Illusions use? All right, so is he going to trick us like Vendetta's been tricking us, or is he actually he's actually choosing Green Arrow?
He has, and he has done very well against Supermans with Green Arrow. I've seen him beat many Supermans. I've seen even offline guys think that Superman was the right pick, going for Superman against Illusions, and the arrows just annoy him to pieces, keep him out of the air. And now these trades, I'm actually shocked that Superman is recovering from these lasers in time to block, because the damage is definitely there for Green Arrow. And I like that Illusions goes with this black and gold arrow skin, keeping true to his noble colors there.
Oh, that is a noble skin. Okay, I've said this actually a lot, that I think that these players that are on these teams need to have the skins for their colors. I mean,
100%.
Why wouldn't you? You gotta. But I give a hand to Illusions for doing it.
Yeah, and you know that's something. Wow, the breath catches the air escape attempt. Now Illusions comes off so many resources. It's okay, he's still in this fight. The health is even, and yeah, that's something that if the guys over in us are watching, that's something that we can definitely say that team shaders would be awesome. And you know,
I would love that.
Yes, so many different teams getting a shader, and then you could support your team respectively. It'd be something kind of cool to look at.
Yeah, that would be great. I would love that. But for now, I guess we got Illusions doing the best he can, still ripping those colors. Takes the first line.
Yeah, I noticed early on, because I wasn't a fan of the color choice, and I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. And then it dawned on me, like, wait a minute, those are the noble colors. Illusions he went for 300 damage for 2 bars. I'm not too sure about that. It's got to be healthy, but that was a lot of resources.
That's true, but of course, the way he's zoning in this matchup, he does end up building a lot of extra meters. Still, though, both players still have Clash, so saving those resources is going to be pretty important, unless it just ends up being 100% zoning for both sides. But not looking that way. Wow, that didn't combo. Interesting.
All right, yeah, one more fire on hit. And really any arrow on hit now. Just plus frame. Ooh, trying to make a read on the air dash in, but Tweedy's staying out of it. Oh, and catches him out of the air. I was about to say, Tweedy's in a position for a comeback, and this man is known to get him.
Yeah, he definitely could have. He made a lot of really good reads right there. You could tell that he's experienced. The fact that he jumped back and lasered instead of trying to instant air dash in when we saw the upward savage blasts from Illusions, that shows that he's ready for that exact thing in that exact situation. And it caught and it punished, and he almost made it back, but not quite. There were a few things like this that didn't combo, or like he just missed the opportunity just a little bit. And I think if he picks those up, he could still do it. It was close. It was definitely close. Illusions, though, showing that he knows the matchup. It is a very weird zoning matchup. One of the weirdest zoning matchups in the game, just because both of them have like very unique angles to their projectiles.
Both of them have a really strong wake-up game. Superman's got toned down a little bit. It's much easier to punish the rising grab, and they made the Superman punch a high. So really all you have to do is crouch on his wake-up, and then you can really punish both options.
Yeah, that's true. There are a lot of options to low profile.
You know, a little different option. A little different. But as long as you're crouching on his wake up, you really cover every option.
Where's the PL? You gotta do instant dive bomb on wake up. There we go. Wow, and look at that. The life lead already turned around. Well, actually, back again. But Tweedy taking back about 80% life over just a few hits.
And evening us up immediately is Tweedy, and has a good positioning. Ooh, the laser didn't become active on Illusion's hitbox there in time, and now the trade Illusion's favor. And it's this wonky zoning of trying to read Superman going for the air laser, and then in your whiff recovery, Superman's doing another straight laser. It's really weird.
Yeah. Without a doubt, it's, like I said, one of the weirdest zoning matchups. There we go. That's an addition that we haven't seen to the zoning game, where I think Tweedy just wanted a little bit of extra damage doing the straight laser.
Ooh, got pressing buttons very good forward too.
Time for it to rain arrows.
That is a scary clash, because that means that Illusion's going to lose a lot of life here. Actually, just a little bit. Tweedy saving the meter, but that's scary because now he won't be able to get the kill off of just maybe one laser. Oh, and this is because the zoning advantage again.
So that split decision by Tweedy to save one for the EX laser doesn't pay off.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand what he was going for there, just so that he could be a little bit safer if it was blocked the next time. But yeah, unfortunately, he just wasn't able to close it out again, just to the maybe like last 10% of life. And I wonder if he would have been able to if he just maybe done take the life lead and get a bunch of sweeping lasers. Because if he starts throwing out a bunch of sweeping lasers, it really would stop Illusions from being able to throw out just a bunch of low projectiles in a row like we just saw. And it might have changed how it ended, but you know what? Tweedy made his choice. He's probably got some other reasons behind that decision. I trust him fully.
And there were a couple times where he threw the straight laser. I'm not sure if you brought it up, where he threw the straight laser and caught Illusions going for the arrow. And wow, what a neutral jump early from Tweedy, catching a throw tech by Illusions. And got the position, but didn't get the whiff punish.
Ooh, jumped in, throwing the just straight air ice arrow. That was a really hard read. Oh, that should be a good conversion. Oh no, actually, just took a little bit.
Oh, this is gonna be some decent damage. And Green Arrow, ever since looking at Injustice 2, I was like, man, Green Arrow hits harder than he does in Injustice 1, and he seems to have just a few more options in different scenarios, and I really like what they've done to him. They really made him a complete character.
Yeah, he's one of the characters that, like, if you just looked at him from Injustice 1, you'd overall say, like, oh, he doesn't seem almost changed at all. But it's just all these just minute changes, aside from the one really large change, which is the fact that he can launch off of meter and spin. But yes, all these little tiny changes mean everything. I mean, back in the day, if you were to say, oh yeah, how did that matchup go? Oh, the Green Arrow just outzoned the Superman player. I think people would literally laugh at you. Not an understatement. And now that's exactly how it goes.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, minute changes, they're really just quality of life changes to help him in a couple situations a little bit better. He doesn't have the dumb super reset, so They made him just a little bit better in a couple areas. His wake-up game is still real strong. His mix is still real strong. They increased his combo potential, and he can really compete with a lot of characters in this game, especially after this patch, where a lot of his hard matchups got just a tad easier. And I'm not even sure if some of them are bad matchups at this point. I'm gonna come back, but what a wager to know he's gonna be on the other side.
You asked for it.
I think Tweedy still has the lead in the meter department. He does, and now it's pretty close to even, but he's still got to get through the the arrow forest. I guess everything's just a forest. And doesn't quite get past the air projectile. So Illusion's taking it 3-0, but in 3 matches, it all went down to like 15% or less. Just a little bits of damage here and there. If Tweedy had maybe opened him up one more time every game, that could have been it. But unfortunately, went down 3-0. So that means that Illusions will be joining the other 2 players in the top 8. And Tweedy still has a chance. That was a winner's match. He still can make it out through losers. Where that's a tough pool down there of all the players still in losers.
Up next, we're going to have Semiij versus Revit Leafing to finish off our winners side of top 16 in the top 8. That's going to solidify the top 4 winners side of top 8. And let's see, moving down, it is going to be, oh my gosh, there's no way we get this again.
No, I think I know.
Tweedy moves down. Tweedy moves down to play HoneyBee in losers.
Yes, I'm so excited. I love that. I think we were just talking about that earlier. Or no, maybe I was talking about that on the Vianality stream. That is my favorite kind of beef in the entire scene. Like, I love 100%. Those twos. It's their back and forth is amazing. And I don't know if you got a chance to see it last time that they played, which I think was, well, I think it was last time they played. It was the again, the IPS Online North American East tournament. Where they played, and then Tweedy, I'm trying to remember exactly what he said to HoneyBee when he beat HoneyBee. He said,
I saw a few things on the Twitter realm, and this is in no way, shape, or form rigged. They just happen to meet up a lot. they just happen to. It's almost like destiny.
It is. I mean, there's no way that you could say, oh yeah, they'll meet in the losers match to make top 8. Like we'll path that out. That would be some insane mathematical stuff.
We planned HoneyBee losing his first match. We completely planned that, 100% on paper. Our guys are that good.
That's actually really impressive. Just to mention that too, losing your first match in a almost 300-man bracket and making it all the way through losers is just so many matches. I mean, you have to win. It's over 10, easily over 10 matches, probably like 12, 13, something like that to make it back into top 8. So that's really impressive by HoneyBee. And now it's the ultimate match for him. But I think it's not until a little bit later, right? So next we've got our winners match, of course, Semiij and Revit. And that's going to be a battle of the cat girls, one that got nerfed and one that got buffed a little bit, just a teensy bit. And it actually didn't seem like we were really seeing too much usage of the buff string from Revit. I guess I'll talk about that a little bit. So the 2-2-3 string, that's actually the biggest buff that Cheetah got. A lot of times from grounded attacks, she couldn't get a hard knockdown. She couldn't get a guaranteed setup unless she spent meter. But now she can convert into 2-2-3. She can also use it just as a hard knockdown in general. It's one of her best hard knockdowns. And just in pressure in general, it's safe. It's a good string. So that's one of the nice things. We did see a lot of 3-3-2, which got buffed to +1. And he did use a little bit of that. And I guess that's really mostly it. But seeing that versus the now changed Catwoman.
On the 3-3-2, that's the mid-low overhead string?
Mid-low overhead mid, I think.
Which they put a gap in as well, which we already saw a tie, with the matchup knowledge, blow up and backdash his way out of it.
Yeah, that string actually has like a gap between every single hit in the string, I think. Maybe there's one that doesn't have a gap, but there are really large gaps in that string. So it is plus, but there's still that whole sort of mind game in there. And also the mind game that it's just like a really weird hitting string and it's really awkward. It does hit mid, low, high. Or mid-low overhead mid, I think. So it's an interesting buff. I think the 2-2-3 buff was definitely a lot more considerable for Cheetah. But that's just not Revit's style. That's definitely not Revit's style. Revit's jump around, go crazy style. I don't really care what my knockdown is because I'm going to do my stuff anyway, and just getting maximum damage.
I'm going to try to see how many matches HoneyBee has played so far. On the loser side, all right, let's take a look. Okay, we have him here. All right, let's count them.
Actually, one, I think.
One. Is he already on it? Ooh,
yeah,
9. He has gone through 9 matches on the loser side so far.
Wow. So yeah, to make it into top 8, then that would be the 10th. So I was close to correct. I
respect it.
I think it was Evo, the first Evo for MKX. I remember MIT lost first round and then made it back up in the top 8. And of course, there were a ton of people there. That man went like 15-2, which is ridiculous.
And pulled off some incredible wins.
Yeah.
And on paper, maybe shouldn't have. And I mean upsets. And I think you know which one I'm talking about.
I actually forget. I'm also an old man. You used that excuse earlier. My memory is leaving me. You're gonna have to remind me.
All right, so we're talking Injustice 1 when he ran it back, right?
Oh no, I wasn't talking about Injustice 1. I was talking about MKX actually. But
never mind.
I would love to hear what you were referencing anyway.
It
appears we have some bad news, unfortunately.
Yeah, this was MIT's infamous win over Theo. Year 2 of Injustice at Evo.
In 2014. Yeah. I do remember that with Deathstroke.
We've got Semiij versus Revit. Tweedy, guys, we have a quick update. Tweedy had to leave. He has something to handle, so he actually has to DQ the match, and HoneyBee will be moving on into losers top 8.
And I wanted to see that one so bad. We'll just have to. It'll just add more suspense to the next time that they end up meeting in tournament,
which will happen. I guarantee it. Like the way that you're gonna look good for Men's Warehouse.
Yeah, it's destiny, like you said. All right, so we are seeing, of course, them sticking with their classic characters. This should be a really good early lead by Semiij. Cheetah has a true wake up, but it's not very safe. Still able to beat that neutral jump 1 wake up bait actually by Catwoman.
Quick start. Me and Echo talk about this all the time. This is the Semiij start. He gets a hit, your first bar of health is going to disappear, and then he just takes this and he just runs away with the rest of the match. It's just gone by this point. It's so hard to come back from this exact spot against Semiij. This man just gets in the zone, and it's just a train wreck.
And this is considered a relatively tough matchup for Cheetah, just because Catwoman really controls all those ranges that Cheetah wants to get. I mean, look at that down 2.
Can we talk about her down 2? It isn't talked about enough.
It is easily one of the best down 2s in the game. On top of that, it's actually one of the easiest to get huge meterless conversions off of, because it has a lot of advantage, and she's with her back 3, the way that her back 3 is, she gets a back 3 almost off of every single anti-air down 2.
Yeah, that's something I've only seen really a couple of Catwomans go for. They get their B&Bs and they just stick to them. That was 544, by the way, from Little Miss Cheetah over there with her trade up. That was ouch.
Yeah, but that just shows how much of a lifeline Semiij had. It was 544, and they're still about 100% ahead for Semiij.
Yeah, that was all the damage that Rev put on the table, but it still hurt.
Oh, that was so risky. The instant overhead. That was, I mean, I understand it just because Revit was in a position where, I mean, the life lead was so huge that you need to do some crazy stuff, and just needed that to close it out. But still, good block by Semiij. Would have got hit by a sweep there, but didn't care. Ready to punish. And wow, yeah, Semiij really running away with that. Not letting Revit jump at all. Not letting him just even take to the air. Try to do all those really pesky, like barely cross-up jump overs. Doesn't care. It's Catwoman. She does her weird little, I don't know, what kind of kick is that her down 2 is? I don't even know how to describe it.
It's so weird. It's like she goes for a roundhouse but stops like mid-spin and just kind of leaves it hanging. Like it's so
like she's like halfway to trying to do a handstand.
Yeah, she just like it's got to be uncomfortable, right?
It's got to be. I'd have to imagine. But she's pretty flexible, so who knows?
Ooh, and going, but Reven's getting some mix going early. And oh, yep, getting a little over aggressive there. Semiij all over that. And Catwoman's got such great tools to just keep you out of the air. That jump 2, so good. The down 2, and you add that into Reven's reactions, and it's like a no-fly zone. And that's something that we talked about even back to MK, where you just do not jump on this man. That is a no-no.
Oh yeah, I mean, you look at back then even more so. I mean, that character too, you could never jump on her, and that's that. First life bar.
One of the best anti-airs of all time is a normal or special move that goes through the ground, under it, digs a hole to China, comes back, and launches you meterlessly. Luckily, that got changed.
Embrace your inner feline. Have you had your shots?
Wait, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about Lena roll still?
Yes.
It's still launched.
Again, you can apply that same thing to Catwoman's back 3.
That is true. It's very, very similar. I mean, I think somebody must have talked to Semiij and been like, "Did you know that there's a character that also low profiles into a launch, but this time it's safe?" And he was probably just like, "Give me this character," and that was the story of how to choose Catwoman.
all you hear out of Semiij, who has one of the calmest and softest voices you'll ever hear, all you hear out of from him is "Get over here" when he sees Catwoman. It just brings him into his hands and just says, "Oh!" And look at that down 2 from Semiij. It still gets the trade. And that jump 3, once it becomes active from Cheetah, it's very hard to anti in that cat dash. Wow. And again, every time Revit goes into the skies, something bad happens to him.
Yeah, you just cannot. You have to play the slower ground approach. It's the only way that you can challenge a Catwoman who's ready for the matchup. And even then, I mean, then you're just at a huge disadvantage to begin with. You need to make a ton of correct reads. Jump back whip is actually one of the best options at dealing with people that are approaching you. You know, we always see Catwoman as a rushdown character, but against all the characters that actually have to get in and like get really close, just like Cheetah, jump back whip is insane. It is so hard to get past that. It's essentially zoning within itself.
And okay,
look at all these sweeps.
Yeah, that's similar to how Revit started game number 2. Got the health lead early by doing the quick mix, the sweeps, the 4-3s. But all Semiij needs is one combo to get all of that damage back in his favor. It's one combo, one corner push, and it's going to turn around quick.
Yeah, and that probably is the combo. Oh no, actually drops it still though. Still took the life lead, even with the drop. We were just talking about that, how the... Oh, out dive from behind his head.
Got a little risky there. I like it. I mean, when you're down 2 against Semiij, sometimes you just gotta take some risks.
Tried to get away, but it rolled after her. Revit's got a little bit of a life lead right now. Of course, it could go away in like a single hit, and as I say that, that's probably the hit. Actually, it might not be quite enough.
So I'm not too sure about risking it with that amount of health lead, but if it would have worked, he looked like an absolute genius. And unfortunately, his 1-1 went the wrong way. And... Wow.
Yeah, that was, I think Cheetah was a little bit lost there. It's pretty dark in there in Arkham. Probably just saw some shadow in the other corner and was like, whoa, is that Catwoman? And definitely swung the wrong way. That was pretty bad, though. And still, though, Revit's just landing a lot of little hits. There haven't been any huge combos this round. It's just little bits here and there, but again, it could just be one more hit that takes it, especially if it ends up being like a meter burn forward 3. Oh, but now it's time for Semiij to potentially take it all back. And look at that, a life lead regained in seconds. Well, have you had your shots is actually a really good line for Cheetah. But now it's back to even, and Revit doesn't have any clash available. There's meter available for Semiij, so one hit from Semiij could take it all. Look how patient Revit's playing. Oh, almost crossed up. There could have been a punish with the command grab, but nothing. Oh, and again, just walking back, the slow patience. They're just chilling. They're just chilling. There's so much time left. Both of these players could absolutely take their time with whatever they want. They could build meter. Appears that something may be going on. And, ooh, so we had a disconnect, it looks like, maybe. I guess we'll try to figure out what happened with that. But that was a really unfortunate time for that to happen because that was coming down to the very end. That was coming down to the wire.
It
And,
was
one more hit for
Semiij-
either person.
Yes, Semiij had a good position. I think he had a bar, which that's all I really needed for a little bit of a comeback there. But DQ in there and is probably going to give the game to Revit. And we've seen Revit come back from 2-0s like crazy here in Injustice 2 on War of the Gods. So I would not put it past him. You give this kid a little momentum, and he's going to ride it as much as he can. And once he gets a little more comfortable, the crazier he gets, and dare I say crazy, maybe more methodical savagery, and he can just start to get momentum. Once he gets momentum, it can get scary.
Well, it's definitely started looking better and better for Revit throughout that set. I mean, obviously, during the very last game, it was looking like a life lead for Revit until the very, very, very end, where we saw Semiij kind of take back some of that momentum. And, okay, so it does look like they're going back in. It does look like that disconnect went to Revit.
Fighters approaching the
And
barricade.
Semiij still needs to win just one more. But, like you said, Revit kind of can get that momentum going. I mean, it's a momentum character and a momentum player, and a lot of the mix-ups, I mean, one of the biggest things here is that we started seeing Revit tag Semiij with so many sweeps in a row. Semiij is really afraid of that instant air dive just because Revit's shown that he's willing to do it. So eating a lot of sweeps means that you're eating a lot of mix-ups, and I think Revit's a lot more ready for that.
Oh, and
or
he
not.
took the risk early. But luckily, Semiij didn't have the meter to really hurt him too much. It still doesn't have the meter. And might build on one more special. Ooh, someone blocking. Okay, that was good because it kept Semiij in the corner. Getting the trade there, that was so good by Revit. I don't know if it was intentional, but it paid off. Ooh, puts himself in the corner.
That's actually not a bad corner, though, to be in because of that. A really, really good meterless launcher. So a lot of the interactables that launch, they launch at different heights. This one in particular launches extremely high into the air.
Is Revit going to get any mix here? On Wake Up, goes to the kick rope, walks back out of it. He says, no, I'm good.
Still got the opportunity to close it out, though.
And Revit tying things up, and what a cancel mid-air! And now things are going in Revit's favor. Here we go.
Oh, wow, I'm surprised that didn't actually catch. It was just a little bit too high in the air. That could have been a huge combo.
To make it interesting. You just watch me.
Revit getting back a little bit of life. And I think, oh, wow, look at Semiij now playing a little bit more offensively, kind of chasing Revit. I think it might be safe this...
I've noticed that a Revit, he's been backdashing a lot in this game number 4, and you're right, it's kind of made Semiij get a little more aggressive because we're Revit with a health lead just sitting back and trying to make Semiij come to him. It looks a little bit better for Revit, but now anything is possible. Both these guys, even health. And wow, went to blow up. They kept withstand one. Semiij stop.
Oh, everything's
profoundly interactable. Oh, and this is okay. This is what I'm talking about. Revit, once he gets some momentum, he can ride it like no one else. I have seen this guy come back for no reason whatsoever, and now we're at 2-2, and this is where he wants to be. He's got the momentum. He's gonna get crazier. But where I thought he was gonna be even more aggressive, he actually played patient in that game early on. Did a lot of backdashing, a lot of pounce cancels, and it just changed up a little bit, and it's so effective right now.
Yeah, it's a very different style change, and honestly, it looks like Semiij, like I said, is getting a little bit less patient, but also it might just be due to the fact that we're not seeing Revit kind of kill himself by just like jumping in a lot. I say as he gets hit for jumping in,
Exactly.
And yeah, it always happens. But it's just a different play style.
Oh, no commitment there from Revit. Actually got the ambiguous jump on the work there. And another meterless launcher from Semiij right into 400 damage.
That was actually very smart too. Revit rolled the 1-4-2, knowing it's not a hard knockdown, and knew that the safe jump wouldn't work because he got up a little bit faster, so he decided to wake up with the anti.
Ooh, very good coming in on that whiff jump 2 in the air, and here applying the pressure and then backing off. Revit getting close to health lead. And Semiij is the
It's actually a
one
really interesting choice to to back off just because
Oh, here we go.
he didn't have the life lead quite yet. Oh, that's a bad drop.
That would have got him the first bar of health. Now Semiij can play a little more loose because he has that safety net in between them. Oh, what a conversion with an instant jump! That was insane.
Yeah, that was. I think that might have been the only way to actually stay a little bit more out of the corner, but that was just a very weird conversion to begin with.
Embrace your inner feline. I'm good with cat adjacent.
Cat
Same position we
adjacent.
saw in the last game, where Rivet had the clash early, and then has the middle lead afterwards. Birds immediately doesn't pay off.
Oh, and the jump back 2 won't land from quite so close anymore.
Ooh.
Oh, but that still works.
Oh, and unfortunately, again, gets tripped up. Weird. Okay, first off, these are two of the smallest hitboxes in the game.
That's
And,
true.
oh,
Just
no.
naturally for cat characters. Oh, one
And
more
he
mix
has
up.
No wager right now, and that's gonna do it. Noble Semiij hanging on, so close. Revit bringing it to a game 5. Let's see, making winner's side top 8.
And you know Semiij wants that 5-peat, I guess you would call it. Winning so many in a row, already has such a huge lead, like 400-point lead over everybody else in the rankings, and he just wants to keep pushing that further and further, which he's got a great opportunity to today.
So if he wins this week, he'll have won half of the weeks of War of the Gods, the entire season.
And I think technically winning half the weeks and then even placing it all means that you're guaranteed first place, right? I think.
Oh yeah. I think he's all but wrapped up the #1 seed going in the top 8.
Oh yeah,
it's just insane.
He already
doing
has,
it
even just
early.
making top 8. Yeah.
Wow.
Look at
All
that.
right,
Almost
so-
a 500-point lead.
It's a lot. We've got 4 matches left that are going to decide the loser side of top 8. As you guys saw there, the bottom's nice and blank. These are our 4 matches to get in there. It's going to be Deoxys versus Vendetta, Blind Ducky versus Too Easy, VTech versus Revit Leafing, and that is going to be. I forgot that HoneyBee did get the DQ, so he is in there. And VTech had a win over a tie to get here, so had a pretty big win there, and he is going to be in there fighting
I'm
Revit
actually not
Leafing,
too
who just saw
familiar-
very close. Yeah, I'm not too sure either.
I'm not too
to be
familiar with
completely honest
VTech, yeah. I guess we'll see. That's one of the best things, like I said, about tournaments like this. You see all these players that you're like, I have no idea who they are, but obviously they're strong.
And let's see who else he maybe got a couple wins over. Let's look at this bracket. Let's analyze it a little bit as we get this match set up. He made it through, got wins over Carbon and a tie, and then Buffalo. He actually went a tie Buffalo 3-2 back to back, 2 3-2s back to back to get here. And wow, definitely deserves to be here. All right, we got Vendetta, Deoxys sticking out with Scarecrow that we've seen all brackets so far. Vendetta not going to bats.
I'm surprised. Batman is considered one of the best matchups against Scarecrow. I remember even White Boy saying that there's really not a lot you can do with that matchup. You really needed a secondary. Of course, then he immediately beat Forever King, but
that actually still comboed after the air tech and the teleport behind the Deoxys. Talk about things going your way. Ooh, and Vendetta's holding a lot of jump-ins, which it just gives Scarecrow more opportunity to mix.
ooh, good conversion actually. If he had used command grab or maybe even the blast in that situation, it wouldn't have converted. So he knew he had to do the full string just to catch from that very strangely angled anti-air forward 2-1. Good character knowledge.
Oh, great down two there from Vendetta. Greeno does have a pretty good down two. Ooh, gets the Meteors. Launch off the interactable here. Mid screen, it's a really good one on the stage. These down one chains have been effective from Deoxys. No, he has actually hit Vendetta twice. He's 2 for 2 in game number 1, hitting him out of air text. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the flips are just not working out. Oh, nice!
Okay.
And Heatburn back three's been working out really well too.
And that's your weakness.
Good, a
And
good amount
yes,
of life left back.
Ed Solo is 100% correct. This is kind of a preview of something we'll see tomorrow. White Boy versus Yamini.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Of course, everybody's been talking about Yamini. But we'll see if it somehow ends up the same way. This is going to be so tough. I mean, just activating trait and teleporting twice might be enough to close this out, or just land the jump 2 anyway. That's all you really need.
And Deoxys is looking very clean. We'll see if Vendetta decides to make that switch. And Deoxys, one of those. I believe is very young. Someone told me his age one time, but I completely forgot. Again, old age syndrome. That started in MK online.
Scarecrow.
Went to his first offline event, I believe, in Texas. I believe he's a Texas boy, and does very well online. And transitioned from MKX. Never saw him in Injustice 1, and doing really well in Injustice 2 already. He's one of those guys that has been a part of the growth of the scene.
Yeah, it's always great to see that, and it's also, I love the fact that he was one of the first players that we saw on stream today, and then he's going to be one of the last players.
Yes, he has been around as long as us, which is in some cases hard to do. I mean, these streams are pretty long.
They definitely are, especially if you have to end up fighting through losers like he did. I mean, it wasn't quite as much as HoneyBee, but you know, you have all these tough matches. You got to fight through all these tough players. Make it all the way here, and now he's still got one more. Gotta clutch it out. But Vendetta's the exact same way. We saw his matches earlier on stream too.
Yep, but you know what the beauty of that is? Practice, experience.
That is true. That's I mean, that is so much tournament experience for one day.
Oh, and this is just gonna be chip out with 1, 2, 3, and that's gonna do it. Deoxys is playing very well right now. I love the aggression, and he has just shut Vendetta down with all these jump-ins. And he has looked like a deer in headlights against these things. And Reno's got a pretty decent down too.
Scarecrow jump-ins are some of the best jump-ins in the entire game. I mean, people obviously talk a lot about Catwoman jump 2, but boy, that Scarecrow jump 2 is something else.
Yes.
It's
goes far,
maybe even further. Yeah, the conversions are insane off of it. It's so hard to do it.
And then the jump 3 hits everywhere behind him, in front of him, and below him. And you get pretty good damage off of it. It's so meaty, so big, it's active. He just does it, lands, and then guess what? If you block it, he throws mix. If you get hit, you're probably going to need a mix somewhere in there.
Yeah, or he gets a full combo. Into Oki, into more jump 3s. It's always scary. That's why this is one of the characters that's been considered. Honestly, I think he's just been moving up the tier list, just by opinion, more so and more so as time's gone on.
Oh, and the ticker off the down one. Oh, and look at how much meters on the screen. The 4-3 hits everywhere. Gigantic hook covering. Okay, so the chain is nowhere near him, but the hitbox is just up there anyway, right?
Right. And that was actually a really scary read, just to put that out there. So a lot of characters can just kind of meter burn forward 3 right there, stay plus at the end. But because that's Scarecrow, he made that read knowing that would work. And if it was blocked, he would have been punished. It's one of the only punishable forward 3s unblocked in the entire game.
And very punishable that up close.
Yeah.
It's a scary normal throw out if you're Scarecrow.
But you can't be scared. As a Scarecrow player, you're supposed to make them scared. So
that's true.
Yeah, no fear. And that's exactly what he showed. But is he afraid of the man in the cape and cowl, the supposedly tough matchup, Batman?
Oh, and that's a big whiff early on from Vendetta. He's going to punish through the string, getting the interactable, and Deoxys says, "Get that thing out of here." The balls of Atlantis, as I like to call them, are very good for both types of interactables. They're really good when you throw them, and they can give mobility characters ridiculous movement, full screen, because you can actually back-to-back them.
Yeah, and you can use them as many times as you want, as long as you're a gadget character and no power character goes and throws away your little tool. Ooh, I wonder if that was a cross-up setup. That would have been really cool, but I don't know how that would have hit. And Vendetta going back to zoning again. This is why this matchup is considered so tough. Batman has the unique trait of being able to move backwards while zoning. So it's all kind of it's all in one package. It does both things for you. and he just gets to build so much meter. And of course, Batman with meter gets so much pressure, gets so much damage. Baits like that.
You can't save Gotham.
I never quit.
Never quits.
Now, Deoxys, looking at him in MK, I know that he's probably going to have a few characters here in Justice. Might have something in his pocket for him. If he were to lose this.
Yeah, or at the very least, if he loses this one and then another one in a row, but definitely looks like he's struggling a little bit, not able to really get in. And then, of course, once he gets in, it's sometimes just Batman's turn. So yeah, not even losing his entire first life bar. The counter pick from Vendetta, looking like the right pick. With that, again, that sick tournament skin. Look at that rich man. It's probably, his armor's probably literally made out of gold. Knowing Batman, he could do it if he wanted to.
I love that line in the Justice League trailer, which is superpower. I'm rich. It's great. It's just fantastic. And Deoxys goes to Supergirl. Very interesting pick.
I could definitely see it. One of the biggest issues in dealing with Batman from his characters is the fact that once he's got trade out, he can react to a lot of things that you do in neutral. And there's this range where you really can't challenge him. If you approach him, he's going to either get free pressure or he's going to get a free punish. Now, Supergirl's lasers are one of the tools that can kind of counteract that whole thing, just because they're so quick, and from that mid range, it's very hard for Batman to react. And on top of that, her down two is great, her footsies are great, and she's just good in general now. She's very considerably better at this point.
Yes, and she's doing damage.
Not a bad trade. Got rid of all of the hits of trait. Oh,
and a beautiful down two there. My Deoxys, this looking like a great pick early on with a commanding health lead on a potential match point.
Supergirl has one of the best down twos in the entire game. It doesn't quite look like it, just because it's so strange looking. She does her whole like upside down flip kick, but boy, that is it's fast. It's got a great hitbox, and it gets some really good conversions. Ooh, nice instant air dash over to keep the corner, and the corner is ridiculous for Supergirl.
Oh, got the back dash, but Vendetta committed too early. Let's make some decent damage here. Ooh, gets straight out. Ooh, tempted access into a button by just going forward too. That was pretty tricky. Oh, look at the comeback now from Vendetta. Beautiful conversion too.
Deoxys accidentally air dashed right into the unblockable. He wasn't even close to it. Ooh, and getting the back three just far enough out that the stage transition didn't happen. Good hard knockdown, and oh, you talk about good down twos. You cannot challenge Batman's down two. 6 frames, great hitbox, so many good conversions off of it. Oh, but it isn't clashing. Why isn't he clashing? Is it such low life?
Still fighting a girl, hero?
You're no ordinary girl.
The delayed wake up actually made her corpse hop with the powerbomb attempt there.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. I've never seen that happen before. And oh, yeah, definitely needs to clash.
As if.
That was a really scary situation. I'm surprised that Vendetta waited so long to try and clash, because there was a very good chance that he was just going to get shot by lasers. And right now, Deoxys could actually be using the meter burn lasers to try to force a situation where as soon as that trait reloads, it's chip death, but not even going to need to. As just playing pressure with footsies all together, just the whole package. Deoxys is going to move into top 8 losers.
With Supergirl, is she back? Is this the beta powerhouse that we all remember?
Oh, I don't know about quite that much, but she's definitely back in the running. I mean, so many players are looking at her. So many players are really looking to main her. I just think it's going to take a little bit more time. She's a very complicated character, and a lot of people didn't put a whole bunch of time into her when the game first came out. So I'm excited to see who else ends up picking her up. But overall, that was a really good counter pick. That's the real danger of counterpicking in the last game. I think if perhaps we'd seen a Batman pick in the first game by Vendetta, things could have gone very differently. But the fact that he auto-locked himself into Batman for the rest of those 3 games and then gave Deoxys a chance to counterpick, that was a very different story.
Absolutely. And looking up next, guys, we got 2 matches left to set our top 8 for the night. We got Blind Ducky coming up against Too Easy next. Too Easy was a Fate player and then turned Atrocitus main and pulled off one of the if not the upset of Evo, especially on day 1 against White Boy, coming back last hit 3-2. And then knocking out White Boy, or sending White Boy in the losers incredibly early, and that's White Boy coming off of his win at CEO. So that was a really big headline. Too Easy's been doing really well. Probably going to stick it out with Atrocitus here. I don't know if he's gone back to Fate or not. And Blind Ducky, as we know, plays Harley and Deadshot.
Yeah, Too Easy, just like the rest of the OD guys, they have some interesting picks that there are always in their pocket, it seems like. Or at least some of the OD guys. So we have seen him pick Deadshot before, and we've seen him pick Cyborg before, but I'm not sure who he'll end up using this time.
Absolutely. And guys, while we get this match set up, we're going to go ahead and show you guys what we got coming on tomorrow here on Stream.me, which is the beginning of our Tekken 7 series. And I'll let the trailer do the talking.
I am a man in war, and I am fighting for all of the broken people, all of the people thrown overboard. They always try to shame us, but they don't speak the language. No, we're not nameless, we're not faceless, we were born for greatness. We're not nameless, we're not faceless, we were born for greatness. We're not nameless, we're not faceless, we were born for greatness.
Seven starting tomorrow, guys. Be sure to tune in at stream.me/ragewithin, and we're going to have some crazy stuff going on. Registration is still live. We got a lot of signups for it, a lot of top players. It's going to get downright dirty, and I can't wait to start watching some Tekken on here.
Me too. I've been playing so much Tekken recently. It's such a fun game to both watch and play. Of course, there's just so many games coming out from StreamMe. I mean, what does that even bring the count to? I'm trying to think. Even within over the past year or two, I mean.
Oh, yeah. And you know, StreamMe really is starting to get even more into the FGC. That's kind of where a lot of it began was we found some success early on in MK, and we've been starting to branch out, and it's really been paying off. We do things with Skullgirls, we do things with Brawlhalla, we do things with Tekken, Killer Instinct, Street Fighter, all over the place. We're all over the grid. We're doing shooters as well. So yeah, it's definitely something that being developed on StreamMe. Esports, baby, it's here.
Oh yeah, there's so many. So there's something for everybody. You just got to check out every single one of the StreamMe tournaments. There's just plenty, and I think there's one more actually that you guys just kind of announced.
Speaking of shooters, just announced tonight, coming up here on Stream.me is going to be PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and I'll let this video also take it away, and it is absolutely fire.
Maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind, thinking I can see through this and see what's behind. Got no way to prove it, so maybe I'm lying. Take a look in the mirror, what do you see? Do you see it clearer, or are you deceived in what you believe? 'Cause I'm only human after all, and you're only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me. Some people got the real problems. Some people out of love. Some people think I can solve them. Lord heavens above, I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human, I do what I can. I'm just a man, I do what I can. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me.
Well, I can't wait for that. I'm really excited to see how that all plays out. That's one of the most entertaining games out there to watch, without a doubt, right, for me right now. And I hear a lot about it from pretty much everybody. It's just it's the buzz right now. So I'm excited to see what comes out of that. And of course, I talked about it earlier, but man, these ads aren't even ads. Apparently,
they're stories.
I was being well, they're just great in general. I mean, apparently I was being made fun of for dancing during that last ad. Apparently that was
okay.
was an issue with that.
Chef's learning a little bit of behind the scenes at War of the Gods is that our producers are incredibly savage and nothing will get by them. Okay, I probably should have warned him ahead of time. Is that there are no secrets here on War of the Gods.
Lesson learned. No, you know what? I'm proud of it. I'm not gonna hide my dancing. You know what? That's fine. I'll let it roll.
Absolutely. If you guys don't know, I'll go blow him up. Chef was dancing, and our producer was having a good time with it. I think we're all still waiting on Tweedy to show up for his match. Looking to set that up, and here we go. On cue, getting in here against Blind Ducky. Blind Ducky, one of the best in Injustice 1, and trying to get his way back into that top shape here in Injustice 2. And his character selections has been looking fantastic. I mean, Deadshot, Harley, this man is zoning with the best of them. Which is odd because he played more of a Rushdown style character in Devora in MKX.
Well, it's been a very interesting story of picks for this man over the past, I guess, 2 games. So, in Mortal Kombat 9, actually, just all of them. So in Mortal Kombat 9, of course, his name was Blind Man, was the original name for Ducky. And then he was Blind Ducky, and then now, he's whatever he is now. And so he was a bit of a zoner, of course, playing Kenshi. Kenshi was one of the strongest zoners in MK9. Now, in Injustice 1, he went to Raven. Now, Raven was one of the strongest zoners in the entire game. Now, of course, you ask him, he'll tell you that she couldn't zone at all, and zoning was terrible. But now, of course, MKX goes to a Rushdown character, very uncharacteristic, and then now going into Injustice 2, doesn't have his original character from Injustice 1, and he's got to learn someone new. So I do like the pick for Harley. She's definitely a stronger zoner than she was in the first iteration. She just controls that space, which seems to be what Ducky likes.
Oh, Tweedy lost it all there. He lost the health game, lost the corner positioning, and now everything going right for Ducky.
I do like the fact that we're seeing Tweedy play Fate more. Fate is one of the characters, of course, that got just some buffs, and I think just overall people are starting to realize that Fate's a little bit better than was originally advertised.
And we'll see if he wants to go back to a character like Atrocitus after this. We'll see if he just wants to feel it out. Because this is actually a character that also annoys Atrocitus very well. I've seen a lot of Atrocitus players talk about it on Twitter, even a couple times offline. This is one character that really annoys him as well.
Yeah, that is true. All the zoning characters, especially any character that can zone you from the air, that's kind of that magic angle of Injustice, where anybody who's got the downward projectiles, such as, I guess, maybe like Cyborg now, or Superman, or Harley Quinn's down air guns, a lot of characters can't really deal with that space, that top opposite corner, and Atrocitus definitely suffers from that. Right now, though, it's like Fate's suffering from just not being able to get that life lead back. Of course, he's a strong zoner, but you outzone him, and his comeback potential is not the best.
Yes.
I do like the pick, though. I'm a big Fate fan, obviously, but Tweedy has so many characters. Wow, is he really going to go just lock right back in?
And he is. He's going to fill it out. I think, again, it's one of those things where he just might not like the Atrocitus pick and wants to feel it out here with Dr. Fate and see if he can kind of work his way through it.
Well, we'll see. I think the biggest, really the biggest aspect here will be trying to get that life lead at the very beginning, because if he loses it, he's going to have to make the comeback. He's going to have to do a lot of really tough stuff, make a ton of huge risks, and he definitely didn't get the life lead to begin with, so that's unfortunate. But you know what? He's got the corner, so that's something. Alright, activating trait rather quickly, but commits to another projectile, and that could have been a huge punish by Ducky. Still losing a little bit of life over time, and it's really all it takes. If you can't take back that life lead solidly, you're gonna get outzoned. Ooh, nice. Avoiding a lot of projectiles. Yeah, you cannot avoid those cupcakes unless you're like Brainiac.
Yeah, absolutely. And even then, it's hard. They cover so much green. Meter burn. He throws 3 of them. Covers close to the ground, the normal arc, and then even the higher arc. It does a lot of chip plus on block. Just adds to her zoning capability. I really love what they've done with Harley. The hyenas just add this extra element that she didn't have in 1. That really effective, especially when she knocks someone down. They can just be so meaty. She can take a risk, take a hit, and the hyena's still going to come and protect her.
Right, it really just tied. It's like the glue that ties the rest of her kit together. It just makes so much sense, and it covers a lot of those gaps and just a lot of the things she really needed, which is why we've seen so much more Harley now than we did 4 years ago. Yeah,
it was a while back, and she actually has a trait that has a purpose.
Hey, I like the pictures and stuff, alright? The damage buff was actually really terrible. Oh, and Tweezy's gonna need to land a solid hit here. Oh, good bait. A little bit of life coming back, but maybe not enough. Oh, good conversion.
Oh, I need my big mallet.
This chaos ends now.
I don't think any meter for either. Yep, no meter at all. So that's actually a pretty tough situation for Too Easy. Wow, managed to win a lot of zoning, but he can't get in past everything. It's definitely a tough situation. And again, a lot of that came down to just the fact that Too Easy lost the life lead early on, and then he just struggled to ever get it back, which is kind of just a general fate problem.
Yeah, and fell prey to something that Harley players love. When everyone dashes in on Harley, coming out of the dash, so many times you're crouch blocking, and that instant air shot catches so many people dashing in and crouching. I see it so many times, and right there at the end, it's just something that even I have problems with. Even in previous games where dashing in or even jumping in, you always land into a crouch guard. It's kind of like a natural thing, and those quick overheads, and they can hurt. But what Harley has also, to catch your recovery on jump-ins or dashing attempts, is that low that reaches very far.
Right, so you're doubly afraid to be blocking high in that situation, but then she slowly gets you more and more, takes that life lead, and runs away with it.
Ooh, great down two. And I have a couple highlights here on War of the Gods of Ducky with that down two, even breaking an armored interactable with a hyena hit, and then the 2 hits from the down two. That was insane.
Wow, you almost never see those broken ever. And again, I have to say it again, I'm surprised to see Too Easy stick with Fate. Maybe this is some sort of dedicated pick, but I mean, we've seen Too Easy go Deadshot, we've seen Too Easy go Cyborg. I feel like maybe another character that's better at winning the zoning versus zoning matchup might, I don't know, work a little bit better. But I guess he's digging it, he's sticking with it, and I love it because I love seeing people who are dedicated to that character.
Oh man, I was about to say he had a full stick of butter, possibly could have seen a super. They're so rare. Meters required for so many things, and they even added on to those things with meter burn rolls on the ground, in the air. But the hyena coming in, saving the day. Blind Ducky is going to make it in the top 8.
Harley Quinn wins.
Very nice. Ducky definitely making it a top 8 before, so looking to repeat that process with the powerful zoning. Not quite able to close it out against PL, but still manages to make it through losers. Very nice job. And that means that there's, I believe, is there one more match?
There is one more match. We are going to see VTech versus Revit Leafing. We actually have not seen VTech at all this tournament, and he torqued through some pretty good matches on the loser side. 3-2, 3-2 over a tie over the Frostman himself, Buffalo. And he's going to be facing off against Revit Leafing, who's trying to get, I believe, I hope I don't get blown up for this by our stats man, but I think he's playing for his first top 8. Well, he's been in this position before. I think he might make his first top 8. I'm not 100%. I think he might have made it one time before with a crazy 3-2 comeback. My guy will correct me. That's what I love about our program. And that's going to be the last matchup for the night. Revit Leafing has this amazing gift of always being last. on our matches. And you know what? I actually just realized that is that he's almost always the last one up for top 8 on the top 16 matches, even going back to Kombat Cup. And I know that he has to absolutely hate us for it. We keep him up so late. But
you know, speaking of Kombat Cup, I got to see how weird it is to even hear you imply that it's possible that this could be Revit's first top 8. You know what I'm saying? Like, after so much Kombat Cup, it's like, whoa, first top. Oh, I mean, no, exactly. I know exactly what you mean, but it's just so weird to see the difference. You know, I mean, maybe it's just a character pick or just getting used to a totally new game. Obviously, it just is so different from MKX, but I was just used to Revit in like at least half the top 8s. So yeah, it's surprising just to see that, but Revit's got a real mystery opponent, and that's always honestly the scariest thing. You know, if you know you're fighting SonicFox, you know you're fighting SonicFox. If you're fighting somebody who you've never heard of before in your entire life, you don't know if they're a maniac, you don't know if they're the safest player of all time, you don't know who they play. They could be a Grodd player, they could be a Black Adam player. You have zero idea, and that is just terrifying.
100% true, and I think I got a little bit of a taste. Someone in the chat may have given away who VTech plays. I saw someone in the chat say, "I hope he's ready for the Batman matchup." So yeah. maybe not. Revit saying in the chat that he actually cannot play right now. So we that actually might be it for the night. Let's go and see. Yeah, Revit saying that he actually has to actually cannot play right now. So he has to take the DQ.
Wow. Okay, so that's twice now. That's twice today. That's a little bit unfortunate, but mostly because I just really wanted to see who VTech played. And you know, actually, the more I'm thinking about it, I feel like I might actually know who VTech is. And I don't know. The name suddenly sounds familiar, and I'm probably being dumb. I'm really bad with names, so if I have mistaken that, then forgive me. But I guess that means that is going to solidify the top 8 for Tuesday. So, of course, in winners, there's Noble Semiij and Noble Illusions in a classic Noble team kill. Happens way more often than I'm sure they would like. But that means, of course, that one of them is going to end up in winners finals, where they're going to play against the winner of Beat-On and PL, 2 players that I just want to watch more of. Can that be a first to 7? Can you make that happen for me?
That's going to be probably match of the night, just based on the character specialists going at it. And Sammy Hammy saying VTech was the one who beat Foxy at CEO.
Oh, the Batman player that beat him.
Yep.
And like very early on. Yeah. So that may be where I have
which would explain that would explain a few things going on tonight. And congratulations, first time in here making top 8. He's going to be playing up against HoneyBee, who. Fresh off his second at Evo, Deoxys, Blind Ducky there at the bottom, and then only one Noble team kill. That's about one less than the average here in the beginning of top 8. So that's not too bad. and we're not going to see one down on the loser side early on because last top 8 we had Noble team kill, then Noble team kill, then Noble team kill, and a lot of diversity in this top 8 with a couple of top dogs over at Vianali trying to go for that 20K. But yeah, a lot of diversity here. New players in top 8, new blood, and new points on the board. Where really only HoneyBee, Perfect Legend, even at the bottom, Beat-On, Revit Leafing, those guys and Illusions are gonna be playing for those points. I mean, Semiij just been pretty. He's had enough points. Okay, come on, guys. Let's try to take away a couple points from Semiij here. As we try to close out here. For War of the Gods, we got 3 weeks remaining: week 8, week 9, and week 10. You can sign up for those, just like you can any other week. You can sign up for all the weeks remaining for War of the Gods. Registration is live. Please sign up. I hate telling you guys that registration is closed, or that don't give me some sob story how you forgot to register, because you can do it right now for the remaining weeks. We have no sympathy for you anymore. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, you can pre-register very far in advance, so you could literally go there and correct me if I'm wrong, but you can sign up for every week still, right? Like just do it right now. Yeah, exactly. Just no reason not to. Go do it. You lose nothing, and there's so much to gain. I mean, just like you see today, there's I think at least 2 people in this top 8 that have never been in a top 8 before, right? At the very least, as far as I know, Deoxys and VTech. So they're going to be, I mean, not only were they all, well, Deoxys at least was on stream. VTech was about to be on stream, but he'll definitely be on stream on Tuesday. So, yeah, there's nothing to lose and a lot to gain.
Yeah, and guys, be sure to tune in Tuesday, and then after that, also Wednesday, Hometown Heroes. Thank you to Wonder Chef for joining me tonight. And I'm probably sure if you guys didn't catch it early on, Joshua loves to talk about that program. I'm gonna go let him talk about it for a quick second. Go take it away, Josh.
Hey StreamMe, I'm Joshua Gray with GameStop Hometown Heroes. And if you want to sign up, check out our website, esl.gg/GameStop Hometown Heroes. Our cups are live every Sunday. It's absolutely free to sign up. And our program will feed into the larger Injustice 2 Pro Series World Championship happening later in the fall. If you don't want to sign up, you can tune in every Wednesday night, twitch.tv/NetherRealm. Best of luck to everybody playing War of the Gods. We'll see you online.
Absolutely, Josh. Thank you very much. And also be sure to tune in to Tekken here on StreamMe tomorrow. That's stream.me/RageWithin for some Tekken 7 action. And we've got some more stuff coming up in the following weeks. Registration is live. Same place as War, Gauntlet GG. That's where all of our, really our esports programs are going to be out of feeding here onto the site. And just thanks everyone for watching tonight, and good luck to everyone in top 8. I want to thank you again, Wonder Chef, for joining us, coming in clutch with a save. And I know it's something that we even talked about while I was out there. Was that something that you've always wanted to do? It
is. Honestly, I'm extremely honored to be able to work with you all, and it's been it's a super pleasure. I'm so happy. It's so fun. I love the whole bracket, and I just love all the different players and characters that we get to see. Again, I mean, you know, I talk about a lot. I love Brainiac. We got to see like 5 Brainiacs. That's enough for me, man. That's more Brainiacs than I think I've ever seen in my entire life. But it's always so fun, and so fun to cast with you. So thank you so much. Absolutely, Wonder Chef. And guys, thank you. And we will see you Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys have a great night.